Gestures. We make them all day long. Some are full of tenderness, while others show how strong we are. We pass them on from one generation to the next. We might even pick them up. There are gestures we have mastered that we repeat again and again, and gestures that are more spontaneous, easy gestures, and less easy ones. Sometimes they are essential, and sometimes they are quite simply enjoyable. Le Gruyère AOP, the taste of Switzerland since 1115.
The thing I love about cheesemaking is really the art. It's ever-changing, it's living. There's lots of little pieces that we're adding, that we're adjusting, that we're monitoring to really make a consistent, high-quality cheese day in and day out.
Trying things, sometimes failing horribly, but sometimes winning big, such as Montemori or Belvetano. The cheese has to be right, and then we need to do something that's right by the cheese. We hand rub the surface of our cheeses, or perhaps we might soak the cheeses in, say, Merlot or whiskey or Chardonnay.
With a variety of our spices and our flavors, it's meant to unlock different attributes of the cheese. If we use something that's more fruity, you'll unlock more fruity notes of the cheese. But at the end of the day, it's about accentuating the cheese.
There's a certain amount of creativity that goes against how everybody else has always done things. It's a very daunting task to create American originals, but it's been really neat too.
Here in Switzerland, we've been making cheese for over 1,000 years. It is our passion and our pride. Our cheesemaking secrets go back generations. Here in Switzerland, all of our country's diversity finds its way into our cheeses. Every village has its own cheese dairy, every road leads to a farm, and each region has its own cheese. Here in Switzerland, we make our cheeses in harmony with our preserved environment. Our cows graze naturally over the seasons, free from any additives. The utmost care is taken in processing their aromatic milk so that it retains its full nutritional profile. Here in Switzerland, our cheeses have personality. Each of them is deliciously unique after being gently aged by our master cheesemakers.
Somos un país que producimos queso no muy caro y de buena calidad.
Una de las señas de identidad de la España quesera, tanto dentro como fuera, es el queso de oveja.
La oveja con el manchego ha sido el prototipo de queso español.
Es probablemente nuestra marca, ¿no? Existen otros quesos elaborados con leche de vaca, con leche de cabra, que también se exportan y que hacen de España una España quesera diversa o diversificada, pero el queso de oveja es nuestra marca de identidad.
El queso de cabra ha sido el gran desconocido. La textura es más dura, porque es verdad que el clima también hace un poco al queso.
En España tenemos una geografía muy variada y hablar de quesos de vaca es hablar lo que el hombre del tiempo dice el tercio norte peninsular. Es la España verde. Es la España donde hay una climatología, donde llueve, donde hay pasto, donde hay praderas y es el hábitat natural de la leche de vaca, de la vaca en general y por tanto de los quesos que se producen con leche de vaca.
Se han sabido conservar las especies autóctonas. Por ejemplo, tenemos la murciano-granadina, es una cabra que se está exportando y que tiene una relación grasa-proteína estupenda, un 20% más que la cabra francesa. Tenemos la malagueña, tenemos la payoya, tenemos la retinta extremeña.
Gestures. We make them all day long. Some are full of tenderness, while others show how strong we are. We pass them on from one generation to the next. We might even pick them up. There are gestures we have mastered that we repeat again and again, and gestures that are more spontaneous, easy gestures, and less easy ones. Sometimes they are essential, and sometimes they are quite simply enjoyable. Le Gruyère AOP, the taste of Switzerland since 1115.
The thing I love about cheesemaking is really the art. It's ever-changing, it's living. There's lots of little pieces that we're adding, that we're adjusting, that we're monitoring to really make a consistent, high-quality cheese day in and day out.
Trying things, sometimes failing horribly, but sometimes winning big, such as Montemori or Belvetano. The cheese has to be right, and then we need to do something that's right by the cheese. We hand rub the surface of our cheeses, or perhaps we might soak the cheeses in, say, Merlot or whiskey or Chardonnay.
With a variety of our spices and our flavors, it's meant to unlock different attributes of the cheese. If we use something that's more fruity, you'll unlock more fruity notes of the cheese. But at the end of the day, it's about accentuating the cheese.
There's a certain amount of creativity that goes against how everybody else has always done things. It's a very daunting task to create American originals, but it's been really neat too.
Here in Switzerland, we've been making cheese for over 1,000 years. It is our passion and our pride. Our cheesemaking secrets go back generations. Here in Switzerland, all of our country's diversity finds its way into our cheeses. Every village has its own cheese dairy, every road leads to a farm, and each region has its own cheese. Here in Switzerland, we make our cheeses in harmony with our preserved environment. Our cows graze naturally over the seasons, free from any additives. The utmost care is taken in processing their aromatic milk so that it retains its full nutritional profile. Here in Switzerland, our cheeses have personality. Each of them is deliciously unique after being gently aged by our master cheesemakers.
Welcome everybody to the 37th World Cheese Awards, and we are in beautiful Bern in Switzerland, which is playing host to this year's awards. My name is Layla Kazim. I'm a broadcaster, presenter and journalist.
Hello, I'm Patrick McGuigan. I'm a cheese writer, author, cheese educator, cheese nerd, basically, and a former judge. So I've judged many years at the World Cheese Awards.
And you are tuning into World Cheese Awards TV, where myself, Patrick, and we've also got Carlos Yescas translating today into Spanish for all of our Spanish-speaking viewers. And from Bern, we are reporting live from what is going to be an absolutely incredible day, because we're at the World Cheese Awards, and today a new world champion cheese will be decided by the time we get to the end of the day.
It's an exciting moment. We're just waiting for the judges to come down. So that, a bit like Marvel characters, cheese judges assemble upstairs. They're getting their briefing about what the day holds for them, and then they're going to be walking down. And when they burst through into the hall, hopefully you can see these huge Swiss horns behind us. They're going to start blowing. So it's a really exciting moment, actually, when you're a judge. This sort of, it's almost like pre-match nerves, and you kind of you've got a sort of feeling inside you. It's all ahead of you that you're going to be tasting your way through, well, over 5,000 cheeses this year. So just behind, just in front of us, there's 5,244 cheeses hiding behind a screen over there. We'll get to them soon, and they'll be tasted throughout the day. So there's a morning session for 3 hours where the judges work through in teams the different tables, tasting through cheeses, trying to find bronzes, silvers, golds, and then super golds. And then they go through to another round of judging, and then we end up with the final, which will be at 5 o'clock Swiss time, where we discover the world champion cheese.
It's going to be incredible. And really, you will get a sense of this imminently, but the scale of this is incredible. And we should say this is officially the biggest World Cheese Awards yet, because it's the first time we've broken through the 5,000 cheese barrier, as Patrick said, actually 5,244. So you just need to kind of visualize this and the logistics behind this. We're talking about 5,244 completely different cheeses which have somehow, by some logistical miracle, made their way to Bern in Switzerland, and they've come from 46 different countries from 5 continents. And I think that's one of the unique things about the World Cheese Awards, the fact that it covers such a broad diversity of countries and cheeses, which just makes it so special.
Hello, the horns are starting. That can mean only one thing, or maybe they're just warming up. Actually, I don't know how it works with horns. Yeah, I think they're going. I think this must mean that the judges are coming.
I think that's
First of them are coming through. They've got wonderful yellow aprons this year. Here they come. The judges have arrived.
Led by John Farrand from the Guild of Fine Food, who of course organise these wonderful awards. And it's wonderful because we've got 265 judges this year, and as well as there being a broad representation of cheeses, there is a really broad representation of judges, because what the awards look for is a broad diversity of experience, expertise, and disciplines. So the judges include people like cheesemakers, cheese producers, retailers, affineurs, graders, chefs, writers, and the whole purpose of that is to bring a really diverse set of experience to the table, which just allows for a incredibly fair and just judging process, because different people and different experts will have different things to bring to the table. I mean, Patrick, you've been a judge, you know the entire process, and also how much responsibility the judges feel, knowing that their work today is going to help determine the next world champion cheese.
Yeah, I mean, the Guild of Fine Food, who are the organisers of the World Cheese Awards, spend a huge amount of time finding these judges from around the world, and a lot of thought goes into having a balance of different sexes, different ages, different cultural backgrounds, and different skills. So, you know, as you said, cheese writers, cheesemongers, cheesemakers, the people who sell cheese and wholesale cheese, also chefs and sommeliers, and the judging team. So typically there's 2 to 3 judges per table judging the morning session, and the balance of those judges has been really well considered, and it's about having the sort of a mix of different skills is really important. It's a testament to the Guild, actually, their list of contacts around the world. They can find these people and sort of carefully sort of balance these teams. There are a number of new judges this year, and every year the Guild does refresh the judging pool, if you like, to try and bring in new people and new perspectives on cheese, because it's, depending where you're selling cheese and making cheese, you can have really different kind of opinions and ideas. So that it's important to get a kind of cross-section of that when you're judging.
And the other thing I would like to note is that the female representation amongst the judges is excellent, because I think traditionally the cheese industry can be a bit male heavy, and I think one of the things the Guild of Fine Food really tries to do is ensure, like we said, that fair representation. Also from just the countries. It's funny because there are so many countries which have such deep, centuries-old cheese traditions, and yet their cheeses are not necessarily that well known to the rest of the world. But you will find them here in terms of the cheeses that are on the table and the judges that are at the table.
Yeah, I mean, we've got judges from all over, judges from Estonia, from Ukraine, from Japan, from South Africa, from several countries in Latin America, Brazil, Mexico, Colombia, and then also the great European powerhouses of France and Italy and Switzerland, Spain, the UK, the US as well. And it's really fascinating sort of getting other people's perspective. I think that thing about there being a high proportion of women as judges is really important, actually, because some of the other cheese awards that I've judged at can be quite male heavy, and I think actually I find that you get a much better kind of discussion when you've got a mix of people.
Sure.
And I think that's to the benefit of the cheese and the cheese makers, so that when these cheeses that have been sent from all over the world, made these incredible journeys, cheesemakers have worked very hard to make them, it's only fair that they get a full and frank discussion.
Absolutely. And I think for the judges themselves, this is such a big day for them, because they come, and I mean, really it's a unique occasion, because I'm not sure there is any other situation where there are this many people from this many different parts of the world all in one place from the industry. So I think the networking potential is huge. People catch up, people find out what's going on in other countries, people do business here, a lot of business happens, people learn lots, they discover new cheeses, and the entire day, I mean, yes, we are finding the next world champion cheese, but in general, having this many experts from the industry, from so many different roles, in one place is kind of an incredible opportunity to be here.
Oh, it's a buzz. It's a real buzz. I mean, you see them all in the judges' meeting room before judging, and it's all high fives and hugs, and people haven't seen each other since maybe the last Cheese Awards. Last year it was in Portugal. So it's a huge kind of, it's a big world, but it's a small world when it comes to cheese, actually. There's a real kind of international community of cheese people. And it's one of the, I've been a journalist writing about cheese for 15 years, and it's one of the things that really attracted me to the industry was that people are so open and friendly, and as a journalist, that's great, because they're happy to go on the record and tell you everything, really. They're very open and welcoming people. They'll take you around their cheese shops and their cheese rooms and their dairies, and there's no secrets. They'll tell you everything, and that really comes through with the judges. I think that there's this sort of really nice, there's a lot of love in the room.
You
really
can feel it. And I mean, Patrick, you've been a judge, so these judges here, for the next 3 hours or so, on each of their tables, they have to work through about 40 to 50 cheeses and taste this amount of cheeses. My question to you, Patrick, as a judge, as someone who's been a judge previously, how does one prepare for an event like this? Like, how do you prepare your palate, your constitution, knowing that you've got so many cheeses?
I find a big blast of the Swiss horn to start things is really quite a good way to get things going. No, it's very important that you limber up. So the night before, fondue, raclette for breakfast. No, I'm joking. Actually, I did have some fondue last night.
I think
I'll be honest.
Judges have actually done that, because how do you come to Switzerland and not have
you're going to do fondue in Switzerland. I mean, there was raclette going all over the place last night. Oh, that was beautiful. I was just drifting off to those Swiss horns. Beautiful. No, there's a few things you shouldn't do.
Okay.
So in the morning, nothing too strong. So you don't really want lots of strong coffee, no curry for breakfast. I mean, strong flavors generally are not something that are to be advised, because you want your palate to be, receptive and sensitive and delicate. No smoking. If you're a smoker, it's best to lay off the fags in the morning, because you really, you want your palate to be fresh and alive. The first year that I judged, 5 years ago, I was a younger cheese writer back then, full of bravado.
Still young, Patrick.
Yeah, I was really young then. Full of bravado, and went in, you're tasting maybe sort of 40 to 50 cheeses in the morning session. And I went in all guns blazing, big wedges, thought I could handle it. By about cheese 15, I'd sort of turned a shade of green. So small amounts is what you do when you're judging, and then you can cleanse your palate with things like apples and crackers, water. Some of the French judges might have the odd little sip of white wine, just, a bit of acidity to cut through the richness is a really good thing. So those are the things that they'll be doing, now, getting ready. And I think maybe we should have a little look round, should we?
Well, actually, before then, Patrick, we have got a VT to show, which is all about the cheese journey.
So we've got over 5,000 cheeses from 46 countries being unpacked behind me, and they've come from 20 different consolidation points around the world. And that's really important because it gives even the smallest cheesemaker the opportunity to send their cheese. So we've got consolidation points in Argentina, in France, in Australia, and everything's been winging its way here and carefully checked through our license and being unpacked on the tables.
Estamos aqui no ponto de consolidação do Brasil para o World Cheese Awards na Suíça esse ano. São 186 amostras brasileiras. Os produtores brasileiros vão fazer bonito. Tchau, até a Suíça!
Every cheese is coded, so our judges don't know what they're tasting, and they just get a description of the cheese, meaning that it's all completely blind tasted. On the judging day, there will be 265 judges, also from 46 countries, tasting the cheese, and they will be arranged in teams and work their way through about 45 cheeses per table before choosing a super gold cheese that will go on to the final in the afternoon. Each of the cheeses is assessed on aroma, taste, texture, visual appearance, and everybody will get a score in their My Guild account at the end of the process. When the results are announced, consumers will be able to find out where to buy the cheeses and where to find their favourite cheeses online and through all the press coverage that comes out afterwards.
The World Cheese Awards isn't all about cheese. It's also about our amazing judges who come from all over the world. We have judges this year from 46 different countries. We have cheese retailers, be it wholesalers or cheesemongers. We have the graders, we have affineurs, we have people who write about cheese and chefs. But we also have a few producers, but of course they don't judge their own cheese. The judges judge in pairs or threes, and each of them will taste about 45 cheeses in the morning, and they will select one of their golds to go forward to be a super gold. We should end up hopefully with about 110 super golds by about 1 o'clock, and then there is a selection of 14 judges who we call our super jury. We've selected them from all different countries. They are selected quite randomly but on their expertise, and each year we rotate that super jury to make sure that we're being fair to every country and every judge who comes to judge at the World Cheese Awards. What's lovely about the World Cheese Awards is that people come and judge year on year, and it's rather like a large family coming together on one day, and there's always a sense of excitement and joy when they come together. Having said that, we do have around about 100 new judges, and every year we receive applications from dairy industry experts from around the world, and they all submit a biography and some background about their cheese knowledge, and we have the job of going through and selecting our judging panel, making sure that we've got an equal representation of male, female judges, of different countries. We ensure that we don't have more than really one person from the same company coming, so that we can spread the love and involve more organisations in the judging process. Rather excitingly this year, we are welcoming new judges from new countries. Those include Saudi Arabia, Cyprus and Peru, to name a few. But of course we have judges from across Europe. There's Germany, France, Italy, UK, Ireland, and then further afield, America, New Zealand, South America, Brazil, and the list goes on.
Okay, so you join us in the judging hall. It's all happening. The judges have come down. They're getting ready to start their cheese judging. And I'm with the excellent Jason Hines from Neal's Yard Dairy. Hello, Jason.
Hello there. Very nice to see you.
Now, Jason has been a judge at the World Cheese Awards for how many years now?
I don't know, maybe 25? A long time anyway, quite a while. It's changed a lot in that time.
Yeah, so a veteran cheese judge, if you don't mind me saying that. And so I thought it'd be interesting just to find out, sort of in these early stages, what do you do as a cheese judge? Because you're presented with, you've probably got 40 or 50 cheeses here. Yeah. Where do you start?
Well, I think the first thing to say is to understand this is a marathon, not a sprint. So if you just launch straight into it without really calibrating who you're judging with and understanding what your approach is going to be, you're going to get tripped up very quickly and you're going to slow down as you go through the process, and you're really going to do a disservice to the process and to the cheeses. So I think the first thing to start with is to take 3 cheeses at random on your table of different types, and with your judge, that often you're meeting for the first time. So I'm meeting Claudia here for the very first. Actually, I've met her before once, but she hasn't done the judging like this before. So you need to kind of set out your stall and understand what your tactics are going to be, your strategy is going to be, and agree that, and then go. If you just invariably, if you judge the very first cheese that you alight upon, which is at one end of the table, and you don't really know what your approach is, the reality is that that cheese will either fare very well or very badly, because you haven't got the context of all the others that you're then going to taste. So you need the process, you need to have your kind of rules laid out, and once you've done 2 or 3 trials, you then know where you're going, and then you move faster through the process, and you're being fairer in the process, and actually you will get to the end quicker. Because the other mistake I think that you make if you just launch into it is you get more and more lost. You go back and then rejudge things because you think you've been unfair or too fair, and then you end up, potentially judging 15 or 20 cheeses in the last half an hour. And then you really have done a disservice to both the process and the cheeses that have been shifted here.
So we've got around, I'd say somewhere between 40 and 45 cheeses on the table. And in some awards that I've judged at over the years, you might have 25 block cheddars to taste in one go, which I personally find quite difficult. You start to lose perspective. But the way the World Cheese Awards does it is it's sort of split into categories. And you might have, well, I don't know, if you sort of run the rule over your table, it's roughly how many styles of cheese have you got to taste?
Well, I mean, I haven't even looked at, there's 45 cheeses, but in terms of the styles, it's probably, half that number in different types, which is a broad spectrum.
And they're sort of grouped together. So you'd have a load of, I have 5 or 6 hard sheep's milk cheeses and, 6 or 7 sort of soft cheeses. So where would you start with that? I mean, obviously, I suspect you're not going to start with the blues. You're going to leave those towards the end, are you?
Yeah. No, I mean, I think you would be a fool to start with the blues and finish with the fresh cheese. Right. So you do need to have, again, back to that my opening statement, which is meet your new judge, introduce yourself to them, understand how you're going to go about it, and then having decided what your strategy is and which cheeses you're going to start with, middle with and finish with, also understand what your method's going to be, and then go. And if you do that, you'll finish on time, judge as fairly as you can, do a service to the cheesemaker rather than a disservice.
I can see a lot of the cheeses are wrapped. Obviously it's all blind judging. You'll get a brief description of the cheese, but you won't know which country it's from. You won't know who the maker is. But, a lot of them are wrapped in plastic packaging or foil with some of the blues. So do you unwrap the cheeses at the beginning? Do you go along the table and unwrap everything and then get to them? Or do you unwrap as you go along? What's your tactic?
No, personally, I do unwrap as I go along. I think, if you roll the pitch too much before you start, you run the risk again of, or spend too much time being interviewed, you run the risk again of not finishing the process on time. And ultimately, our main goal here is to do as much justice as we can to all the makers and cheesemakers who have sent their cheeses here. So
I'm getting a feeling we've got a cheese judge who really wants to get on with cheese judging, but I'm not letting you yet. I've got one more question. I was going to ask you, when you're actually tasting a cheese, is it just tasting a cheese, or is there, I see lots of judges, it's almost like they're getting magnifying glasses out to look at rinds and pastes, and there seems to be a lot of visual inspection. So can you just talk us through how you would do it? How do you start? Do you look at the cheese first?
I do. I mean, I think you know the way that the scores have been allocated at the World Cheese Awards is great because the majority, the large percentage of score is given to how the cheese tastes, and ultimately, that's the most important thing. So you know, but you know, when you're tasting something, you need to use your senses, and that's how the scoring system is more or less worked out. So you know, you need to. If it's a hard cheese, just move the cheese through your fingers to get a sense of the texture. Is it got you know? Is it a good quality texture, which your fingers tell you? Once you've warmed it up, then that wakens up the aroma. So that side you get. So there's a little bit of a process there, and once you've got a feeling for that, and you've warmed it up by 5 to 10 degrees through your fingers, then it will taste better.
Okay, listen. I can tell you're getting so excited about tasting cheese. I'm going to let you get on with it. Thank you very much for your time, Jason Hines.
All right, cheers.
Sherry Allen, it's so lovely to see you again, all the way from the United States. Now, I know you've just started, literally still unwrapping cheeses, but you have identified quite an interesting cheese. Can you tell us a little bit about what you know and what you can smell about this cheese?
Well, what I can smell is the aroma. This cheese is washed with beer.
Wow.
So it's going to give that lovely color to the rind. You're going to smell it. And what pairs well with the cheese but beer? I mean, beer is literally liquid bread, so beer and cheese.
And why would a cheesemaker do something as crazy sounding as adding beer to the milk before they're making cheese?
It's going to develop amazing flavors and aromas. Because you're going to consume the rind, you're going to consume every bit of it, and you're going to get that kind of that malty, wonderful bread-like flavor too with the cheese.
And what I think is really nice when there are additives added to cheese, it kind of really gives a sense of place and the person adding their unique local touch to the cheese, and I guess it really helps a cheese to stand out from the rest.
Yes, it does. It gives a sense of place as they will be using local beer with the cheese where this is made. So it's going to add to the flavor. A piece of this with some charcuterie would be amazing.
It sounds amazing.
It would be.
Now, Sherry, you've been a judge for many times.
Yes,
I saw you last year. What year is this for you?
This is my third year judging.
Okay.
Yes.
And when you know you're coming to the World Cheese Awards, how do you feel? Because, you know, it's such a big event, and there's also a lot of responsibility on the shoulders of the judges, because from all your hard work today, you know, the new world champion cheese will be decided. How does that make you feel?
It is a great responsibility. I look forward to this every year. This is like anticipation, and then when you get your invite to judge, you know, you're going to come and be part of all of these judges with great credentials. A lot of my cheese colleagues and friends are here, so it is like a big family reunion as well. But as judges, we try to honor the cheesemakers by awarding their product all their care to get it here, to produce it. It's a great responsibility.
And tell us a little bit about what you do, because you're a very experienced person in the industry. But then at the same time, when you come to the World Cheese Awards, do you see it as a sort of learning experience? Do you learn new things, even if you are a tenured person within the industry?
Absolutely. I believe you continue to learn. You continue to meet new cheeses, new cheesemakers. You continue to experience cheeses out of all these 5,000 plus cheeses. I can't say that I've tasted all of them. I've tasted a lot, but not all of them. And so this is a wonderful chance to see and try something new.
And can you tell us a little bit about what it is you do back in the States?
Back in the States, I provide education. One of my clients I work with is a sponsor here, the USA Cheese Guild, and we worked on producing a cheese specialist certification course that we teach internationally to clients who are buying and sourcing U.S. cheeses. So it's an 8-hour course, and I've been working with them since 2017.
Amazing.
To produce and teach.
And do you have any plans in the beautiful city of Bern? Because you've travelled from such a long way, and I mean, we bumped into each other in the hotel a few times, and you looked like she looked like she was having a great time in the city. Do you have, because there are tours happening tomorrow for the judges, are you signed up to any of them?
I am. I'm signed up for a tour. I was in Bern 2 years ago, so now I'm searching out other places I haven't been to, and I've been here since Monday, enjoying wonderful restaurants and, of course, breweries.
And Sherry, have you eaten any cheese since you've been in Switzerland? Prior to today?
Prior to today, a lot. How can you not come to Switzerland and try all the wonderful Alpine-style cheeses available?
Do you know what I love? I love that, you know, all these judges are here, and I've been following them on social media and seeing what they've been up to over the past couple of days. And guess what? They've been out eating cheese. Because, I mean, how can you not when you're in Switzerland? Even though you all have so much cheese eating to do today, how can you resist?
Well, you can't. Plus, certain ages of Gruyere I can't get back in the U.S. I can get it here. So
I see.
Of course I'm going to eat it.
So what do you think about Swiss cheese in general? Because, you know, we're in Switzerland, and a Swiss cheese has actually won 5 times previously at the World Cheese Awards. And I think, you know, there's no disputing that the cheeses that this country produce are world class. What are your thoughts about Swiss cheese?
Oh, I absolutely love it. When I was here 2 years ago, I went to a farm to watch the farmer that milks the cows. They were producing Gruyere, and I was tasting a 24-month Gruyere and then going to the aging caves to see it there. So the full circle on it. It's just amazing. But there's many others.
There are others.
Emmental, Appenzeller.
You know what? I learned about a new Swiss cheese. It's called Belpanol. Have you heard of this?
I just learned about it. I was at the cheese shop in town.
Okay.
And I inquired because they had a young one and then they had an old one. And she said the young one's for slicing. It's covered with like garlic and herbs and black pepper.
Yes.
And then the old one, it's firm, so you can grate it.
Grate it.
And use it like a seasoning on top of dishes or salads or...
That's what I read as well. Sherry, it's been so lovely to speak to you. I realised I got you right at the beginning. You've got so much work to do, so I'll leave you to it. Over to Patrick.
Thank you.
Hello there. So we've moved tables. You can feel the judges are really sort of getting into their rhythm. They're getting started. The excitement is now sort of morphed into kind of focus. I'm on table 79, and I'm with Susie O'Regan from Woolworths in South Africa, product developer. Yes, and a long-standing judge. Susie's been on the super jury many times, so she knows her way around a cheese table. Where are we at, Susie, in your judging process? You're just starting, basically.
We've literally just started. We're going to start with some fresh cheeses. As it turns out, they're buffalo mozzarellas. And we've tasted 2 or 3. We're kind of just aligning our palates and making sure that we're all kind of calibrated and ready to go. But as you say, the pressure's on, and feeling a little bit stressed about how much we need to get through, but very excited.
I mean, we've got some mozzarellas on the table here. I don't know if we can sort of zoom in on those a little bit. But, I mean, I always found this quite a difficult product, a type of cheese to judge, because it's quite a simple cheese, mozzarella, isn't it? So can you tell the viewers kind of what are you looking for in a good mozzarella? What might get a silver or a gold or even a super gold?
So what I would look for typically is a lovely, milky, soft, delicate, creamy texture. Yeah. When you break it open, you would look almost for like a cooked chicken breast fillet texture, so it sort of peels away. And there's generally a little bit of a skin on the top. But mainly what you're looking for is an incredibly clean aroma and flavor coming through, but that delicate sort of lactic, creamy, milky flavor as well.
Yeah, I mean, so it's interesting you're talking about texture. So I mean, you were tasting this one earlier, weren't you? And you were sort of saying, well, this is a good one. What was it that, you know, the texture looks? What is it that you like about this cheese?
So the texture is just incredibly delicate. It is, you can see that sort of milkiness in it, and the way it peels away like that is just so typical and so unique of a...
So that's that chicken breast texture that you were talking about. Yeah, you can actually see that really clearly.
Just a little bit of a skin on the outside, but the skin really needs to hold the structure and then melt away in your mouth.
So in a way, mozzarella does have a rind of sorts. It's more like a skin.
A very delicate skin.
Yeah.
You don't really want it to peel away entirely, but it is noticeable and it's there. And it, as I say, it just dissolves in your mouth with the rest of the interior of the cheese.
And is this something that you want to have as fresh as possible? I mean, in the UK, you know, a lot of buffalo milk mozzarella comes from Italy. It's going to take 6 or 7 days, really. You know, it's going to be on the shelf before you buy it. South Africa, do you have mozzarella makers in South Africa?
We do. We have Fior di Latte producers, and there is one buffalo mozzarella or buffalo milk mozzarella producer. It's such a unique and beautiful cheese, and as you say, it typically comes from Italy. So we don't have a lot at home.
And do you? And is that something you would stock in Woolworths? Yeah.
Yes, we import one. We fly it in, and it does sell very well, and particularly in summer. Obviously, it's just a really unique cheese to use in summer.
How would you eat your buffalo milk mozzarella?
Pretty much like that. It's so delicate, but obviously, you know, with lovely fresh tomatoes and basil and a little drizzle of olive oil and pepper. Just keeping it clean and simple.
You can't go wrong. I always feel slightly sorry for these cheeses in a way, because they have, you know, the idea with a mozzarella is to have it super fresh, sort of the day it's made. In Italy, typically people queue up outside the dairy to buy it in the morning, don't they? And so for a cheese to get to an awards, you know, say in Switzerland or in Portugal last year, in really, really good condition, is a bit trickier than if it's a cheddar or a Gruyere, which are long-aged cheeses. So how do you think this one's standing up at the moment?
I think it's standing up really well, but remember they are in a container with liquid, so that obviously helps them through the transport process. But to your point, there's such a delicate, gentle flavour, so standing up against some stronger, more robust flavours is quite a thing, but this is exceptional.
Yeah, I mean, it's something that I think, in a way, because you start with this cheese as well, you know, you tend to start with the milder cheeses. Do you sometimes feel you have to come back to them, you know, because it's the first cheeses that you're tasting, and I imagine you're just getting your rhythm at the moment, are you?
Yes, absolutely. So we'll taste these, we will start getting into a rhythm, and obviously as we work our way down the table, we will come back and just reassess and make sure that we're all in agreement with what we awarded.
Yeah. Tell us a little bit about the cheese scene in South Africa. What, you know, because there's some amazing cheesemakers in South Africa, aren't there? And I presume, are you stocking those is South African cheese a big focus for you at Woolworths?
Yes, absolutely. We obviously import a lot of traditional, authentic cheeses from Europe. I mean, every cheese retailer has to have the Parmesan, Parmigiano Reggiano, Pecorino, Stilton. We bring in quite a few British territorial cheeses. We have some excellent cheesemakers at home, amazing artisan boutique cheesemakers. I think we've got about 20-odd cheeses from our suppliers who have entered into the World Cheese Awards this year. So really holding thumbs for them. One of our local cheesemakers is here, Raymond Sieberts from Clenrefair. So yes, we've got a great cheese industry at home. It's really sort of growing quite considerably, but we don't have, the consumers don't eat as much cheese at home as you do in Europe or in England, for instance.
Yeah. Interesting, really interesting. Well, thank you very much, Susie. I'll let you get back to your delicious mozzarella, and we'll hand back over to Layla. She's somewhere in this hall, somewhere. Where is she?
Look at this. This is long footage of judges deliberating, doing their very important work. I am with Thomas Hurt from Switzerland and Yudi Polido from Colombia. And hello, both. So nice to see you. Now, we are literally minutes. We are literally minutes into the day, and quite incredibly, I can see you have awarded your first sticker, your first award. What is it?
It's our first cheese we tasted today. It's a soft goat cheese, very fresh, very smooth and harmonized cheese for us.
And so to be clear, this was the first cheese you tasted, and you've awarded it what?
Silver.
How fabulous is that? I mean, I think
Never
we can
happened.
agree that's a strong start.
Yeah, we will see until the end. No, for me, never happened.
Really, it's never happened?
First cheese never happened in the middle.
I feel like this is a good omen for your day, which means you're going to have an incredible day of tasting. Now, Thomas, you are from Switzerland.
Yeah.
We are in Switzerland today.
Yes.
How did it make you feel to know that This year's awards was going to be hosted in Bern.
I have two things in my chest. One thing was a little disappointed because I like to travel.
I mean, fair
But
enough.
I'm very proud to have it in our own country. We are a cheese country like many, so, but it's very, very great to have it here in Bern, in Switzerland.
And what I think is very interesting, the Swiss cheesemakers have really grabbed hold of the fact that they are playing host to this year's awards because they have submitted an incredible number of cheeses this year.
I think so.
It's something like 948, if I'm not mistaken,
Okay.
which is about a fifth of the total cheeses. But what I love about this is it shows how important to the host country these awards are, and you know, why not make the most of it and send absolutely every cheese that is produced in the country.
I will see if any one of these is on our table. I guess so.
I mean, I just love that you've already awarded a silver. I think you're going to have a great day. Thank you,
Yeah,
Thomas.
thank you,
I will
sir.
let you carry on.
Nice day, too.
Yuji, ¿cómo estás?
Muy bien, ¿y tú?
Bien, gracias.
Maravillosa.
Maravillosa. Okay, so I could speak a little bit of Spanish, so whenever I'm speaking to someone from a Spanish-speaking country, it's a pleasure. But we should now actually mention that the wonderful Carlos Yescas is up in the studio somewhere for the first year. He's translating into Spanish the entire day because we have so many people from Spanish-speaking countries, exactly, who tune in and they love to find out what's going on at the World Cheese Awards. So it's so nice to have representation from Colombia, a country which I love, by the way. Yudi, I want to speak to you because you do really important work promoting women in the industry.
Thank you.
And I know that you've traveled extensively across Europe doing just that, promoting the women in the industry. Can you explain why this is important to you and why is it important that women are represented in the cheese industry?
Wow, it's a
Big question.
Yes. I think that it's very important because I think that the woman in Colombia, that it's the place that I know, are a lot of people that work with the cheese, but I think that this view is not to all the people because in Colombia the women have a hard work also, but the people don't see the women. So I think that my work is important because the opportunity to stay here, it's the opportunity to visibly to open the view in front of the world. I can say it in Spanish, please?
Please,
Gracias.
absolutely. Yeah, you please say a little
Muchas
bit, and then you can give Carlos a break as well.
Muchas gracias. Creo que es muy importante la oportunidad que tengo de estar aquí porque es la oportunidad de visibilizar el trabajo de todas aquellas mujeres que en la ruralidad de Colombia trabajan día a día por darse un lugar en un espacio lleno de hombres. Soy la única colombiana, la primera colombiana en estar acá y me honra profundamente porque sé que muchas de nosotras estamos luchando por tener un espacio en el mundo de la quesería, pero también en Colombia por poder participar. Me honra profundamente, creo que también hablo en nombre de muchas que no han podido venir, pero que de alguna forma están acá porque estoy yo y estamos juntas. Y es un espacio además hermoso porque no es un espacio de rivalidad, de competencia. No estamos compitiendo nosotros como jueces, es simplemente dando la visibilidad a muchos pequeños productores que se encargan de trabajar muchísimo para poder traer sus productos a este concurso, donde creo que también no solo tienen un espacio de visibilidad, sino de promoción, de fuerza, de empoderamiento y todo esto se ve al final no solo si ganas un premio, sino simplemente por el hecho de medir tus competencias a nivel internacional. Es enorme. Y gracias a la oportunidad que da la Guild.
Muchas gracias, Yudi. Roughly translated, for the amount of Spanish that I know, Yudi is saying that in the cheesemaking industry in Colombia, it's quite male-dominated.
Yes.
And the women don't get enough representation, which is why her work is so important, bringing the women to the forefront of the industry. How happy you are to be here from Colombia representing the country. And also another thing that Yudi mentioned is that, and this is one of the great things about the World Cheese Awards, you can have small producers represented here. So, you know, if you think about cheese making in Colombia, they're not necessarily going to be huge companies. There are going to be a lot of small ones. Yes. And one of the brilliant things about the World Cheese Awards, which really reduces the barrier to entry, is that there are consolidation points around the world. There are 20 of these, and what that means is a producer in Colombia, for example, who wants to submit their cheese, all they have to do is get their cheese to their local consolidation point, and then the rest is taken care of. So they don't have to get their cheese to Switzerland, because, you know, that's not feasible for a lot of small producers. They just get it to their local consolidation point, and then it then gets moved on to Switzerland. And I think that's so special, because I can't imagine there are many other awards where that is possible, where small producers from underrepresented countries like Colombia, Uruguay, Peru can have a space. They are sharing the stage with, you know, traditional, well, or not traditional, because, you know, cheese is traditional in Colombia. Yeah, traditional's not the right word, but they're sharing the stage with, I guess, more well-known cheese-producing countries, and I think that's so important. And it's just a beautiful thing to be here. And you've travelled from a long way.
24 hours, I think.
24 hours.
Yes.
So I want to know, what are you doing with your time in Bern, in Switzerland? Are you staying extra days?
Yes.
Más días?
Yes.
What are you going to do?
Well, the first time here in Switzerland was in 2019,
19?
19, yes.
Sí, I think, or 2009, not sure.
No, 19.
19,
I
sure.
think. So when, in this moment, I arrive and I start to travel with, yes, and also start to do the cheese. So I have my master, it's from here.
Oh.
So after that, I go to the farm and I work with she, and also I pretend to know more about the sensorial and all the things that it's very important to me, but also very important to understand better the cheese from Colombia. So also, I invite you, because I have a space here in the event, show my book.
Oh yes. Presentation.
Yes,
proposal.
yes, yes. About the cheese from Colombia, but with the I don't know how can I say that.
Your book is about cheeses from Colombia, celebrating the cheeses from Colombia.
But raw milk.
Raw milk, I understand, entiendo, unpasteurized.
Sí.
Yudi, muchas gracias por todo. Back over to Patrick.
Okay. Hello. So, you join us at table 103. The judging process is really, I really feel like the judges are really going for it now. The aroma in this room is something that it's kind of, it hits you before you even see the cheeses, and they're really starting to open up now. So I've been searching amongst the judges, and I seem to have found the fantastic three. Seriously, this is an incredible lineup of judges. You guys have got a good team. So let me introduce you. We've got Heikel Abidi from Tunisia. Hello, Tunisian cheesemaker. Karina Reckers from Berlin, Cheese Berlin. We're not doing that. Okay. And we've also got Chris Huseman from Velda. Now, Chris has just told me, you see this little badge on his T-shirt there? Chris won the best cheese taster competition in Holland about 6 weeks ago, something like that.
6 weeks ago, yeah.
Tell us just quickly, what did you have to do to be named the best cheesemaker in Holland?
We had to judge 10 type of cheeses, Dutch cheeses, the Gouda, whatever you go with.
Is it Gouda or is it Gouda or is it Gouda?
What you ever want to say.
But if I was in the Netherlands, what should I say?
Then I would say Gouda.
Gouda, okay.
Gouda.
Let's stick with Gouda.
Yep.
So this was blind tasting, was
Blind tasting, and you've got 10 pieces of cheese that you got to judge from age, the type, and probably if there is in the taste it's not very good, then you also got to note that.
So you got the Golden Cheese Iron as your award?
We call it the Holy Grail.
The Holy Grail. Okay, and we've got Karina. Cheese Berlin has grown to be this incredible cheese festival in Berlin, and it's only just finished, hasn't it?
Yeah, it was just on Sunday, so I'm still like super high on it. I haven't really, gotten that deep sleep that you need afterwards.
Tell us a bit.
Switzerland gave it to me a bit.
So tell me a little bit about what happens at Cheese Berlin. What happens? It's 1 day, 2 days. How long does it last?
So the main market is 1 day. It's happening at Markthalle 9 in Berlin-Kreuzberg. It's a historic market hall that has been, revived with the concept of food production on site, to have small-scale retail. A little bit like Borough Market, but smaller version in Kreuzberg. And for the 13th time now, we've done Cheese Berlin. So we invite cheesemakers, affineurs, experts, cheese lovers, just from all over the world, to get together for a market. We have panels, we have tastings, we have walks around, the market. We have an exhibition on cheese this year on textures, so people could really grab all of the cheeses and, get to understand why a cheese is the way it is.
Yeah.
And meet the cheesemaker. That's our subtitle.
Brilliant. Well, yeah, it's something I would love to come to. It's on my list. Okay. I've got to ask about Tunisian cheese. So Casa del Formaggio sounds quite Italian to me, not Tunisian. Tell me about what you do.
No, it's pure Tunisian. I'm cheesemaker, artisanal cheesemaker in the northwestern of Tunisia, in a small town, Ain Draham, and I'm making some cheeses from all over the world and traditional cheeses from Tunisia.
Okay. So what kind of, you told me off camera that you make cheddar, which blew my mind. You're making cheddar in Tunisia?
Yeah, I'm making a good cheddar. That's why expats from England or from USA or Canada came and taste, and really they enjoy this cheese. And also we have pepper jack cheese called peperoncino. We have also a lot of cheese local, like cremoso poivre, like the pesto with basil and nuts. So a lot of cheeses.
Yeah. And is there a big cheese scene in Tunisia beyond expats? Is cheese part of the daily diet in Tunisia?
Yeah, it's new culture. It's a new culture in Tunisia. We don't have enough cheese, we don't have enough artisanal cheesemaker there, but it's a new culture.
Brilliant. Well, listen, I'm going to let you get back to your tasting. Just before we go, I just want to if you could just focus in on how many apples this table have got. That is an extreme level of apple. It's not the World Apple Awards, guys. Yeah, I'll have one in a minute, actually. Yeah, those red ones look really nice. Anyway, let's hand back over to Layla, wherever she is, somewhere in the hall. Layla, are you there?
I'm at the table with Feriel Adidou from Algeria and Bruno Cabral from Brazil. Hello, both.
Hello.
I'm just taking a look at your table. Yep. I can see you've been working hard, and we've got some awards already.
Yes.
What do we have? Just give me a roundup of the awards you've already given.
Bronze.
Bronze only?
Yeah, bronze only.
And how many?
2. 3. Yeah, 3 cheese.
Okay, 3, and you're about, I'd say, a quarter of the way through?
We have goat cheese, very fresh cheese, in Alfete style, and this semi-soft,
semi-soft, yes,
made
cheese.
from sheep.
Wonderful. You're doing a great job. You've still got lots to do. Feriel, you're from Algeria.
Yes.
I love the fact that North Africa is being represented at the World Cheese Awards. Can you tell me how important it is to you that these lesser known cheese making countries that are not necessarily considered for cheese, that they are represented here? How important is that to you, that you are representing Algeria today?
It's very important for me, and it was a very big pleasure that I'm here today, and to meet people from of the world, and to get taste very different cheeses from the world. So it's a very important experience for me.
Absolument.
Yes.
And have you been to Switzerland before?
No, it's my first time.
It's my first time
Yes,
too.
yeah.
My first time too. What do you think of Bern?
It's a beautiful city.
And because you judged for the first time last year in Portugal, so this is your second year.
Yes.
What is your favorite thing about coming to the World Cheese Awards?
It's to meet people from all of the world, and to taste also different cheese.
Beautiful. Thank you so much, Bruno. And Bruno, hello Bruno, from Brazil. Now, Bruno, you have been a super jury member before, and did you know that this year the format has slightly changed? So the 14 super jury members, they are not assigned a table in the morning. So they are saving their palates all day, and they only start tasting once the 110 or so super golds are submitted. As someone who's been on the super jury before, what do you think of this new format?
I think it's a great news from the super jurors, because I remember first you taste 45, 47 cheeses, and then 20 more, and then 20 more. The end of the day, you have a taste very, how do you say, paladar taste,
Just
tired.
Yes.
Really tired.
Tired
it's
palate.
A very good change. It's, and this change is very good for the cheesemakers, because the judge, they was prepared, and the taste is new, is fresh to start a tasting cheese.
Yes.
That's congratulations to the organization for this change.
I think it's a great idea, you know, not retracting from previous years at all, because obviously the super jury panel is chosen because of their expertise and their stamina and their ability to discern from so many different types of cheeses. But this year, what you might spot is the super jury members actually just walking around. They're walking around the table, so one might come past your table, and they're just looking to see what's been awarded, and I think they will probably taste a few golds just to kind of warm up their palate. But they're really just absorbing the atmosphere. Of course, they're not influencing in any way at all, because it is just the judges on their tables that determine the scores of the cheeses on their tables. But they're getting a sense of the day, walking around, seeing what's being awarded, and then getting ready for the big tasting this afternoon, which is all about whittling down that long list of 110 further to the top 14, which we will then report live on stage, where the juries will be tasting those 14. I'm glad you approve of the new setup, and I think the super jury judges are very happy with this, and I think it makes sense. Bruno, you've come from Brazil. Where in Brazil?
São Paulo.
Sao Paulo, which is a long way to travel.
Yeah, I live in Spain now.
Oh, you live in
yeah,
Spain?
yeah,
Okay,
yeah,
not so
Just
far.
like it's not so far. Yeah, not so far.
Okay.
Yeah.
But why is it important to you to be here?
Networking, to know people who the cheese is, who loving cheese, and work in working with the cheese, networking.
And just tell us what you do back in Spain. What is your role in the cheese industry? What work do you do?
I have a cheese shop.
Ah,
I have a cheese shop in Vic, Catalonia.
Oh, wonderful. And you sell cheeses?
Yeah, local cheeses from Catalonia.
Do you only stock local cheeses?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And the Catalonian cheeses are good?
Catalonian cheese is very good. It's very different because we don't have easy cheeses there. We have a different, this very small territory. We have Mediterranean, we have the Pyrenees, we have the central of the plan. They do a very special cheeses.
I will have to visit
Yes.
next time I'm in the area.
Please.
Ferial, Bruno, thank you so much. Back over to Patrick.
Here we are. We've moved on to table 72. Partly because there's two excellent judges I want to speak to. We've got Agustin Battaglini from Uruguay. I'll come back to you in a minute, Agustin. And we've got Felicity Cloak, British food writer. What's the name of your new book?
Beach Street to Lobster Lane.
It's actually on the stand here, so you can go and have a little flick through it if you're at the show. Agustin, I'd really like to talk to you about Uruguay and the cheese scene in Uruguay. Tell me about Uruguayan cheese. What's a cheese that you would eat a lot of in Uruguay?
It's a good question because in Uruguay, I think that what's going on today is kind of a new revolution in which we are starting to do cheeses the old way. What happened is that during the last 100 years, the Uruguayans were copying European cheeses. And at the beginning, they used to do it very well because the Europeans were the ones that got there in the ships to Uruguay. But little by little, they were more and more industrializing the process. And today, we are going back into being more artisanal, more grass-fed. Grass-fed is very important there for our animals. And I think that very interesting things are going on. For example, in our farm, we produce cheeses from sheep milk, goat milk, and cow.
And they would be mixed together, the milks, or separate?
In our case, we have we do more than 25 type of cheeses. So some are a blend of milks, some others are pure sheep or pure goat or pure cow. But our main aim is that we do everything grass-fed, organic, and lactose. I mean, we use the A2 protein of the Jersey cow. Therefore, it's very interesting for people that have certain intolerance.
Fascinating. So where are you? I mean, you make sheep's milk cheeses, and when I came over earlier, you were deep into Manchego or other sheep. We don't know exactly where these cheeses are from or what types of cheeses, but they look like they're in the sort of Manchego family. They could be Zamorano. They could be made anywhere, really. We don't know, but they're all sheep's milk. Is that right? Is that where you're at, Felicity?
Yeah, we had a few goat at the beginning, and now we've moved on to sheep. So I don't know, it's interesting because we've got a lot of a similar type of cheese, which obviously enables you to do a more side-by-side comparison, which I find really interesting as a nerd.
Yeah, and what are you looking for in a good sheep's milk cheese, Agustin? If you're are there particular flavors or textures that you're looking for?
Well, yes, in this kind of Manchego cheeses, what we look is usually that flavors that remind you to nuts, I don't know the name in English, but almendras, almonds. You want that kind of flavors, and the texture has it's a very particular texture because it also has a lot of fat, and it has to. You can tell immediately which ones are raw and which ones maybe because you get more the what the animal has eaten. In the pasteurized cheeses, it's more difficult, but also I think that if there is one cheese that would not lose their characteristics when you pasteurize it, is a sheep milk.
That's interesting. And so, do you know if they're pasteurised or not, Felicity? So some of the you get very basic information about the cheese. So the milk type would be one, but also it would say if it was pasteurised or raw.
Yeah, it says it's pasteurised or raw, and it gives us a guide as to how long roughly it's been aged. So.
And as a food writer who eats all around the world. Do you do you have a preference? Do you prefer a raw milk cheese over a pasteurised? Or there's a lot. It's quite a sort of political subject a lot of the time. But can you tell the difference?
I mean, can I tell the difference? I'm going to say not in an individual cheese, but I would work on the assumption that raw milk cheeses can often be more interesting, but also less predictable. Yeah. And so there are some wonderful pasteurised cheeses out there. But if I were given the choice in general, like a blind tasting, I'd probably go raw because you never know what you're going to get, and that's exciting.
Yeah. Yeah, that's interesting. And I sort of wonder with the farming side of it. So obviously, if you're making raw milk cheese, your farming animal welfare has to be really spot on. Do you farm? Do you have livestock?
I have. Yeah.
And are you making raw milk or pasteurized?
I make both. I make both. Some years ago, I started with cheesemaking 22 years ago. At the beginning, I was very fanatic of raw milk. That was my aim, until I lost several batches of milk, and I realized that, okay, this is a business, I need to feed my family out of that. Therefore, I am always looking at in the dairy farm how the animals are, what they are eating, and in each season I take the decisions whether I'm going to pasteurize or not. I'm not anymore a fanatic. So half of my cheeses more or less are raw, the other ones are pasteurized. I don't care, and it has to do with it's another decision that the cheesemaker has to make. Type of animals that you use, the breed, the grass that you plant in the farm, but also if you're going to pasteurize or not, the same as how long are you going to mature each cheese. It's another decision that I think you cannot sit on one side or the other, I think.
That's really interesting. Yeah, I mean, there's a sort of practical, a business has to be sustainable in a financial sense as much as, in terms of the environment and farming and so on. Thank you very much. I'll let you get back to your hard sheep's milk cheeses, whether they're raw milk or pasteurised. Brilliant. So we're going to head over to John Farrand now, who's got a message for you all about why we do this thing.
So here we are in Bern, Switzerland, and we're really happy to be here. The question I most often get asked is, why on earth do you do it? And it's a great question. When you look behind me, 5,244 cheeses from over 20 consolidation points, which is 46 different countries across the world. It is a good question. Why on earth do you do it? We established the World Cheese Awards in 1988, and really the awards was established to ensure that the smaller, more artisan cheesemakers across the world had a chance to perform, be benchmarked, be assessed and celebrated on a world stage. And we have done good over the last nearly 40 years by exposing and bringing some minority countries to the fore. We've worked hard with South Africa, with Japan, with most of South America, where we've brought their cheeses and their cheesemakers to the wider attention of the global dairy industry. Just to give you some scale, year one of the World Cheese Awards in 1988, we had around 250 entries. The award spent its early life mostly in the UK, and then in 2008 we held the awards in Dublin in Ireland. That was the first time we got away from the UK. Then in 2009 we set a high bar with flying 250 judges from across the world into the Canary Islands. At that stage we were probably about 2,500 cheese entries. Then we've gone on different years, different countries: Spain, Norway, Portugal, and we've now arrived here in Bern, Switzerland, and we've hit a record number of entries, 5,244.
Gestures. We make them all day long. Some are full of tenderness, while others show how strong we are. We pass them on from one generation to the next. We might even pick them up. There are gestures we have mastered that we repeat again and again, and gestures that are more spontaneous, easy gestures, and less easy ones. Sometimes they are essential, and sometimes they are quite simply enjoyable. Le Gruyère AOP, the taste of Switzerland since 1115.
Hola, soy Carlos Yescas, soy de México, he sido juez supremo de los World Cheese Awards por muchos años y este año soy el embajador para Latinoamérica y lo que estaremos haciendo es entrevistando a gente que habla en español para que entendamos mejor del proceso de lo que está pasando el día de hoy. Entrevistaremos a un grupo de personas y les estaré hablando más de qué son este concurso. Empezamos el día de hoy con mi buen amigo Benjamín. Benjamín es de Suiza y nos va a platicar un poco de él. ¿Cuál es tu nombre completo y de dónde eres?
Soy Benjamín Vogel y soy de Suiza y soy maestro quesero y gerente general de Curmino, un afinador pero para los quesos suizos.
Ah, bueno, qué bien. Pues muchas gracias por traernos a Suiza. ¿Qué significa que los premios mundiales estén en Suiza?
Pues es la primera vez que los premios están en Suiza, es un gran honor para nosotros y también queremos que presentarnos al mundo que como somos un país con una cultura de queso y esperamos que todas las gentes que vienen que disfrutan nuestro país y nuestros quesos, pero igualmente los quesos del otro mundo y esperamos que el mejor va a ganar.
Perfecto. ¿Has empezado a probar algunos quesos ya?
Sí, claro que sí. No hemos encontrado el mejor queso, yo creo, pero tenemos como 45 quesos en la mesa y espero que hay unos buenos quesos aquí.
Fantástico. Bueno, te agradezco muchísimo y gracias a Suiza por traernos.
No, gracias a ustedes.
Gracias. Seguimos, vamos a ir a presentar a otra persona, un gran amigo mío. Siempre hemos tenido representación de Latinoamérica. El día de hoy tenemos también a Bruno Cabral. Bruno, tu nombre, ¿qué haces? ¿De dónde eres?
Bruno Cabral, soy brasileño, aunque tenga un acento español, vivo en España.
¿Y qué haces?
Y tengo una quesería, una tienda de quesos. Soy quesista o queijista, cheesemonger.
Ah, muy bien. Y sé que tienes un concurso también de quesos en Brasil. ¿De qué se trata?
Correcto, tengo el premio Queijo Brasil, que es el principal concurso de quesos brasileños que se dedica a fomentar la producción artesana de quesos en mi país.
Ah, muy bien, qué bueno. Bueno, gracias por hacer ese trabajo, que es importante. ¿Has probado algo rico?
Gracias a ti por reconocerlo. Sí. Bueno, tuvimos ahí unos quesitos, unas lácticas que estaban bien. Ahora vamos avanzando. Todavía estamos antes de la mitad de la mesa.
Ah, muy bien. Bueno, pues muchas gracias por estar acá. Qué gusto platicar contigo.
Gracias.
¿Estás bien? Vamos a seguir, vamos a ver a más gente, pero los llevo entre las mesas para que vean qué hay en cada una de las mesas. Hay 5.600 quesos en competencia de 46 países. También hay 46 países representados entre los jueces. Y como pueden ir viendo, hay quesos de todo el mundo, quesos de Latinoamérica, quesos de España, quesos de Estados Unidos, quesos de todo el mundo. Me voy acercando un poco más. Bueno, pueden ver, hay cosas que están envueltos en rojo, hay quesos que son cuajadas lácticas, hay quesos azules con saborizantes, hay mucha variedad de quesos y los jueces están trabajando duro para reconocer a lo que se hace. Ahora tenemos acá a una buena amiga que se va a presentar. Dinos, ¿cuál es tu nombre? ¿Qué haces? ¿De dónde eres?
Hola, soy Michelle Buster. La empresa se llama Forever Cheese. Somos importadores de quesos y productos de especialidades de España, Portugal, Croacia, Italia y ahora Suiza.
Ah, ¿y a dónde los llevan?
A los Estados Unidos.
Muy bien.
América, como dicen todos, y digo, pues América es grande, los Estados Unidos.
Muy bien, muy bien. ¿Cuánto tiempo que eres juez de queso?
Sabes que estaba intentando empecé en Birmingham, no sé si son 9, 10 años por lo menos, pero muchos años ya.
¿Y crees que es importante venir a esta competencia para conocer quesos de otras partes del mundo?
Para mí es importante por muchas cosas, porque tengo escalofríos, ¿sabes? Porque es importante para conocer lo que era el mundo de queso, porque el mundo de queso es muy importante por quién lo hace, por la presentación que tiene y por la gente detrás, porque tenemos que siempre recordar que la leche pensamos que siempre va a estar y no es cierto. Hay que pensar y dar las gracias a los ganaderos, a los pastores y toda la gente en la cadena, desde punto A al fin. Y también la comunidad de la gente que esté aquí. Ahora estoy con un chico de Kazajstán.
Qué bien.
Y la verdad es que me emociono mucho de compartir todo.
Muy bien. Bueno, muchísimas gracias por tu tiempo. Qué bueno que estés acá. Ojalá que tengas una buena mesa con muchos quesos deliciosos.
Muchas gracias.
Gracias, Michelle. Seguimos. Tengo por primera vez tenemos a una jueza de Perú. Esta jueza es profesora de la universidad y nos estará platicando también de su experiencia. Hola, ¿cómo estás?
Hola, ¿cómo estás, Carlos? Un gusto.
Si nos dices tu nombre, de dónde eres, platícanos de ti un poco.
Bien, un gusto saludarlos a todos. Soy Fanny Ludeño Urquizo de la Universidad Nacional Agraria La Molina de Lima, Perú. Realmente es un honor estar aquí representando a Perú en este magnífico evento del concurso mundial de quesos, donde pues es una maravilla ver tantos quesos con tantas características muy buenas.
Gracias, Fanny. ¿Y qué significa venir a ser jurado a los premios para ti?
Bueno, realmente es un gran honor, para mí es una gran experiencia de representar sobre todo a mi país y aprender también aquí y conocer tantos quesos que pues uno no termina de conocer, ¿no? Siempre hay innovaciones. Creo que la industria láctea es uno de los sectores más innovativos y cada vez vemos quesos pues realmente magníficos.
Gracias. ¿Y sabes si hay quesos del Perú participando?
Bueno, esta vez no hay quesos del Perú, lamentablemente, pero seguramente pronto o en el próximo evento trataremos de traer más quesos de Perú.
Bueno, qué bien, definitivamente la gente que nos esté viendo desde Perú, anímense a participar, traigan sus quesos. Hay quesos de toda Latinoamérica, como mencioné antes, hay 5.600 quesos en competencia, muchos de ellos son latinoamericanos y tenemos jueces, bueno, de muchas partes de Latinoamérica. Gracias, Fanny.
Bueno, muchas gracias, a seguir disfrutando de esta gran fiesta de los quesos a nivel mundial. Gracias. Un saludo, gracias, Carlos.
Gracias, gracias. Bueno, seguimos a la siguiente mesa. Con una gran amiga mía. Pero por acá me encuentro al juez supremo de España. Rafa, ¿cómo vas?
Muy bien, muy bien.
Platícanos, ¿quién eres? ¿Tu nombre? ¿Qué haces?
Bueno, pues soy Rafael Domínguez, vengo de Tenerife. Por mucho que estudié ingeniería, gracias a Dios me dedico al mundo del queso, estoy muy feliz, me hace muy feliz. Trabajo en la empresa de mi padre, lleva 50 años pues vendiendo queso y haciendo felices pues, a mucha gente con este producto tan magnífico. Y me convertí en catador de quesos el día que decidí que tenía que hacer llegar a mis amigos de todo el mundo pues, productos canarios que me lo estaban demandando de cuando nos conocimos en mi época en Edimburgo. Entonces, bueno, pues me dedico a día de hoy obviamente a la empresa familiar, pero también tengo un proyecto muy bonito de exportación que tras 10 años ya está en su fase de final y por primera vez estamos preparados para exportar a cualquier sitio.
Fantástico. Y también este año eres juez supremo. Cuéntanos qué significa hacer eso.
Sí, este año tengo el placer de ser super jury. Lo fui en el 2015, si mal no recuerdo, en mi primer año. Significa pues mucha responsabilidad. Por supuesto, es un momento muy especial en la vida de un catador de quesos, pero la realidad es que detrás de todos estos quesos hay mucho trabajo, hay mucha ilusión, hay mucho esfuerzo. No solamente los mismos ganaderos necesitan de que les vaya bien, sino los mismos animales, ¿vale? Dependen de... Está más que demostrado que cuando un queso queda premiado aquí, las ventas pues suben. Entonces, en beneficio de todos. La realidad es que muy probablemente voy a volver a experimentar lo que experimenté aquel día, que es lo difícil de elegir entre tantos Super Gold, ¿vale? Que están todos espectaculares, han sido seleccionados por compañeros catadores. Pero al final siempre uno se tiene que decantar en la vida por algo. Y yo espero que salga elegido pues un queso bien merecido. En el mundo del vino dirían que sea redondo, bueno, pues va a salir seguramente un queso redondo espectacular que nos va a hacer muy felices a todos y le deseo mucha suerte a todo el mundo.
Muchísimas gracias, Rafa. Estamos muy contentos que nos acompañes este año, que seas juez supremo, que representes a España y a las Canarias.
Muchísimas gracias, Carlos.
Gracias, con permiso. Sí. Bueno, como les digo, tenemos miles de mesas que las pueden ver aquí. Tenemos 5.600 quesos en competencia de 46 países. También tenemos 46 países representados con jueces. Muchos de ellos son personas que son expertas del queso, que son expertas en producción, pero que también son expertas en venta. Y lo interesante del día de hoy es que hemos escuchado mucho de qué tan importante es ganar un premio para un quesero. ¿Qué significa llevarse una medalla? Bueno, significa un reconocimiento no solamente del día al día del trabajo que se hace, sino también del trabajo que se hace en a largo plazo, porque uno va aprendiendo. El mandar un queso a los premios es importante porque uno se profesionaliza solamente con venir. Veo a un amigo por acá que vamos a entrevistar. Hola.
Hola,
¿Cómo estás?
Muy bien, muy bien.
Muy bien. Preséntate, dinos quién eres, qué haces, de dónde vienes.
Bueno, soy Alejandro Tomás, vengo desde Chile, en Sudamérica. Y en Chile estoy hoy día ayudando a una quesería artesana de leche de cabra y elaboramos en el Valle de Colchagua, un valle muy bonito, un valle de vinos. Elaboramos un queso maduro afinado en cava. Además estoy manejando una asociación de queseros artesanos en Chile y estamos buscando justamente posicionar la calidad del producto en el mundo y hoy día están participando aquí en la competencia alrededor de 12 quesos de Chile que vinieron a participar en distintas categorías.
Fantástico. Y cuéntanos, yo sé que eres el punto de consolidación de Chile. Sí. ¿Qué significa que haya un punto de consolidación en Chile para los productores de Chile?
Recién están entendiendo lo que significa para ellos, creo, pero sin lugar a duda que les facilita la posibilidad de venir a competir a concursos de este nivel y eso hace que exista una gran oferta para la quesería artesana de poder visibilizar los quesos y poder internacionalizar los quesos. Es una gran posibilidad la que está dando la organización y este año resultó bastante bien. Esperamos que el próximo año vengan muchos más competidores chilenos a participar en el concurso.
Perfecto, pues agradezco mucho por tu tiempo, tu trabajo, que estés muy bien.
Ya,
gracias, chao. Bueno, vamos a seguir caminando, viendo un poco más de los quesos que hay. Me voy a parar porque veo un queso fantástico y eso también quería hablar el día de hoy. Muchos de estos jueces son expertos en su estilo de queso, pero no conoces todos. Por ejemplo, este queso jamás lo había visto yo. Es un queso realmente interesante, es un octágono, parece ser, con una corteza natural. No sabemos de dónde es, no sabemos quién lo produce. Nada más los catadores llegan, lo prueban y definitivamente estarán interesados luego de aprender de dónde viene ese queso. Hay quesos que son más obvios, que podemos ver, que es un tipo raclette, tipo de suizo, que son quesos que son fáciles de reconocer. Y por eso es importante tener en las mesas jueces que tienen diferentes competencias y que son de diferentes países, no solamente para tener quesos catados por expertos, pero también gente que tiene conocimiento de muchos lados. Es importante mencionar que uno de los países que más manda queso a la competencia es España. Siempre hay un gran número de quesos españoles y eso es interesante. ¿Por qué? Porque el país España ha recibido a los premios 3 años. Esta, como lo vimos anteriormente, es la primera vez que Suiza lo recibe. El premio está organizado por la organización de Guild of Fine Foods, que organiza este evento, pero que también organiza otros eventos a nivel internacional y el punto es encontrar los mejores productos del mundo. A esta competencia es importante porque no solamente es de una magnitud grande, con 5.600 quesos, pero también porque es el único concurso que está específicamente pensado para productores de queso y para queso. No se catan mantequillas, no se catan cuajadas lácteas. Con eso los dejo, regreso en un ratito. Nos vemos.
The thing I love about cheesemaking is really the art. It's ever-changing, it's living. There's lots of little pieces that we're adding, that we're adjusting, that we're monitoring to really make a consistent, high-quality cheese day in and day out.
Trying things, sometimes failing horribly, but sometimes winning big, such as Montemori or Belvetano. The cheese has to be right, and then we need to do something that's right by the cheese. We hand rub the surface of our cheeses, or perhaps we might soak the cheeses in, say, Merlot or whiskey or Chardonnay.
With a variety of our spices and our flavors, it's meant to unlock different attributes of the cheese. If we use something that's more fruity, you'll unlock more fruity notes of the cheese. But at the end of the day, it's about accentuating the cheese.
There's a certain amount of creativity that goes against how everybody else has always done things. It's a very daunting task to create American originals, but it's been really neat too.
Here in Switzerland, we've been making cheese for over 1,000 years. It is our passion and our pride. Our cheesemaking secrets go back generations. Here in Switzerland, all of our country's diversity finds its way into our cheeses. Every village has its own cheese dairy, every road leads to a farm, and each region has its own cheese. Here in Switzerland, we make our cheeses in harmony with our preserved environment. Our cows graze naturally over the seasons, free from any additives. The utmost care is taken in processing their aromatic milk so that it retains its full nutritional profile. Here in Switzerland, our cheeses have personality. Each of them is deliciously unique after being gently aged by our master cheesemakers.
Casually wandering around 5,244 cheeses here at the World Cheese Awards in Bern, and I found a copy of Wedge. Wedge is the Guild of Fine Food's brand new consumer cheese magazine. It's for all those really interested to read more about cheese, to understand about the issues around cheese, to be entertained by cheese. It's a serious magazine, but with a light touch. Well written, well produced, nice and heavy. Perfect gift for that person who you know who loves cheese and you can't quite work out what to buy for them. And at £39 a year for 4 issues, an annual subscription, it's great value too when you consider that the cover price for a single issue is £12. Head to wedge-mag.com to find out more, subscribe, or just buy a single issue. Enjoy it.
Hello, hello. We're back in the judging room and it's hotting up. We've come over to table number 67 because they have a particularly interesting cheese that personally I want to try. It's basically why I've come here. I want to try your cheese. So let me introduce to the 3 judges we have, and then we can talk about this exciting cheese. We've got Sandra Palmqvist.
Yes.
What do you do, Sandra? Where are you from?
I'm from Sweden, and I'm a chef and food creator and food stylist.
Excellent. Okay. Hello, introduce yourself, please.
My name is Permin Baumann, and I come from Appenzell.
Okay, in Switzerland. Okay, lovely. And hello?
Hello, my name is Christian Zerker, and I work for Emmy.
For Emmy, in Switzerland. Okay, we got 2 Swiss and 1 Swede. Now, the reason we came over here is because we have a very exciting cheese here. So Sandra has some basic information about it. What does it say, Sandra, on your sheet?
It says, description is pasteurized donkey milk with the addition of calcium. Here it goes bad now. Dichloride, can you help me?
Yeah.
Dichloride, starter culture and enzyme. Matured for 45 days.
So we have a 45-day aged donkey milk cheese. Have you ever had a donkey milk cheese?
I've never tried before.
No, never.
As I understand it, donkey milk cheeses are quite a big thing in Eastern Europe, but we've no idea where this is from. I mean, it could be from anywhere. So do you guys want to judge away and we can So, Sandra, do you want to give us a bit of a commentary? How are you going to approach a donkey milk cheese?
I don't know, but I think it's going to be quite mild. And I hope it's good.
Why do you think it's going to be mild? Because 45 days is quite a short maturation time?
Yeah, because of that, and I don't think donkey milk has like a particular, you can like feel if it's like a sheep or a goat.
Yeah.
I don't think, if no one told us this was a donkey goat cheese,
Yeah.
I don't think we would know it.
No, I mean, it looks a bit like a sort of block cheddar, doesn't it? Here we go. What are you? Hang on. Let me just go. I'm going in. Well, not a lot to go on there, really.
It was like nothing.
I wouldn't say it was nothing. I think there was something.
It's empty.
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 So empty.
What did you make on the aromas?
Well, for me, the aroma is empty. You have like sort of flour, but less aroma than we were expecting.
Okay, let's get cracking into it. Maybe we want to feel it, get it in between your fingers. It feels it's quite cold, the cheese, isn't it? So I wonder whether it needs to warm up a little bit. So we could, I mean, in this state, because it's quite cold in the room and the cheese is cold, that will inhibit the flavour a little bit. So you're going to warm it up in your fingers, Sandra. Is that the plan?
Yeah, I'm warming it up, like I said. It's a good tip, and I will give one to you. You're not afraid of my bacteria, no?
No, I'm all over this donkey cheese. Here, I've got a bit here. No, that's fine. Oh, I lost a bit. Okay, so let's warm it up a bit. This is the moment. Get it warm in your fingers. Now, with a cheddar, if this was a block cheddar, one of the things you're looking for in a cheddar is a strong body, and you squeeze the cheddar between your finger and your thumb, and then fold it over and squeeze again. And if it's kind of got some resistance, that suggests a strong body, which is a good thing in cheddar. Does it describe the actual? It doesn't call it a cheddar; it just calls it donkey cheese. Yeah. Yeah. And then normally we would give it a bit of a sniff, and then a taste. Sandra's gone in straight, all guns blazing. She's already had a taste. I'm going to give you a moment just to appreciate donkey cheese. And then I'd be interested to know what you think. Let's go 1, 2, 3. Sandra, what do you think?
It tastes like eating yogurt.
Okay.
It's a little bit buttery, like butter, and no taste.
Well, it's not much, so it's quite mild.
Yes.
It's quite mild, and I have some citrus notes in it.
So that sort of ties in with yogurt, doesn't it? That sort of acidity. So you're getting a bit of lemony kind of freshness.
Yeah, right, that's right. So it's quite fresh.
I have to say, I was expecting more donkey from that cheese. I was expecting a lot of animal flavour.
Yeah, a bit like hay, more like you can feel with the goat cheese and sheep, like more like this. But this is like, for me, it's like taking a spoon out of your breakfast yogurt.
Yeah.
So I don't know what I would do with this, actually. If you come back in a few hours, maybe I have something for you. But right now, I don't know.
I think it's interesting. I mean, you know, when you taste something like goat or sheep's milk, camel milk cheeses I've tried in the past, and they often have quite a strong flavour of the animal almost, you know. But this feels quite clean, doesn't it? Quite fresh, citrus, yogurt, bit of butter. Interesting. Well, I'm not gonna. You decide what score you're going to give it to. But that's really interesting. I think what would be quite nice is maybe just have a little look along the tables now. Should we just have a little wander around and see some of the things that are on show? Thank you very much for your donkey cheese experience. I'll see you later. Yeah, let's just have a little wander round, shall we? Okay, let's try and find some unusual cheeses on the. Now if we just go down here. I mean, you see all sorts of incredible sights at the World Cheese Awards. Shapes, sizes, milk types. This looks amazing. It looks like a giant cherry. And it's feels like it might be an Edam style or a Gouda style under there. I mean, if you come along, you can see these look like smoked cheeses to me, where they've been... Okay, so we've got lots of interesting, these designs, because the cheeses go into a smoke room, and the smoke flavours the cheese and leaves this sort of almost sort of waxy kind of residue on the outside, which can be absolutely delicious. The whole point of a smoked cheese is to keep it balanced. Right, 76, here we go.
A really interesting one here.
We've got Keith Kendrick here. We're live and reporting, roving reporter. Keith Kendrick, excellent food journalist from the UK. What have you got? You've got an interesting cheese.
It's a very interesting looking cheese. We haven't tried it yet, but look at this. I mean, we are talking about how this structure came together. I'm also here with Kerry.
Oh, hello, Kerry, come in.
She's actually a cheesemaker.
Yeah, I'm a cheesemaker at Brinkworth Dairy. I can't imagine how much work must have gone in to make this cheese. Look, they've made tubes, cylinders of cheese, cut them, three different sizes, and then stacked them into this pattern. They've applied a penicillin roqueforti mould in between, which has grown in between. It's a really novel approach to making a blue cheese.
It reminds me of like cannelloni, the pasta, when you have the pasta dish, all the cannelloni stood up and stuffed. So they've obviously created this by stacking it. What's the Giant's Causeway in Ireland?
It's like the Giant's Causeway in Ireland, that pavement structure to it.
No, you've all been marvelling at its appearance. Yeah. Yes, great. Aesthetics, are important in cheese. But have you tasted it?
Not yet.
Not yet. We're so excited, and everybody here wants to taste this cheese, and we've said no one can taste it until we've judged it.
So are you leaving this to the end of the judging, are you? Because it's a blue cheese.
This is going to be our highlight. We are saving the most strong cheeses until the end, so blue is one of our later categories. We can sniff it at this stage.
I don't know why I held the microphone up to you sniffing a cheese. That's not going to work, is it? What does it smell of?
It smells of mushrooms and forest floor and a very, very earthy kind of...
Yeah,
it
smells...
It is quite subtle. I'm not expecting punch from that mushroominess. I mean, although it does look, with that orange colour around the edge, it does look like it might be quite mature in that way.
Yeah. There's a little bit of ammonia coming off that, but that's not a bad thing in the blue cheese. You can have a little bit. That's fine, isn't it?
It's got kind of a Stilton-esque sort of smell about it, hasn't it? Yeah. But,
I also would like a nice Bosca cheese cutter to slice it that way nicely when we do taste this. I think that would be really, really good. Let's try and arrange that.
We've got real high hopes for it. We've got a couple of golds on our table so far.
Oh, great.
But, is this going to compete? The big reveal will be the big reveal right at the end.
Is this going to be a super gold?
Well, that is the question, and we'll have to come back and find out, won't we? That's the answer. Right, okay, brilliant. Well, thanks very much for that. That's really interesting. Okay, that's it for me just for now.
Somos un país que producimos queso
no muy caro y de buena calidad.
Una de las señas de identidad de la España quesera, tanto dentro como fuera, es el queso de oveja.
La oveja con el manchego ha sido el prototipo de queso español.
Es probablemente nuestra marca, ¿no? Existen otros quesos elaborados con leche de vaca, con leche de cabra, que también se exportan y que hacen de España una España quesera diversa o diversificada, pero el queso de oveja es nuestra marca de identidad.
El queso de cabra ha sido el gran desconocido. La textura es más dura, porque es verdad que el clima también hace un poco al queso.
En España tenemos una geografía muy variada y hablar de quesos de vaca es hablar lo que el hombre del tiempo dice el tercio norte peninsular. Es la España verde, es la España donde hay una climatología, donde llueve, donde hay pasto, donde hay praderas y es el hábitat natural de la leche de vaca, de la vaca en general y por tanto de los quesos que se producen con leche de vaca.
Se han sabido conservar las especies autóctonas. Por ejemplo, tenemos la murciano-granadina, es una cabra que se está exportando a los países árabes y que tiene una relación grasa-proteína estupenda, un 20% más que la cabra francesa. Tenemos la malagueña, tenemos la payoya, tenemos la retinta extremeña.
Gestures.
Things that everyone can agree with today is the exceptional organisation that's gone behind today's awards. I mean, the Swiss team and the Guild of Fine Food team have just done an incredible job. Everything's going so smoothly. I mean, it's just amazing. The room is just full of people having a great time, taking their jobs very seriously, but also just having a brilliant time in this incredible, unique setting. I'm delighted to be with Monica Linton from Brindisa. Hi, Monica.
Hi,
nice to meet you.
It's fantastic.
Monica's from the UK, and well, just tell us how your morning has been so far.
Morning's been wonderful. Walked here across the bridge, all the way up the hill.
Stunning city.
Beautiful sky, fresh air, knowing that we're all heading to a room full of cheese.
Yes, where the aroma is, it kind of hits you when you come in.
Yeah.
But it's not a bad thing.
Yeah. And we've got some very bright yellow aprons.
Which is beautiful.
So we probably all look a bit like Jesus ourselves.
And how has your cheese tasting gone? Any brilliant ones? Any kind of not so ones?
Quite slow on the brilliance, I would say. We've just hit a couple that we just think we've got a gold, but we haven't really managed to find many outstanding ones yet. But we're only halfway through the table.
Okay.
There are a lot of cheeses
There's
here,
still a long way to go.
Yeah, a long way to
play for.
Yeah.
And I think it's worth mentioning the blind tasting aspect of this. So, Monica, what do you know about these cheeses when you arrive at the table?
Well, obviously, if you're in the cheese business, you recognise some of the shapes and colours and, obviously my specialism is Spanish cheese, so the Spanish cheeses do tend to stand out to me. But I've judged very often with people who know very little or nothing about Spanish cheese, so that's always a really good balance.
Mm-hmm.
And I think tasting them blind, you have to look at each cheese on its merit. You're not grading here, you're just trying to look at each cheese and see how it stands up on its own. And I think that's a valuable exercise, very valuable.
So valuable. And what the judges receive on your iPads is you're given a description, right, of each cheese, and you know the type of milk, but that's it.
Well, yes, you know the type of milk and you know the age, often.
Okay.
You know the age, and if it's got added ingredients, obviously that's mentioned as well. So we have had added ingredients that go from caramelized onion, interesting, to paprika-coated rind.
Wow.
So it could be inside or it could be outside.
And I think a key thing to note is that the judges do not know which country the cheeses have come from. So as Monica said, sometimes you can look at them and maybe guess the sort of
and obviously parmesan's from Italy and that kind of thing, because obviously there are DOPs, there are official names for cheeses, so then you'll know the territory that you're in. But what's good is to also have cheeses that surprise you, that are obviously you don't know where they're from. That's very exciting. when you find a completely unrecognizable cheese that stands out.
And
That's
you can't figure out where it's from, and you just
that is quite fun.
And I think that's so brilliant. That's such a great thing about the blind aspect of this tasting, because it really, I guess it levels the playing field for all of the cheese and allows each of them to have the chance to stand up against the rest. Now, you just mentioned something interesting, AOPs, DOPs. So, you know, as consumers, when we go to the shops and we're looking for cheeses to buy, sometimes we see these stamps, these certifications on cheeses. Can you explain, Monica, what they mean first, and what are your thoughts about them?
Well, in Spain they're called DOPs, Denominación de Origen, and in France they're called AOC, Appellation Contrôlée. And we need them to an extent because they enable certain standards to be officially understood and then monitored within a region, and it means that the origin of a cheese has a sort of guarantee for the consumer. When I started Brindisa, which is now 38 years ago, there were no DOPs. There was one DOP, Roncal, in the Pyrenees, but there were no DOPs, and the Ministry of Agriculture were just beginning to create them and work out what all the rules might be for each of the cheeses they were going to put into the DOP. The problem with DOPs also, I mean, not also, but one of the problems with them is that they shouldn't exclude, as a consumer, you should not exclude cheeses that don't have DOPs. And somewhere like Spain and France, there are lots of really amazing cheeses made outside of a DOP. And a DOP can sometimes then dominate the channels, if you like. The routes to market get dominated by the DOP, and people often lose track of the quality that could be within that DOP. So Manchego is a very obvious example from Spain, where you can get very industrial Manchegos that qualify as a DOP Manchego, but they're really not a patch on an artisan-made Manchego that also has the same label, but they're poles apart.
I understand.
And equally, in Spain, there's a lot of very, very good cured sheep's milk cheeses, all made to the Manchego style, but in other provinces of Castilla. And those cheeses don't have the route to market. So it can be a real benefit, but it can also slightly prejudice cheeses that don't have one, because there are good cheesemakers all over the place.
And that's a very interesting perspective, and actually I think it's a really fair point that you've made as well. We're actually going back over to Patrick now. Thank you so much, Monica.
Nice to see you. Thank you. Thank you for coming over.
Thank you.
See you later.
Welcome back to the judging room. We're on table 102, and had to come to this table because we have a judge from Saudi Arabia, which, as I understand it, you're the only judge from Saudi Arabia. It's Nada Malika.
Malaika, yes, I'm Nada Malaika. I'm from Saudi Arabia. I'm a cheesemaker, just a small quantity in the house for my family. But also we have beehives, and 1,200 beehives for the honey rewards. We had the 3 stars for our Sumra honey, 2 stars for our Sidr, and 2 stars for our Talh honey.
So the land of milk and honey, Saudi Arabia. So you make cheese at home, but it's something that could maybe turn into a business in the future. I'm interested to know what kind of cheeses are made and eaten in Saudi Arabia.
We eat all kinds of cheeses, all come from all around the world, but our traditional cheese is called Baladi cheese or Quraysh cheese. It's made from goat. So I'm doing it at home. Sometimes I add sheep milks together and make it. We use it as a sweet or soury cheese.
And you were saying earlier, it's a bit like a ricotta style cheese.
Similar to a ricotta, but we do it with the not with the rind or what they call it, the main of the milk. No, it's with the milk.
Okay.
So we add the vinegar or lemons, and then we pack it. And the next day we'll cut it and boil it to make it salty. We add salt and cut it, and then we can keep it for a year. And the other kind we ground it and then put sugar, flour, eggs, and we fry it. It looks like a donut, but more tastier.
That's interesting. And is Saudi Arabia, is there a kind of a big interest in cheese in Saudi Arabia? Or is it something that people are becoming more interested in?
We're more interested in learning how to make cheese. We're a new community. It's with the slow food cheese. Just less than 1 year we started, and we're learning that. I hope next year I'll go and visit more. I tried by myself to learn how to make cheese in Italy for like 1 week, but I hope to learn more.
Yeah, and I sort of, this is your first time judging at the World Cheese Awards,
Yeah, it's first time.
and I wondered how you found the experience so far.
It's a new experience. I love it very much, especially with the two judges that I had. They had more experience and they were guiding me and they're giving me the time to give my opinion also as well.
And is there one thing that you're going to take away from this? One thing you've learned especially?
How to judge a cheese, not just by the look, even with the taste, the texture, the smell, the aroma.
Nardo, it's such a pleasure to meet you. It's really interesting. Thank you very much for your time. Thanks very much.
I love seeing the tools that the judges have to assess their cheeses. I mean, first they have to get them out of the packaging, and then they've got cheese irons, which are these metal tools they kind of push into the cheese to get out a whole cylinder so that they can taste the full depth of the cheese. Hello, Alexandra Grigolova. So nice to see you.
Nice to see you.
Alexandra is from Kazakhstan.
Yes.
And I would like to ask you, what does it mean to you to be representing Kazakhstan on the judges, in the judges today?
I see, okay. I think it's a great honor to be in Bern, judging VCA, and I represent Kazakhstan in this, and I'm very happy. It's very interesting, and it's a third time for Kazakhstan judging VCA. It's very happy.
Wonderful. Can you tell us a bit about the cheese making culture in Kazakhstan? I assume it goes back centuries. And what kind of cheeses are made in Kazakhstan, and from what kinds of milks? Because you are actually a cheesemaker.
Yes. The cheese history in Kazakhstan is very young. Yes, we started 10 years ago.
Oh.
Yes, and making cheese with cow milk, camel milk, sheep and goat milk. And year from year, we grown.
Yes.
Yes, for cheese making. We have cheesemakers for our region, 12th region in Kazakhstan, and they produce best cheeses, I think,
yes.
for me, from camel milk and mixed milk, goat with camel milk. It's very fluffy, it's very tasty, butter,
wow.
Some salty. The camel milk, it's very salty, very butter.
Wow.
Yes, it's gently cheese.
Do you make camel milk cheese?
Yes.
Wow, I'm just thinking, I've never tried a camel milk cheese. So
Welcome to Kazakhstan.
Yes. Clearly I need to go to Kazakhstan to try this.
Yes, yes.
And I need to find your cheese and try it.
Yes. And in VC we have our cheese, maybe in the next year.
Okay.
And you can visit Kazakhstan.
Yes.
Next year we organized own contest in Kazakhstan, Cheese Open name, and you can taste more than 30 cheeses with producing camel milk.
That's amazing. And I should say, one of the great things about these awards is that there are cheeses here from all different kinds of milks. I know in this room there is a donkey milk cheese.
Oh.
Yeah, cool, right? Somewhere in this room there is a donkey milk cheese. Alexandra, so lovely to speak to you. Thank you so much. Back to Patrick. Well done, Ron.
Yeah.
Hello, hello. Well, we've come over to a table with a slightly unusual cheese. I've got two judges. I've got Nayara Vasquez from the Instituto del Queso. Nayara, we judged together, didn't we, many years ago? And I've got Chris Dove also from Sainsbury's. And the reason I wanted to come over here is because, you know, you think there's lots of artisan cheeses from tiny, small cheesemakers at the World Cheese Awards, and that is correct. But also, we've got one of these. So I'm quite intrigued to see how you judge this. You've tasted this earlier.
We have indeed. Yep.
And I sort of wondered, what was your approach, Chris, to this cheese?
So first and foremost, it's the application. All of these cheeses that we've got in front of us have been made for a specific purpose, and the application of this cheese is very specific. We know that it's going to be put onto a burger or used as a burger melt or a sandwich, exactly. So we're trying to judge it probably not subjectively, but very objectively to what the application is first and foremost. So if we're comparing it, we're having a look at the texture, we're seeing how it is able to be peeled, how it's able to be placed on top of the product that it's going to be intended to, and then further foremost down the line of what it tastes like. What would you want from a burger melt cheese or a sandwich cheese as well after that? So did you want to give it a taste?
Well, look, we can give it a taste. Yeah, I'm interested. I mean, are we going to go through the same process where we would look at the cheese, feel the cheese, smell the cheese?
Absolutely.
Then go for the taste. There's not a lot on the nose.
Not a lot.
All the slices are like this normally.
Yeah. So it's kind of what you would expect from a...
Yeah, yeah.
So having a little taste. I'm interested how you judge this, really, because it is what it is, isn't it? I mean, it's sort of doing what it's meant to do.
Yep.
So then, do you then start thinking about giving it an award because it's doing what it's meant to do? Or actually, it's a difficult one to judge, isn't it?
Yeah, indeed, it's very difficult. But, I mean, it could have an award, but in my opinion, it lacks a little bit of flavor. Because if you put this into a burger, then it's like you are missing the cheese. For me, the flavor is missing there.
Yep, I agree. I think the application and how the customer would, or the end customer would be using it is good, and we reflected that on our scores on the texture and appearance. But then the mouthfeel and the flavour, we wanted more. We'd be looking for more if we wanted a burger melt cheese.
Yeah, and that's an interesting thing, isn't it? Because a cheese can be marked, it's marked out of 35, so you get 5 points for the visual appearance, 5 points for texture, 5 for aroma, but really it's flavour where a cheese really gets the big scores, which is out of 20. And so this you felt just was lacking in that flavour department.
Yeah, indeed. For us it was below 10 because we were expecting more flavour, more cheesy. No?
It's an interest. Are these cheeses that, I mean, we're both from the UK, that we're very familiar with them. In Spain, these cheeses are very common, are they?
Yeah, indeed, they are very common. They are not cheese like cheese because normally they are made of different ingredients. One of them is cheese, but if you use a high flavored cheese, you will get more flavor than this.
Yeah.
But.
Yeah, really interesting. It's, you know, I think these are some of the harder products to judge in a way, and I like that. But I like the way you've put it into context. That's really interesting in terms of sort of what is its application, what is it meant to be doing. So anyway, well done, judges. You've done well there. Thanks very much.
I was just getting some fascinating insights from Alexandra Grigolova from Kazakhstan, who I spoke to before. She was telling me the process of milking a camel, and it's the women who do it. And because the camels are so tall, they actually kind of have to step up a little step to do it. And the udders are huge, and they really have to put their whole body in it. Absolutely fascinating. Right,
rather prefer this event.
Hello. Hola, Manuel. Sorry to interrupt. ¿Cómo está? ¿Todo bem?
Tudo bem.
Excellent.
Aqui estamos.
Cantando e rindo. No, I mean, that's about as far as my Portuguese goes.
Okay.
But so nice to see you today. I wanted to come and speak to you because last year the awards were held in Viseu in Portugal, and last year a Portuguese cheese won for the very first time. And Manuel, as a Portuguese person, What did that mean to you? How did it make you feel that a Portuguese cheese won World Champion cheese?
Fantastic. We were so glad to finally have received this award and recognition, because Portuguese are not so well known. And I've been working almost 30 years to promote Portuguese cheese, and in fact, it's like a recognition about our quality that we share somehow a little bit with Extremadura Spanish. You know, the soft rind sheep's milk coagulated with thistle, which is really something special. Huh?
I actually live in Portugal now, and I have done for a few months, so I'm getting well acquainted with how good Portuguese cheeses are. So I was so pleased to see a Portuguese cheese won last year. Now, you work for a retailer.
No, actually, I'm an exporter of fine Portuguese cheese.
Ah,
I do.
So
I just do export.
I see. The cheese that won last year, do you export it?
No, not at all.
Ah.
I didn't know them, and they didn't want anything with us.
Unbelievable. How could they not?
Unbelievable, yeah. Not even a single cheese. I could have sold thousands of them, but
hey,
that's their option.
That's their option. How are you finding today, Manuel? And how many years have you been a judge?
Actually, I've been judging cheese in other contests. I started with WCA World Cheese Awards last year for the first time, but I did many other competitions, international ones, before.
And this is your second year, okay?
Second year with WCA, yes.
What do you think is particular, because you have done so many different awards and judged at so many different awards, what do you think is special or different about these awards?
Well, this is a much larger competition with more judges, more cheeses offer. It's a more wide offer of, and the environment, it's fantastic. It's very cosmopolitan, and I love it. Really, I've always heard about the World Cheese Awards, and my opinion is really positive about it. I'm very glad to participate in this event.
And we're so glad to have you here. Thank you so much, Manuel Maia de Portugal, and we are going to show you a very beautiful video about the cheese journey.
So we've got over 5,000 cheeses from 46 countries being unpacked behind me, and they've come from 20 different consolidation points around the world. And that's really important because it gives even the smallest cheesemaker the opportunity to send their cheese. So we've got consolidation points in Argentina, in France, in Australia, and everything's been winging its way here and carefully checked through our license and being unpacked on the tables.
Estamos aqui no ponto de consolidação do Brasil para o World Cheese Awards na Suíça esse ano. São 186 amostras brasileiras. Os produtores brasileiros vão fazer bonito. Tchau, até a Suíça!
Every cheese is coded, so our judges don't know what they're tasting, and they just get a description of the cheese, meaning that it's all completely blind tasted. On the judging day, there will be 265 judges, also from 46 countries, tasting the cheese, and they will be arranged in teams and work their way through about 45 cheeses per table before choosing a super gold cheese that will go on to the final in the afternoon. Each of the cheeses is assessed on aroma, taste, texture, visual appearance, and everybody will get a score in their My Guild account at the end of the process. When the results are announced, consumers will be able to find out where to buy the cheeses and where to find their favourite cheeses online and through all the press coverage that comes out afterwards.
The World Cheese Awards isn't all about cheese. It's also about our amazing judges who come from all over the world. We have judges this year from 46 different countries. We have cheese retailers, be it wholesalers or cheesemongers. We have the graders, we have affineurs, we have people who write about cheese and chefs. But we also have a few producers, but of course they don't judge their own cheese. The judges judge in pairs or threes, and each of them will taste about 45 cheeses in the morning, and they will select one of their golds to go forward to be a super gold. We should end up hopefully with about 110 super golds by about 1 o'clock, and then there is a selection of 14 judges who we call our super jury. We've selected them from all different countries. They are selected quite randomly, but on their expertise. And each year we rotate that super jury to make sure that we're being fair to every country and every judge who comes to judge at the World Cheese Awards. What's lovely about the World Cheese Awards is that people come and judge year on year. And it's rather like a large family coming together on one day. And there's always a sense of excitement and joy when they come together. Having said that, we do have around about 100 new judges, and every year we receive applications from dairy industry experts from around the world, and they all submit a biography and some background about their cheese knowledge, and we have the job of going through and selecting our judging panel, making sure that we've got an equal representation of male, female judges, of different countries. We ensure that we don't have more than really one person from the same company coming, so that we can spread the love and involve more organisations in the judging process. Rather excitingly this year, we are welcoming new judges from new countries. Those include Saudi Arabia, Cyprus and Peru, to name a few. But of course we have judges from across Europe. There's Germany, France, Italy, UK, Ireland, and then further afield, America, New Zealand, South America, Brazil, and the list goes on.
So here we are in Bern, Switzerland, and we're really, really happy to be here. The question I most often get asked is, why on earth do you do it? And it's a great question. When you look behind me, 5,244 cheeses from over 20 consolidation points, which is 46 different countries across the world. It is a good question. Why on earth do you do it? We established the World Cheese Awards in 1988, and really the awards was established to ensure that the smaller, more artisan cheesemakers across the world had a chance to perform, be benchmarked, be assessed and celebrated on a world stage. And we have done good over the last nearly 40 years by exposing and bringing some minority countries to the fore. We've worked hard with South Africa, with Japan, with most of South America, where we've brought their cheeses and their cheesemakers to the wider attention of the global dairy industry. Just to give you some scale, year one of the World Cheese Awards in 1988, we had around 250 entries. The award spent its early life mostly in the UK, and then in 2008 we held the awards in Dublin in Ireland. That was the first time we got away from the UK. Then in 2009 we set a high bar with flying 250 judges from across the world into the Canary Islands. At that stage we were probably about 2,500 cheese entries. Then we've gone on different years, different countries: Spain, Norway, Portugal, and we've now arrived here in Bern, Switzerland, and we've hit a record number of entries, 5,244.
Gestures. We make them all day long. Some are full of tenderness, while others show how strong we are. We pass them on from one generation to the next. We might even pick them up. There are gestures we have mastered that we repeat again and again, and gestures that are more spontaneous, easy gestures, and less easy ones. Sometimes they are essential, and sometimes they are quite simply enjoyable. Le Gruyère AOP, the taste of Switzerland since 1115.
Hola de vuelta, soy Carlos Yescas, soy originario de México y el día de hoy soy su anfitrión en español. Como ustedes saben, estamos en los World Cheese Awards en Suiza, tenemos 5.600 quesos en competencia de 46 países y el día de hoy estaremos entrevistando también a jueces latinoamericanos o que hablan español, que nos platican un poco de su trabajo. Empezamos por acá, los presento. Empezamos por acá. How are you? How are you? Hi, Felipe. Hola, ¿cómo estás? Muy bien.
Muy bien, gracias.
¿Tu nombre? ¿Qué haces? Cuéntanos de ti un poco.
Bueno, mi nombre es Felipe Vergara. Soy Sales Director para Europa y UK en Sartori Cheese, que es una compañía americana, es la cuarta generación de quesero de origen italiano y nos dedicamos a la fabricación de Belavitano, nuestro queso más icónico, donde la innovación principal es los sabores. Por ejemplo, el best seller aquí en Alemania es nuestro Belavitano Espresso, que tiene una cobertura con café y bueno, a los consumidores les encanta.
Entonces definitivamente sabes de quesos que tienen sabores añadidos. Veo que en tu mesa tienes un queso muy particular que tiene sabores añadidos. ¿Ya lo probaron?
No, todavía no lo hemos probado.
¿Y sabes algo de él?
Solamente que tiene es un queso azul que tiene una cobertura de chocolate. Sin embargo, les puedo mostrar este. Sí, mira, este fue uno de los primeros que probamos. Bueno, se ve algo pequeño, pero es un queso de cabra que tiene miel dentro. Pero como pueden ver, bueno, la cobertura del queso es bastante consistente. La miel no se percibe a simple vista. Sin embargo, en boca lo puedes sentir fácilmente. Y lo que nos gustó bastante es que, bueno, es un queso de cabra con miel, pero la miel, el queso de cabra se mantiene como el principal protagonista. O sea, la miel no le quita este protagonismo al queso y bueno, es simplemente fantástico. Nosotros lo clasificamos, fue el primer Gold, medalla de oro que nosotros pudimos clasificar en esta mesa donde hay 45 quesos.
Perfecto. Bueno, te agradezco muchísimo por todo tu conocimiento, por tu tiempo.
Muchas gracias a ustedes.
Fantástico. Seguimos por acá. Una gran explicación que nos dio nuestro amigo Felipe de su trabajo en Estados Unidos y de su trabajo para escoger ese queso interesantísimo de sabor de miel. Por acá tengo a otra persona que vamos a entrevistar el día de hoy. Hola, ¿te presentas?
Hola, ¿cómo están? Mi nombre es Solange Porley, soy superchat de Uruguay. Tengo 4 tiendas en Uruguay, me dedico a vender queso, soy cheesemonger y nada, estoy apoyando mucho lo que es la industria quesera en mi país, todo lo que es la cultura quesera, de quesos artesanales. Y estoy muy emocionada porque soy la tercer jueza suprema latinoamericana. Así que nada, representando a Latinoamérica, súper feliz.
Qué bueno, nosotros también estamos súper felices de que estés con nosotros. Cuéntanos, ¿qué es ser juez supremo?
Ay, es un honor. Es un mimo al alma y a todos estos años de trabajo también. Nada, es mucha responsabilidad, porque creo que el queso que sale es como le cambia la vida a ese quesero. Y nada, mucha responsabilidad.
Claro, y platícanos para la gente que no conoce el concurso, ¿qué vas a hacer tú en la tarde?
Bueno, en la tarde de todas estas mesas va a haber un queso que es el oro, o sea, sí, el oro, y vamos a estar degustando con los demás jueces supremos y vamos a tener que elegir uno cada uno, así que de eso después vamos a tener que votar y ver qué pasa.
¡Qué emoción! Estamos realmente emocionados, estamos muy orgullosos de que representes a Latinoamérica Sol. Seguimos por acá, que tengas buena competencia.
Muchas gracias.
Bueno, seguimos por acá. Por acá creo que tengo a otra amiga que estamos viendo. Está en una mesa muy interesante, veo muchos quesos. Sí. Tenemos 5.600 quesos en competencia. Luisa, querida, platícanos quién eres, cómo te llamas.
Genial. Bueno, buenos días a todos. Yo soy Luisa Villegas, soy la directora del Instituto Internacional del Queso. Es una red tecnológica que trabaja en un montón de países intentando mejorar la tecnología y sobre todo creando cómo van a ser los quesos del futuro y la tecnología y los lácteos del futuro, ¿no? En la alimentación sana, saludable y al alcance de todos.
Sí, definitivamente.
En el queso hay un montón de aminoácidos, hay proteínas saludables, hay grasas saludables, hay un montón de componentes que nos van a ayudar a conseguir, bueno, que nuestro estado de salud sea inmejorable y es una pequeña contribución, pero a gran escala es muy importante, aparte toda la parte económica que lleva.
¿Y qué significa para ti venir a ser juez a los premios?
Bueno, pues para mí es maravilloso primero poder contactar con tantos expertos y todos estos puntos de vista tan interesantes y a veces esta discusión técnica tan perfecta en la que se llega a un acuerdo. Y el acuerdo siempre es positivo para el que ha presentado el queso, claro, porque hay un espíritu generoso de entender que muchos de estos quesos han venido de otros continentes y solamente por eso nosotros tenemos que premiar. Y también en agradecimiento a haber hecho ese esfuerzo de haber traído pues más de 5.000 quesos de tantos países y tantos países que nos están viendo ahora, Carlos. Sí. Nosotros que nos conocemos desde hace tantos años.
Luis y yo somos amigos de muchos años. Sí. Hemos estado en catas en lugares muy raros.
Sí, muy raros.
Muy raros, muy divertidos, sí, la verdad. Es siempre
contratado gente muy rara.
Exacto.
Muy loca.
Siempre estamos...
pero muy interesante.
Estamos siempre muy contentos de que estés con nosotros, de que veas lo que está pasando acá.
Bueno, yo llevo 10 años catando en World Cheese Awards. Bueno, más de 10. Sí.
Eres gran veterana. Sí. Perfecto.
Sí.
Te agradezco muchísimo.
Muchas gracias, Carlos. Suerte a todos. And congratulations for the amazing show to Berna and Carlos, of course.
Perfecto. Chao. Bueno, seguimos viendo algunas de las mesas. Como pueden ver, hay 110 mesas en la competencia con quesos de todo el mundo. Cada una de las mesas tiene una selección de quesos. Esta selección de quesos interesantísimos, como nos muestra esta jueza, todos de diferentes estilos, todos de diferentes formas. Cada equipo tiene aproximadamente entre 40 y 50 piezas de queso, que podemos ver. Hay quesos azules, hay quesos de corteza lavada, hay quesos frescos, y son quesos que, como decía Luisa, vienen de muchas partes del mundo. Los jueces no saben de dónde vienen los quesos y eso siempre es a veces una sorpresa, porque hay ocasiones que un queso, uno puede pensar que es un que es un queso que viene de, no sé, Francia y al final acaba siendo un queso que es de Uzbekistán. Y eso es interesante conocer esa diversidad quesera. Vamos a estar ahora entrevistando a otra amiga que es de la Argentina. Te detengo un momentito. Hola.
Hola.
Preséntate, dinos quién eres.
Bueno, mi nombre es Beatriz Coste, soy de Argentina, de Buenos Aires, y bueno, me dedico a quesos hace muchos años y doy clases en la universidad y actualmente trabajo mucho en lo que es comunicación y difusión de cultura quesera.
Ah, muy bien, qué bien. ¿Y sabes si hay quesos de Argentina participando?
Sí, por suerte este año son 50 quesos participando. Empezamos en el 2021 con 2 quesos y hoy estamos en 50, lo cual para mi país es mucho, ya que a veces los productores tienen un poco de temor de venir a estos eventos internacionales. Bueno, temor, no sabemos bien por qué, pero a veces pasa.
¿Y qué le dirías al productor latinoamericano para que se anime a mandar su queso a la competencia?
Bueno, que envíe el queso y que venga a disfrutar entre pares, que se sienta un par, no menos, un par y siempre trabajando por lo mejor, profesionalizarse en este tipo de eventos, cumplir con todos los requisitos, estar a la par en todo sentido. Así que yo siempre animándolos a que vengan.
Claro, no, eso es muy importante definitivamente. ¿Has probado algo delicioso en tu mesa ya?
Sí. Probé varias cosas deliciosas. Bueno, un queso de oveja con flores, que fue el primer queso que probamos y que sigue siendo hasta ahora uno de los preferidos. Un jauda, muy bueno también de un año. Un queso duro de oveja tipo manchego, también más o menos de un año y medio. No, hasta ahora hemos probado 3 o 4 grandes quesos, por lo cual ya estamos pensando qué vamos a hacer al final y nos faltan 25.
Qué fantástico. Bueno, como ustedes sabrán, lo que están evaluando los jueces en ese momento acaba en una medalla de bronce, una medalla de plata y una medalla de oro. Y luego al final el grupo con el que está Betty, bueno, en el grupo de todos, escogen un super oro. ¿Cómo escoges ese super oro?
Bueno, en nuestro caso ya lo venimos hablando, lo venimos conversando y bueno, vamos a premiar la creatividad, además de que las características sensoriales sean estupendas, también que nos sorprenda, también que el queso nos sorprenda por algo. Por ejemplo, ese queso nos sorprendió por el equilibrio de sabor, tener flores, que las flores no predominen, el jauda de un año, bueno, hay otros, pero este nos sorprendió también por su balance, en sus notas a caramelo o innovaciones. A veces te sorprende la innovación. Estamos buscando sorprendernos.
Fantástico, bueno, es una gran forma, te agradezco muchísimo por tu tiempo,
No, de nada.
te regreso.
Gracias por todo lo que haces, por los jugados latinoamericanos, por los quesos de Latinoamérica. Bueno, ya somos como una familia y está bueno que los productores también sepan que hay gente trabajando y haciendo que esos quesos brillen en este tipo de eventos.
Gracias. Sí, te dejo regresar a la mesa para que acaben. Los jueces tienen hasta las 11 para catar quesos el día de hoy. Es una gran experiencia poder venir a catar, pero obviamente muchas veces se habla del juez catador, pero parecería ser que lo más importante es eso. No, lo más importante es obviamente el productor que está ganando. Tengo a otra persona que voy a entrevistar por acá. Hola, ¿cómo estás? ¿Te presentas?
Bueno, soy Cecilia Gradi, soy de Uruguay y bueno, soy representante de Portal Lechero y de la Academia Láctea de Portal Lechero.
¿Qué es el Portal Lechero?
Portal Lechero es una web desde el año 2005, es decir, este año estamos cumpliendo 20 años, que bueno, provee información, capacitación y conexión para la industria láctea de América Latina y latinos en todo el mundo, porque hay en todo el mundo.
Claro. Y Cecilia, tú eres de Uruguay, pero de una parte específica del Uruguay, que tiene mucha conexión con nuestro anfitrión. Platícanos un poco.
Así es, yo bueno, vengo de Colonia Suiza. Sí, entonces es una colonia formada por inmigrantes suizos que llegaron al Uruguay en 1860 y bueno, trajeron toda la tradición de los Alpes de los cantones suizos. De hecho, las casas tienen, en cada casa al frente tienen el escudo del cantón. Y bueno, trajeron también las recetas de sus ancestros y lo combinaron con lo que había en Uruguay, que era una tierra fértil, con un buen clima. Entonces unieron la cultura quesera que traían de Suiza y de Europa y la uruguaya, así que formaron quesos muy interesantes. Sí.
Muy bien. Es un año interesante para Uruguay. Tenemos la primera jueza suprema de Uruguay y hay gran representación de Uruguay entre los jueces. ¿Qué significa eso para el país?
Sí, la verdad que es un orgullo. Si bien yo provengo de Argentina, soy nacida en Argentina, hace muchísimos años que vivo en Uruguay, mi familia es toda uruguaya, entonces es un gran orgullo para nosotros tener una representante, por empezar, en el Jurado Supremo, como Solange, que realmente sabe mucho y además tiene una gran pasión y una que sería espectacular en Montevideo, varias queserías. Y bueno, nos combinamos también muy bien porque cada uno tiene su quehacer. Está quien elabora queso, como Agustín, quien difunde la cultura quesera, como yo, y Solange, que además también los vende. Entonces tenemos como los tres eslabones representados acá en el concurso.
Claro, eso es súper importante. Te agradezco muchísimo tu tiempo. Te dejo regresar a la mesa porque sé que están... Ah, vamos a verlo.
Miren este queso negro, todavía no lo probamos, pero bueno, es un queso negro, no sabemos de dónde es todavía, pero sí, realmente es interesante la variedad de quesos que hay, sí.
Claro, sí, gracias. Eso es interesante. Hay mucha innovación, mucha tecnología nueva. Como decía Cecilia, un queso negro, nos decía Betty de un queso con flores, muchos quesos de muchos estilos diferentes, con muchos sabores diferentes, los estoy llevando por las mesas para que vean la cantidad de quesos que hay en competencia, la cantidad de quesos que estamos probando. Voy a caminar para allá a ver a quién más nos encontramos. Como les comentaba, tenemos 46 países en competencia. Eso quiere decir que hay quesos de 46 lugares diferentes del mundo. Y esto es desde lugares en África, lugares en América Latina, obviamente, lugares en Europa, obviamente. Y bueno, los invito a que sigan viendo el programa en inglés y más tarde nos escuchen también durante el panel supremo. Gracias, hasta luego.
The thing I love about cheesemaking is really the art. It's ever-changing, it's living. There's lots of little pieces that we're adding, that we're adjusting, that we're monitoring to really make a consistent, high-quality cheese day in and day out.
trying things, sometimes failing horribly, but sometimes winning big, such as Montemori or Belvetano. The cheese has to be right, and then we need to do something that's right by the cheese. We hand rub the surface of our cheeses, or perhaps we might soak the cheeses in, say, Merlot or whiskey or Chardonnay.
With a variety of our spices and our flavors, it's meant to unlock different attributes of the cheese. If we use something that's more fruity, you'll unlock more fruity notes of the cheese. But at the end of the day, it's about accentuating the cheese.
There's a certain amount of creativity that goes against how everybody else has always done things. It's a very daunting task to create American originals, but it's been really neat too.
Here in Switzerland, we've been making cheese for over 1,000 years. It is our passion and our pride. Our cheesemaking secrets go back generations. Here in Switzerland, all of our country's diversity finds its way into our cheeses. Every village has its own cheese dairy, every road leads to a farm, and each region has its own cheese. Here in Switzerland, we make our cheeses in harmony with our preserved environment. Our cows graze naturally over the seasons, free from any additives. The utmost care is taken in processing their aromatic milk so that it retains its full nutritional profile. Here in Switzerland, our cheeses have personality. Each of them is deliciously unique after being gently aged by our master cheesemakers.
Somos un país que producimos queso no muy caro y de buena calidad.
Una de las señas de identidad de la España quesera, tanto dentro como fuera, es el queso de oveja.
La oveja con el manchego ha sido el prototipo de queso español.
Es probablemente nuestra marca, ¿no? Existen otros quesos elaborados con leche de vaca, con leche de cabra, que también se exportan y que hacen de España una España quesera diversa o diversificada, pero el queso de oveja es nuestra marca de identidad.
El queso de cabra ha sido el gran desconocido. La textura es más dura, porque es verdad que el clima también hace un poco al queso.
En España tenemos una geografía muy variada y hablar de quesos de vaca es hablar lo que el hombre del tiempo dice el tercio norte peninsular. Es la España verde. Es la España donde hay una climatología, donde llueve, donde hay pasto, donde hay praderas, y es el hábitat natural de la leche de la vaca en general y por tanto de los quesos que se producen con leche de vaca.
se han sabido conservar las especies autóctonas. Por ejemplo, tenemos la murciano granadina, es una cabra que se está exportando a los países árabes y que tiene una relación grasa-proteína estupenda, un 20% más que la cabra francesa. Tenemos la malagueña, tenemos la payoya, tenemos la retinta extremeña.
I'm with Hero Hirsch, who is a cheese manager from the UK, and Benjamin Vogel, who is a master cheesemaker from Switzerland. And the reason we are zoomed in on a cheese is because we want to talk about an interesting feature, which is tyrosine crystals. Hero, could you tell us a bit about what they are? Maybe point them out to us on the cheese as well.
So, when you see these little spots in the hard aged cheeses like this, that's actually the breakdown of proteins. So proteins, as the cheese matures, will break down into individual amino acids, one of which is called tyrosine. And that tyrosine will recongregate basically to form these little crystals, and then when you eat this cheese, it'll have like a really quite satisfying crunch from those crystals. It doesn't taste of anything, the tyrosine formation, but the texture that it delivers is really satisfying and very popular.
Okay, so if a cheesemaker is making this kind of cheese, are they actively trying to get tyrosine crystals in it? Is it something they're seeking out?
Definitely, it's going to be something. It's a crowd pleaser, this feature in a cheese, so definitely they'll be trying to encourage this, but for some it just takes time. You need to give the cheese time in order to form those.
Okay, and Benjamin, you are from Switzerland, Benjamin Vogel, and it's very interesting to speak to Benjamin because you are a previous winner, one of the 5 previous Swiss winners. I would like to know, firstly, what does it feel like to win World Champion cheese, and what does it do for a cheesemaker?
For sure, it is a great honor at first, and then also it's a approval of their work they daily do. As a cheesemaker, you are 365 days a year making cheese, and when you get such an award, it's first of all a great honor, but also it gives us publicity. We are small facilities, we don't have huge marketing budget, and that always helps us to put us for at least a second or maybe 1 week to the publicity and show the world what we are doing.
And did it actually change business for you?
We could gain some business, yes, in Norway. This time that was a comment of the win in Wales, but also other contacts we could do. For sure, it's always an advantage, but we cannot overrate it. So the cheese world is small, everybody knows everybody. So we could gain something, but it's not like that we now are all over the world.
And how did you feel when last year it was announced that the 2025 awards would be hosted in Switzerland as a Swiss man?
One word, finally. We are a cheese country and we didn't have the World Cheese Award before, so for us it was kind of finally. But also, again, it is a great honor to have all the cheese people around the world here to show them our world, and we also want to present the Swiss cheesemaking history, traditional way to the world, and that they can see what we are doing here.
And you know what? The Swiss have really embraced that, because this year there were 948 Swiss entries. Did you know this?
I heard about that. That's close to 1,000, and that's quite a lot.
That's quite a lot. And, you know, if you think about this, 5,244 cheeses in total, that's about a fifth.
Yeah.
But what I love about this is that it shows how important these awards and the cheesemaking culture is to the Swiss. And, you know, if it's being hosted in your home country, then, I mean, get all those entries in. It makes sense.
Absolutely. It's close. And we were also, all of the cheesemaker were happy that it comes. And then we tried our best over the last year to bring our best cheeses here. And let's see what's the result. We will see tonight.
And Hero, I'd like to ask you, what do you get the most from coming to these awards, like personally?
I mean, it's fascinating seeing the variety of cheese there is. That's what keeps me, fascinated by my job every day. But it's also the congregation of people. I mean, it has to be. Cheese people are the best people. So, yeah, the opportunity to have a gossip, have a natter, have a catch-up, and also, find out how people have done, how their year's gone, what challenges they're facing. It's invaluable.
And there is such a sense of community and like people catching up because this is often, this kind of it's the annual event in the calendar for people in the cheese industry, because people are coming from all over the world, and it's probably the only it's probably the only time in the year that you see so many of these people.
I think, yes, certainly internationally, there's a lot of people that I just get the opportunity to see once a year. And so, yeah, embracing that really.
So it's pretty special. So just give me a roundup of your cheeses so far and any that have impressed you particularly, because you have awarded a few golds.
We've got a couple of golds on the table. Somewhat contentious. We've got a firm kind of goat's milk cheese just over here, which is quite delicate, and it's difficult, I think, with a delicately flavoured cheese to succeed in these competitions. So we really wanted to spotlight this and honour this kind of the subtlety and the beauty in that. And then on the other end of the scale, we've got a cheddar, which is my kind of, it's from the UK. So I've spent a lot of my professional life working with cheddar, but it was just a really great example of it, really nice and spicy.
And I should say, you've still got work to do.
Yes.
Because you've still got cheeses to get through. And then you need to select your super gold. Mm-hmm. And I should say that I do believe there are currently 2 super golds that have already been submitted.
Envious of people that have already got that decision out of the way.
They've worked fast.
They have worked fast, and we were watching them just zip through it whilst we did not. But I'm slightly envious they've got that difficult decision made already.
I think also we need to take into account the fact that a lot of the time is actually spent sort of physically unwrapping things and having to cut open the cheeses, because don't forget these cheeses have travelled in from every corner of the world.
Some of them are pretty high security, actually. Getting into them is not the easiest thing.
Okay. Benjamin and Hero, thank you so much. I will let you carry on, and it is back over to Patrick.
So I'm joined by cheese royalty in the judging hall at the moment. We've got, I honestly, I don't know what the collective noun is for 3 super jury judges. A truckle, a wedge of super jury judges. So we've got 3 of the people they're not judging at the moment, but they will be judging this afternoon in our final. So we have Nick Sirios from Canada, Anne Kimulen from Belgium, and Kuba Mazarczyk. How was that?
Very well.
Okay, from Poland. So it's slightly different this year. So they're not judging this morning, and that's to save their palates for later on, so that they're fresh when they have to choose the super gold that they want to champion in the final. Nick, you're an old hand. Excuse me, that was a bit rude, wasn't it? You're an old hand at this cheese judging lark. You've been at the super jury judge for quite a few years over the years, haven't you?
It's been a few years since I've done it, but yes, I do have some experience on the super jury, and I'm delighted to be back on it again this year.
And how do you feel about sort of not judging this morning, and so that your judging starts after lunch, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's a different experience this time around, but I like it. It's fun. We get to see the best of the best across all the different tables and mingle and meet more judges. And I think it's a really good improvement based on past years.
Yeah, have you found in previous years that, there comes a point there's only so much cheese one man can eat? So this afternoon your palate will be a bit fresher and sort of ready to go?
Oh, absolutely. There's times where you can maybe try 20 or 30 different blue cheeses, and that can definitely be a bit much on the palate. So this new approach, I think, will do more justice for the Super Golds, and I think it'll raise the bar a little bit in terms of the quality of judging, that is.
So we've got Bob Farrand in the background just giving us the heads up. We just have 45 minutes until the end of judging, so the tables are really having to pick up the pace now. Anne, let's come to you. So this is, well, what an honour. You've been chosen to be on the super jury for the very first time.
Very first time, and it is a huge honour, I think, for everybody. So everybody wants to take part of the super jury, so it's an immense honour. Yeah, absolutely.
So you've judged at the World Cheese Awards a lot over the years. We've judged together, I think, over the years, haven't we? And so, how are you approaching your super jury role? Are you just going to use the same skills that you would do as a judge in the morning, or what's your thinking behind it? Do you have a strategy?
A strategy. So I've been tasting a lot of cheeses, but I've stopped tasting the hard cheeses. So I'm looking for the fresher cheeses, just to keep that palate fresher. And but in the afternoon, then we will just go all the way, I think. But now it's just looking for and listening to the judges at the tables. What do you like and why do you like it? Why did you choose this? And then based on that, you just have your own taste.
So are you looking for cheeses on tables that might have a gold now and then could potentially be a super gold?
Yeah.
So you're sort of you're trying to find the riders, the runners and riders at the moment.
Yeah, because the judges are all professionals, so they have a good palate. So it's good to listen to what they choose and why did they choose it, and then just go on that and go further with your own selection that way.
Yeah, interesting. So, I mean, I've left the man with the best headgear in the room to last. This is Kuba from Poland. So, Kuba, you're new to the awards generally, and you're on the super jury. So, just tell us a little bit about your business in Poland.
Oh, I'm still shocked. I'm in a super jury, but I'm really grateful and happy to be the part of this incredible family here at the World Cheese Awards. And I love these guys here, and then cheeses, and then I always say, if we are smiley, cheeses are smiling back to us, you know. So yeah, I'm running for 10 years already, the oldest and the only fromagerie, the real fromagerie in Poland. And then for the last 4 years, we combined the fromagerie together with the wine and cheese shop. So we do a lot of classes, we do lots of trainings for our clients, we educate the people in Poland about the cheeses, and then to make them to enter this wonderful and incredible world.
And do you sell Polish cheese as well? Tell us about Polish cheese. What would be a good one to look out for?
Yeah, we do sell Polish cheeses, and I can see how much it changed during this decade. I'm having my store, the Polish cheesemaking, how they improve the Polish cheesemakers, how they make it better. And then, I mean, for the last few years at the World Cheese Awards, they managed to win some medals, you know, so that's something incredible for the country which really don't have that much strings and then connections to the cheese world. We are focused more on the fresh cheeses like twaróg, but if I have to pick one, that would be ostypek, of course. It's a hidden gem of the mountains. It's cheese which actually is shaped in a diamond. So it's smoky, it's salty, but it balanced like perfectly with the mildness and sweetness of the Yves milk. So this is the perfect choice for me, you know. If I have to go for any cheeses, yeah, a smoky cheese from Polish mountains, ostypek, try it.
Lovely. Well, listen, guys, good luck this afternoon. I'll be joining you on stage, and we'll find out finally this afternoon what the world champion's going to be. But all the best. I hope it goes well.
Thank you. Okay, so a couple of minutes ago we had an announcement that the judges have just 45 minutes left to submit their super goals, and actually behind me you can see the sort of gridded table where those super goals are put. It's still very empty. There's only about 4 of them so far, so there's still lots of work for the judges to do, but you can really feel the tension is mounting. The anticipation is palpable, and I'm delighted to now be speaking to Emma Young from the United Kingdom and Alejandro Tomás de Chile.
De Chile.
¿Cómo estás, Alejandro?
Muy bien, muy bien.
Excelente. This table is very interesting, right, Emma? We've got so many kind of fascinating cheeses, some cheeses that are quite literally purple. I don't know if you can see that. This one is covered in fruit.
Yep. It's got red apples, red apple juice, and whiskey.
Okay.
So it's a quite eclectic, colourful table. Yeah.
I feel like you've got a real range of cheeses on your table. Can you give us a little summary of all the kind of the different types that you've tasted today?
As you said, completely bonkers range, which is great for us. It means that we get to taste so many different styles. We had fresh goats down this end. We had a lot of sort of semi-hard sheep and goat's milk cheeses. Here we have eclectic flavour-added section, and then more classic this way with Parmigiano Reggiano, some hard cheeses and bloomy rinds at the end as well.
And you know what I'm noticing on your table? I'm noticing a lot of awards.
Yeah.
I think you've had a good table.
We have. It was a rocky start, I'm not going to lie. So we started and had a a difficult, it was a difficult start, but we then got into the swing of things. We found some really lovely subtle cheeses which really deserved a medal. I like it when you find something that's elegant, that just sings without shouting too much in complexity. And we have found some really unique cheeses as well as the classics we were expecting to be good. So it's been enjoyable, yeah.
And I think what's a great thing for the judges, so there is no limit to the awards that they can give, which really allows them to, if they believe a cheese is worthy, they are permitted to give it an award. So, you know, technically every single cheese on a table could have a sticker on it. So it's lovely to see that. Can we also point out something quite clever from cheese producers who send in their cheese? You know, don't forget, some of these cheeses, are travelling from so far, and the producers are really come up with ingenious ways of protecting their cheese. So, for example, this one's got sort of a bamboo mat around it.
Yeah.
We've had...
this one came in a steamer, so that's quite unique. I've never seen that in my life.
But it's smart, you know, the more protection you can provide, the better your cheese is going to turn up. This one looked like it was kind of an office staples replenishment in the post, but I totally appreciate that the producers go to such extents to make sure their cheeses come in well. I want to talk to you about something interesting. So we've got judges from all different countries. English is kind of a widely spoken language, French as well, but Alejandro is from Chile, and I know he spoke to Carlos Yescas antes, and had a great conversation in Espanol. But my question to Emma is, how do you manage this language barrier when you are two judges that speak different languages? I feel like cheese is a universal language, so somehow you figure it out, but how do you practically do it on the ground?
Exactly that. It's universal. We all have the same common knowledge of the cheeses, so we came to a system essentially. What's really interesting, I speak French, and there are some words which Alejandro's been saying which I understand the meaning of. Mm-hmm. We've been very visual about how we sort of use our fingers for numbers, etc. And it's been a difficult table, but what's interesting is we have Spanish speakers behind us, and when we've needed translation, they've said that we're saying exactly the same thing. So even if we're not communicating exactly at the same time, the system works and we are on the same page, which has been...
I love that, and it's just such a multicultural, universal, global vibe that all these different people are here representing different countries with so many different languages being spoken. All the good energy, I love it. Yes. Muchas gracias, Alejandro.
Yeah.
Thanks so much, Emma. Back to Patrick.
Quickly. Hello, welcome back to this part of the judging room. There's only about 40 minutes left of judging, so the judges really have to step up now and finish the cheeses on their table. I've got a good friend of mine, Paola Colchero, has joined us. This is the first time, Paola, you've judged at the World Cheese Awards. Tell us a little bit about yourself first and your background in cheese. Where are you based?
So I work in Amsterdam. I have a cheesemaking space, production space in the center of Amsterdam. And I originally come from Latin America, so I've moved around a lot, and I find in cheese my world place. That's why I love to work with cheese. And speaking of world place, what of all places is here, to have all this amazing connection with all these countries and cheeses and cheesemakers and from all over the place. It's just amazing to see like all this, community coming together.
So you in Amsterdam, you make cheese, you run workshops, you also sell cheese, you teach cheese courses, and you'll have people from all over the world coming to you to learn about cheese. Is that right?
Exactly, which is amazing. So I teach every Saturday cheese making for people to learn to make cheese at home, and I have my public is around 50% Dutch, and then tourists, and then people from all over, really. So indeed, that's always a meeting place every Saturday to meet up and make cheese and just kind of share around cheese, yes.
And as a judge, your first time judging, are you getting that sense of, you were saying, a sort of sense of community? I mean, what else has stood out to you as a cheese judge for the first time?
What else, pardon?
What else has stood out to you, as your experience,
I just think of, like, we're judging these cheeses and we don't really know who made them, but I'm just thinking it's so amazing to think the amount of people that are after these products, the amount of effort, of creativity, of excellence, of craft, and that's just like pretty magic to bring all that together on these tables.
Yeah. And you've had a good morning? I mean, how many golds and silvers and bronzes have you handed out?
We have a couple on the table and maybe some more to come, so we need to see it. But we have a couple of golds, many silvers. There's a lot of nice stuff on the table, definitely.
So lots of silvers, but just 2 golds. And you've got what's left to judge? You've got some blue cheeses left?
Blue, loving to, yes, can't wait to get there. We're waiting to the end of the table for blues. We're at smoked and blues.
So you're leaving the blues, and the final round of cheeses will be smoked that you're going to taste.
Now the smoke and then the blues. So we're leaving all the strong stuff for the last.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, well, brilliant. We'll let you get back to judging. I know time is against you, but speaking of blue cheeses, thanks very much. Speaking of blue cheeses, earlier on we saw this incredible blue cheese. The way it looked caught our eye. And Keith and Kerry they didn't allow us to taste it because they were being mean cheese judges. They wanted us to wait until they wanted us to wait until the end, which does make sense. As we've just heard from Paula, really you want to taste your stronger cheeses towards the end. So I just spotted out of the corner of my eye that the cheese had now been cut open. And have you guys now tasted the cheese?
Yes, we have, Patrick. We've tasted the cheese, and well, appearances can be a bit deceiving.
Oh dear.
It's not an oh dear, it's not quite oh dear. It is, the texture is so buttery, so creamy, so long, amazing mouthfeel. It's just got a little bit too much going on the ammonia side. So I'm still getting that, I think you detected it, the aroma before. It's coming through on the palate as well.
Kerry, you're a cheesemaker. Do you make blue cheese?
I make incredible blue cheese. I make a hard blue cheese called Brinkworth Blue and a soft, oozy cheese called Royal Basset Blue.
And as a cheesemaker, blues I always feel are sort of one of the hardest cheeses to make because of what you have to do in the maturing room in terms of getting that blue mould to develop but not go too far. It's a sort of balancing act, is it?
It is. I mean, the work of an affineur ripening the cheese is incredible, and also trying to, when you're putting your cheese forwards for awards, it's very tricky to get them to the perfect texture, the perfect ripeness that matches in with the timing of the awards. Sometimes we might have cheeses that aren't strong enough, so then we're putting them at much higher temperature to try and bring them on, balancing the humidity, making sure they're not drying out, and trying to make sure everything's perfect for them all, so that timing can all come together so you can be putting your best cheeses forward for the awards.
And I mean, in terms of this cheese, what do you like about it?
I can't imagine how much work that must be, how much labour must have gone in to do that, to create 3 different cylinders of cheese, to then cut them up, spray them with some penicillin rock 40i blue mould, and then to assemble it into this pattern which doesn't line up like a basket weave pattern. I hope they get paid so much money for this cheese.
And in terms of the flavour and the texture, I think the texture's nice, isn't it? It's got a sort of butteriness to it.
It's a lovely buttery texture. It's a fabulous mouthfeel. It's just a bit too strong on the flavour. It's gone on a bit too much. This cheese, I don't think this is the last we're going to be seeing of this cheese.
Yeah, it feels like there's a lot of depth of flavour there, but maybe it's in the travelling, maybe it's just gone over just slightly in terms of its maturity.
I guess the question would be, could you get the creaminess with a younger cheese? Because it's so creamy, it's so buttery, but because it's been left a little bit too long, that's where the acid has really kicked in. Could you pull back the acid but still keep the creaminess going?
Yeah.
Over to you.
Well, that's the skill of the cheesemaker and the affineur.
Seriously, not over to me. I am not going to be working this hard to make a cheese with this complexity. Well done to the guys that have made this. Yeah. Incredible achievement.
It's a work of art. It really is a work of art.
And Kerry, just a little bit about you. So this is your first time judging at the World Cheese Awards, isn't it? So how have you found it? You're kind of coming to the end of your morning of judging. How have you found it so far?
It's such an honour to be here. This was one of my bucket list ambitions, to be judging at the World Cheese Awards. And I'm here in Switzerland, in Bern, in the capital of cheese, judging at the World Cheese Awards. I I'm just pinching myself. I can't believe it's real. And I've got a fantastic judging team, and I've got one of the most exciting cheeses in the room.
And have you learnt anything? I mean, you'll take home as a cheesemaker and be like, I tasted this cheese or that cheese, and that's given you ideas or inspiration for something to when you get back home.
It's a fantastic time for reflection. As we judge each class, and I can pick out certain flavours, and I'm thinking, okay, how could the cheesemaker adjust their make in order to get a result that's even better? And then it also does make me reflect on my own practices when I'm back at home as well. It's also quite rewarding because I think, I could be giving these guys advice as well. It's been a fantastic day. Thank you so much for having me.
It's my pleasure.
She gets to meet you as well.
Yeah. Well, brilliant. Thanks. That's great. Really interesting. Great to talk to you. Thank you very much for your time.
There is just under half an hour left for the judges to submit their super goals, and let me tell you, you can so feel the energy notch up. There's sort of an electricity in the air, and there's a sort of, I think the judges realise they need to, really start getting their entries in, and we feel like we're sort of drawing to the end of this whole process, which is very exciting. I would now like to speak to Nurper Özcan from Turkey. Hello, Nurper. How are you doing?
I'm so happy. Because the atmosphere is so amazing.
And you had a good day?
Yes, it's a good day. And the purchase is a big chance for us because there's too much cheese and too much expert.
Yes. And what I would like to say, so I'm half Turkish.
Yeah, I know.
And the cheeses in Turkey are incredible, okay? But, Nurper, there are no Turkish cheeses this year, which kind of blows my mind. And I think you and me, we need to, next year, tell the country about these awards so they submit some cheeses, because Turkish cheese is so good and the cheese culture goes back thousands of years.
The Anatolian cheeses have an ancient history. Maybe the next year we will join this competition.
They have to.
Yeah, because of the I have give consultation. I give consultation about the dairy setup, and I give the some course about cheese making. I'm working to village woman in Turkey. Turkish cheese, the Anatolian cheese, unbelievable.
Unbelievable, I know.
Yeah.
So we must get some here next year.
We will.
Let's try.
Yeah.
Let's do this.
We hope.
So basically, if there are any Turkish people in the cheese industry watching, you guys need to send in your cheeses, because I know that Turkish cheeses are great. Nurper knows that Turkish cheeses are great, and yet they're not represented here. So that is a country that we need to just happening. Oh, hello. We've got some live tasting happening. Dominic, hello. You're from Switzerland.
Yes, that's right.
It's so nice to be in your home country for this year's World Cheese Awards. How does it make you feel that it's being hosted this year here?
Actually, I'm very glad, because last year was in Portugal, and I've heard that it was the first time that it's in Switzerland this year, and I'm very excited because I'm proud of our Swiss cheese, and yes, I'm happy to taste a few of them.
Brilliant.
Or a lot of them, actually.
What I would like to know is, how many cheeses do you have left to taste? Because the time is going.
Yeah, that's true.
How many golds do you have as well?
Okay, I think it's 7 more to go.
Okay.
We have some intense ones left, so we're very excited. And we had 5 golds.
Okay.
4 golds.
Do you think you have an idea yet of which is going to be your super gold, or not yet?
Oh yes, at the moment we have an excellent Parmigiano Reggiano.
Okay.
quite old, more than 30 months. It was excellent.
It was
really
outstanding.
excellent, super crystals, amazing.
Okay, so we think that's going to potentially be your super gold, but there's still time. There's everything to play for, and there's still 7 cheeses to taste on this table, so who knows?
We're not decided yet.
What I'd like to know, maybe let's come to the table now. Apart from that one, which have been the most interesting cheeses that you have tried today? Maybe unusual ones as well. You pointed out one with black truffle before. Where was that? Where was the black truffle one? You had one with black truffle?
Black truffle?
Yeah, you showed me.
We have also a black truffle.
Where is it?
This
Because
is for, black truffle.
it looked quite interesting. Oh, it's over. Is it over here?
No, not here.
Anyway, they had one with black truffle, which, you know, is a good indication of the kinds of additives that cheesemakers put.
Black truffle, coffee, and porcini.
In the same cheese or different?
No,
yeah.
different cheese. This is a black truffle.
Okay.
Yeah, and it's quite interesting because you don't see them, but you can taste
You
them.
can probably smell it as well, right?
Yeah.
So how interesting. You've had cheeses with black coffee, truffle, and what was the other one? He said something else?
Garlic.
Garlic.
porcini,
I love that. That's a lot of strong flavors for you to taste.
Very much so, yeah.
Dominic, thank you so much. I will let you finish your last 7 cheeses, decide on your super gold, and I'll see you later. Enjoy the rest of the day.
Thank you so much.
Over to Patrick. Thank you so much. Wonderful.
Okie dokie. So we really are in the last sort of 20 minutes of judging. And we've come over to meet Ed Bevin from the Fleetville Larder and Kristen Casperson from Emmy, who are, you're on to your final few cheeses, aren't you, Kristen?
Sorry, can you repeat that?
You're on to your final few cheeses, aren't you? How many cheeses do you have left?
We have 4 cheeses left, all blue cheeses. So, the strong ones to go, I would say.
Okay. And so you're nearly there, Ed. You've nearly made it to all the way through your 45 cheeses. How many golds have you given out so far?
Starting to get the cheese sweats now. We've got 1 gold at the minute. Whether we're just being harsh judging, I don't know. But we've one that we really loved.
Just the one. Can we come and have a look at the gold that you've got so far? Maybe if you bring it over here, we can. Okay. So do you want to, Kristen, tell me about your gold cheese.
Well, first of all, we really like the texture, what it looks like, right? So there's the pattern on the side, the button on top, it just really looks really sweet and nice. And the texture inside also, a little bit firm in the middle, a little smooth on the edge. That really convinced us from a visual point of view.
So visually it looks stunning, but then I suppose the weighting of the points is on flavour, and I suppose texture plays into that a bit as well. So Ed, you obviously like the flavour as well.
It's got a lovely kind of milky creaminess to it. Hint of salt, not much. There's a little bit of sea salt, and then a little kind of tang at the end that really kind of just. Although it's a mild cheese, it just lifted the whole flavour of it.
And do you know what milk type it is?
It's cow.
It's cow's milk, okay. Because it looks a little bit like a goat's cheese, doesn't it?
It's not a goat's cheese, it's definitely cow's milk. I think a hint of sea salt, didn't it say?
Exactly.
Yeah, delicious.
I mean, it's an interesting one. I suppose in Switzerland, Switzerland is famous for its hard cheeses. It's big mountain cheeses. But is there a tradition of softer cheeses in Switzerland? We probably don't see them so much outside of Switzerland.
I would say that's true, yeah. It's not our strongest side in Switzerland, but there are actually quite a few now starting to developing, I would say experimenting a bit and learning from the countries around us who are stronger on the soft cheese.
Oh, really? So new Swiss soft cheeses are being made at the moment?
Yeah.
And I suppose there's Vacheron Mont d'Or as well, which is, a very famous Swiss cheese. Yeah. I always think it's quite interesting with these softer cheeses is actually getting them to the awards in good condition. It's harder. It's easy to send a Parmesan or a cheddar when I say easy, but it's easier to send big hard cheeses.
There's a little delicate thing with the nice kind of skin on it with the nice markings. You can see already some of the really delicate markings have started to disappear. It had a beautiful cross-hatching on the top, which is starting to kind of, I guess, run away. But no, it's good.
Because with these soft cheeses, do you sell a lot of these in your shop, Ed? Sort of soft cheeses are popular. you're looking for a level of ripeness, aren't you? So there's a point where you don't want it too ripe, but you don't want it underripe.
Perfectly. So customers keep coming back, I guess.
What are you looking for then in terms of ripeness?
Something that is not going to be running away the minute they get it home. You know, you want to have it a couple of days so you can still keep it in the fridge and get it out. But
so a little. So I always think about, let's think about a brie or a camembert style cheese. You know, when they're very young, they're very chalky, and then when they're very ripe, they're running all over the place. Is it okay to have a little bit of chalk still in the middle of your soft cheese? Would that be okay for you as a retailer?
yeah, I mean, if you explain to the customer that you may want to hold on to this one for a few days, speak to them, find out if they're going to eat it on the day or whether it's for the weekend, and advise them how long to get it out for beforehand, just to soften up a little bit.
Yeah, I always think that's a good. If when I go to a cheese shop and the cheesemonger asks me, when are you eating your brie? Because then they can sell you the cheese for when it's going to be ready for when you're eating it. Brilliant. Thank you very much. I'll let you get on with your final 4 cheeses. Maybe there's another gold in there. We don't know yet, do we? But brilliant. Thanks very much.
Okay, so it's just all going on. I'm on a table with 3 wonderful people. I've got Aki Sakagami, that's it, Aki Sakagami from Japan, Kanako Matthews from the UK but Japanese,
from Japan, yes.
and a face that you may recognise, wonderful Nigel Barden from the UK. Come on, Nigel, who is on the other side this year judging. Let me just ask you, how is it being on the table tasting all these wonderful cheeses?
Well, I was really lucky. There's 2 people I've known for quite a long time, but to actually spend a couple of hours now judging is really special. And our palates actually are really similar. It's very interesting. But we've just come across 2 great cheeses.
Oh.
Here we go.
Let's have a look. What we got?
We've done a lot of sheep and goat's milk cheese, but look at this. This is wrapped in hay.
Wrapped in hay.
Wrapped and beautifully aromatic. And here we go. And it's black peppercorns, which comes through in the flavour.
Oh my gosh, look at that.
A really gorgeous cheese, and they were both strong silvers. So it's been a great table. We got 1 super gold that we think is really up there at the moment. But for me, it's a joy coming amongst it. You've got to be quite focused, and your palate's got to be in good nick. Because we maybe taste 48, 50 cheeses, but to be in such great international company, I'm a very lucky man. And Bern have made it the cheese capital of the world for a good reason. They've really made it as well.
They have. Aki, I would love to speak to you about cheese in Japan, because I'm not sure everybody knows about the cheese market in Japan, the interest in Japan, how popular is cheese, the cheese-making industry. Maybe you can tell us a bit about the industry in Japan.
We have a less history compared with European countries, so the market is now very small. But nowadays we made increasing the amount of cheese production, and big makers make
great processed cheese, but artisan cheese is more increasing, and we have over 360 makers in Japan, and very characteristics, very good condition and variety of cheese.
Wow! So is there a particular style of cheese that dominates in cheese production in Japan, or is it quite varied and all different types of cheese are created?
Yes. We made all different type of cheese because we have no less history. So we learning from European cheese. So all of the Japan country, we made a variety of cheese.
Okay, and how does it feel to you to be here, kind of representing Japan on the judging on this big judging panel today?
どういうふうに思う今日本を代表してるここにいることどういう感じ
Thank you.
I am very honored I become a judge, and I want to learn many cheese all over the world, and I tell the Japanese producers about other countries' cheese.
Wonderful. And Kanako, I'd like to speak to you. How are you finding today? And I guess you have a unique perspective because you are from Japan, but you live in the United Kingdom.
Yeah, and then just I have to say, just my palate is becoming more like just anglicized.
Interesting.
Because I've been eating lots of British cheese, obviously, but now today, lucky me, just having Nigel and someone from Japan, because just I'm kind of just now sitting cross between, but just I can tell just what just British people's palates are and Japanese people's palates are, and then just I'm a table coordinator, and then just managing
this is a very interesting point. So I guess the palates from people from different countries will be different. Like the flavors and the textures and the nuances that different people from different countries will lock into just because of what they're used to eating the most.
Yes. And then just immediately I find Nigel just likes just the, how do you say, not personal, but just subconsciously after some sort of good acidity from cheese. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And then Aki is more like just looking for some sort of just umami kind of thing, or just a bit of milky sweetness as well.
I absolutely love that. And this is why it's such a great thing that the judges are from such varied countries, because of this exact reason. We're bringing these broad, discerning palates to the table so that there's kind of no bias and it's a real fair representation.
One thing that we point out, but three of us, we immediately, when we find good cheese, we all agree, oh, this is definitely gold.
Has there been any disagreements and debates?
Remarkably, no.
No.
We haven't all. No, absolutely. We're pretty generous in that. These lovely cheeses come from the other side of the world. You know, we're well travelled, but we've given a lot of bronze, silvers, a few golds. But the overall quality has been really high, and it is. We've had a real harmony in our palates. So lucky us, lucky me.
Well, I'll let you. Got a few minutes left. You need to get your super gold in, so I'll leave you to it. Thanks, guys. Back to Patrick. Thank you. Oh, nice to see you. Nice.
So we're with the only Icelandic cheese judge in the room. Hello, Ernie. Would you like to introduce yourself? Pronounce your surname for us to start with.
Okay, so my surname is Sigurdardóttir, but I don't expect anyone to say that, so I just use the name Ernie. Even that's an anglicized version, but it works. Ernie.
And you were just telling me off camera, you've been in the cheese game for 30 years. You're based in Iceland now, and working with farms and cheesemakers. Tell us a bit about what's going on in Iceland in terms of cheese.
Iceland's probably the most exciting place because we are taking our baby steps. We have got a very, vivid dairy culture. However, artisanal produce is something that's happened in the last 10, 12 years. So now we have 7 artisanal producers. Back in 2008, we didn't have a single one. So it's been my privilege to sort of be a part of the movement at home.
Yeah, and this is your first time judging, amazingly, first time judging at the World Cheese Awards. I know you've judged at other awards over the years. I mean, we're coming into the final stages of it, so you've had a good morning's judging, I think, have you?
I've had a wonderful morning. It's absolutely, this is heaven. Everything in here is just gorgeous, smells divine, and even, it's hard to be fair on the judging.
Yeah. So we're just getting the final call really for cheeses to be brought in. Your super golds need to be chosen in the next 9-10 minutes. So you've got actually quite a lot to choose from. You've given quite a lot of golds to cheeses, haven't you?
Yes.
So you're at this sort of final stages with your fellow judges of trying to find your best cheese of the table. Do you want to just talk us through some of the runners and riders, some of the cheeses that are in contention to be super gold?
This lovely number here, we absolutely gave high marks on pretty much everything. Taste, aroma, body, and the flavor profile was absolutely stunning. And it's in comparison to a lot of others, so this one was a real contender. We went across to the sheep's milk. We have one here which we might recognize, but we can't say. And again, beautiful flavor, all those sort of seed oils, lovely sweetness, creamy, fatty sheep's milk. So this is absolutely, for me, those two are my favorite. But as I say, we have a couple of others, so it's going to be difficult.
So in total, you had what, sort of 4 or 5 golds that you've got to choose from?
I think so. Well, four. Unless somebody's added a blue that I don't know about.
So the next stage is you and your fellow judges have to kind of arm wrestle until we find out who your super gold is.
Yes.
How are you, just to finish quickly, we've only got a few seconds, how are you going to do that? How are you going to, are you going to look at the scores, or are you going to retaste the cheeses?
I think we have to retaste them. That's the only way. We have to retaste them. That instinctive beginning flavor profile, is it still there? You know, are we still feeling it as much after all these cheeses? So yeah, you have to be fair. You have to taste them again.
Yeah, well, good luck. Good luck finding your super gold. You've got 9 minutes.
Okay.
Cheers. Good luck. Go, yes, go.
I am with the beautiful Georgina Yescas de Mexico. ¿Cómo estás, Georgina?
Muy bien, very good. How are you?
I'm good as well, thank you. Now, you just told me that you just tasted your last cheese, which is about right, because, I mean, I think there's about 5 minutes left. Can you tell me, how has your day been?
It's been great. It's lovely. I love these yellow aprons.
Yeah.
Everything is organized clockwise, like in Swiss, because we're in Switzerland. And I've been very happy, yes.
Now, you do really important work because you promote Mexican cheeses.
Yeah.
Can you tell me why that's important to you, to get Mexican representation at these awards? Because there are Mexican submissions here today.
Yes.
Maybe not as many as there could be. You know, there could always be more.
Exactly.
Tell me why it's important to you, that Mexican cheese, and cheese in general from underrepresented countries, especially in Latin America, why it's important that they're here.
First of all, like commercial wise, it's because like Latin America is actually the most growing part like of the world, and people is very interested in cheese. Having the Mexican cheeses here, 23, it makes my heart feel happy because we are at this level with some of our cheeses. So we're competing with cheeses that has been forever. But we also have cheeses that were made 6 generations before in Mexico. So for me, I'm happy that they are here. Every year that we can bring them, I'm happy. I'm happy for the producers. I'm happy for my country, and I'm happy to be a representative of my country because we give passion and color to this event.
Yes, you do. And we should mention that Georgina's brother, Carlos Yescas, has done just a brilliant job because he has been doing some Spanish-speaking interviews. He's also translating the Super Jury event later because there are so many Spanish-speaking viewers who watch World Cheese Awards TV from Latin America, especially. And exactly as you said, they're so interested in these awards and they want to be a part of it. And so I love that we have that translation this year so that more people can feel involved. Do you think that's good?
I think it's great. I think it's great because if people are interested, this thing will happen all the time. And it's energetic, it's happy, because we're happy people, have fun all the time. So I think it's great that Spanish speakers are represented.
Can you tell me a bit about the work you do in Mexico and a little bit about the culture of cheese in Mexico?
So we are people that really love cheese because one of our main foods is quesadilla. So it's like a corn tortilla with cheese. We eat it almost every day. We don't think about it, but we eat cheese all the time. So actually, cheese is very important for our culture. Now I think it's changing into not only eating cheese for quesadillas, but also making boards, like cooking with it. And I think this is changing the gastronomy in my country too. You know, so I love that.
So are the styles of cheeses that are produced in Mexican still the traditional Mexican kind of cheeses, or are they also being influenced by European techniques and making other kinds of cheeses?
I mean, yeah, we're influenced very much by Europe, but yeah, we also have cheeses that are from Mexico. They're traditional recipes, and fortunately, we still do some. In my company, we save one of the recipe because we're the only company that is actually making this cheese. Well, not making it, but making the cheesemaker to make this cheese again. And I think that's great. Yeah.
Georgina, it's always such a pleasure to speak to you.
Thank you.
I will let you submit your super gold because I think you literally have minutes, and I'll see you later.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Over to
Happy
Patrick.
see you.
Okay, we're at that stage now where the tables are decided their super golds and are queuing up with their super golds to put them on the table. So they've made their decision, they found the best cheese on their table. We've got 3 very excited judges here, clutching their cheese that they've decided is going to go through to the next round. Lucas from Bailey and Sage, tell us a little bit about the cheese that you've picked.
Well, we picked this cheese because at the end we thought it was erratic. It was all over the place, and
In a good way.
in a good way, because there was plenty of cheese that were all over the place, not in such a good way. And yeah, it's
It's
raw
very
goat.
complex. It's got a lot going on.
Yeah,
But it's a hard goat's cheese.
hard goat. Yeah.
There was lots of herbaceous flavours, there was fruity flavours. It was packing quite a punch, and it's really unusual. Like, none of us had tasted anything like it before, so it felt a bit different, a bit new, but really balanced as well. So yeah, we're quite excited about it. I think you give it 1 of 2 ways.
And Alexander, so it was a bit, the flavours were quite wild, quite big, but they sort of managed to keep it, they were balanced, were they?
Exactly, the texture and flavor, it was a very nice balance because not too salty, taste of the meat and texture creamy.
Yeah, creamy, yeah.
Yeah, if you compare to this same type of cheese, normally it's sheep cheese,
Yeah.
and with the goat milk makes something different. So.
Can we just have a quick final look at your cheese before you? Look, there we go. Look at that. Okay, look how happy their little faces are. They found they found an amazing cheese and they're ready to put it on the table. Go quick, get it on the table. Thanks very much. Come through. So as you can see, the judges are all coming through. There's a huge long procession of judges with cheeses. Please, go through. All sorts are coming through. We've got blues and hard cheeses, Alpine style cheeses.
Yeah.
Okay, they're all sorts. We've got even some little soft cheeses coming down the line.
Ask me so I can think.
I just ran over to Regular from Belgium and I said, we're going to go live in about 30 seconds. She's like, but I'm just cheering because, we're right at the end. And
Yes, we just tasted our last cheese,
Okay.
which was very pungent and very spicy. So we just had to consume the last of our apple completely because we were on fire and not in a good way.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
So, okay, but you've now completed your table.
We did, but we are still choosing our super gold.
Are you? So I've come out.
Yes.
Maybe we can do some live Super Gold, because so many of them have gone to the Super Gold table now, and we can maybe, no pressure, do a Super Gold decision live on World Cheese Awards TV. Do you have a short list?
Well, the thing is, we have a lot of golds, so we have been blessed today with our table. I mean, we've got gold here, and even silver, but gold here as well. Gold here as well, gold there. Then we have.
Oh, wow.
Here.
So how are you?
Gold.
Oh, my gosh.
Gold. This is, our table is like a jewelry shop.
You had a
All
great
gold.
table.
We have a good table, yes.
Okay, well, you know what? You're lucky. I'm going to hand over to Patrick now and leave you alone to choose your Super Gold so you don't have to do it on camera. Thank you so much. I'll speak to you later, Andrew. Thank you so much.
Okay, so we're back in the line of Super Golds. We've got Michelle and Nikita. Nikita, you're looking resplendent. I love what you're wearing. That hat is. Where do you?
To be taken.
Oh, that's easy.
To be taken.
Okay, where are you from, Nikita?
Kazakhstan.
Oh, from Kazakhstan. And Michelle, you're from?
I'm from Philadelphia.
Okay. Tell us about your cheese. I mean, I've been going down the line. I could see a lot of sort of hard cheeses, Gouda styles, maybe some cheddars. But this caught my eye. It's something a bit different. Because is it a soft cheese? Is it a hard cheese? What do you think it is, Michelle?
I mean, it's semi-firm. It's a semi-firm cow's milk cheese. There's like a meatiness to it, but a sweetness. And it just kept evolving. And we're saying that it could evolve for a really long time. And it's been aged in a bunker. And you can just get like really a sense of the terroir. It's also raw. Okay. And it was just a beautiful expression.
So do you think this cheese will become softer or harder with time?
I see it as becoming firmer. How do you see it?
Yeah.
Same.
It will dry out over time. It's unusual to see that. There's something about the texture that's quite unusual. You know, I was expecting it maybe to be like a brie, really gooey and soft.
When we first opened too, we did as well. But, you know, just feel like it's, like I said, it's got a complexity to it that keeps going. And it was very surprising. So I think it's kind of like, you know, this mysterious lady that just keeps evolving.
Oh, mysterious lady cheese. I love it. Well, good luck. You're going to put it through to the final and we'll see what happens. This could be the one that is the world champion. Who knows? Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much.
No, that might be decided for me now.
I just ran directly over to this table because there's all sorts of commotion. I mean, look at the urgency with which these final cheeses are being deliberated.
Don't taste it first or sell first.
And I've been told by these guys that, you know, debate is happening, arguments, fist fights are potentially an option. Who knows?
We are being divided.
They're divided, which is like, this is so interesting because this is live coverage of how this judging really works. And, you know, when the judges really believe in a cheese and when maybe another one doesn't agree, they have to come to an agreement. And what is key is that every judge's opinion has equal weight. So there's no bullying, there's no sort of overriding. They somehow need to come to a decision about which of their cheeses is going to be a super gold. I mean, look at the concentration. This is all I can say. It's such a big responsibility because the super gold that they put forward, I mean, no pressure, by the way, but the super gold they put forward could end up being world champion cheese. And then the super gold they choose to not put forward could lose out. You know, it's such a big job. And when you're down to, how many are you down to? How many are you between? Two. So there's two of them that they're deliberating, that they need to choose from. And, you know, rather you than me, I just don't know how to help you here, except I just think you guys have done a great job. And you told me, Katie, that you had a great frickin' table, which
These cheeses have been exceptional.
which is like a lovely problem to have, right? But it makes
until now.
until now, because it makes the job harder. Because how do they choose the super gold?
These are extraordinary cheeses.
Yeah, good luck, guys. You literally have seconds left.
We actually have seconds, I know.
Back to Patrick.
Easy question.
Love that.
So we're still in the line looking at these incredible super gold cheeses. And this one caught my eye just because it's so small. Look at this tiny little cheese. It's clearly from a bigger part of the cheese. So we've got Rachel, Josie and Fabrizio who have picked this cheese. Rachel, tell us why. What is it, first of all?
Yeah, well, it's a sheep's milk cheddar style. For us, the aroma was just so remarkable. It just really had us keep smelling. Before we even ate it, we just had
Give
to
us
keep
a sniff
smelling it. Yeah, you have to smell it.
Oh, yeah.
Right?
Yeah, that's lovely.
Super beautiful grass, super beautiful storeroom smell, but also that just hint of lanolin and sweetness. But then the texture was so gorgeous. When we started eating it, we had to tell ourselves to keep moving on down the table because we were like, okay, like this is the beginning of the table. I'm sure there'll be other delicious cheeses. But at the end, we were like, and also it was tiny. Yeah, exactly. And this poor little guy. And then we almost debated like even bringing it up because we're like, they won't have enough to eat. But then we said like, does that mean it doesn't deserve a chance to like get on the?
Oh no! So it was one of those cheeses, Josie, where you sort of you tasted it, and 6 cheeses down the line, you were still thinking about it.
Yeah, no, I think it stood out for all of us when we ate it. It was really good.
And sheep's milk cheese. Sheep's milk in Portugal, where you're from, is a popular milk. In Portugal, you have the azeitão cheeses and Serra da Estrela cheeses. So do you like sheep's milk?
Yes, very, very interesting. Yeah.
Brilliant. Is there any left at all? This is all that's left.
It's literally the only piece left.
So if this goes through to the final, if the super jury judges pick this, we're going to have to be very, very careful how we cut it.
Yes.
So that it's
Get a professional monger.
Yeah. Well, no, we've got those. There's plenty of those
really
in here.
Get a really professional one.
One thing we're not short of is really good cheesemongers at the World Cheese Awards. Brilliant. Well, good luck with it. I hope it goes through to the final.
Yeah. Thank
Cheers.
you.
So from the table we were just at, I just heard one of the judges throw up their arms in despair and scream because I think she had to allow her cheese to not be put forward as super gold. But that's what happens when you get to this stage. I came to this table because people were pacing, faces looked stressed, and this is another table where live right now the super gold is being decided. Just tell me, how many are you down to? Like, what is it between? Are you down to two or
two? Yeah. Two very different cheeses.
Very different. Tell me what kind of cheeses they are.
So one is made from goat milk, and around it has wheat and olive oil.
Okay.
The other one, Zach.
It's all in my mouth. This is an organic cow's milk cheese, which we think is wash rind. We think it might be Swiss.
Okay.
Very rich.
But of
very
course, don't
creamy.
let that influence you.
No, not at all. Not at all.
But there are a lot of good Swiss cheeses.
Yeah.
So how are you going to make this final decision?
Are we allowed to toss a coin?
Do you know what? I saw some rock, paper, scissors going on in other places, because I guess if you have a tie on your table, how else do you
Well,
decide?
I mean, the other thing that's confusing is this has been getting a lot of attention from passers-by. We don't know whether that should influence us or not.
It absolutely should not influence you.
We won't think about
you
that
don't know,
at all.
and no influence. It's just your personal thoughts about which is the best. And I do have to push you because you've literally got seconds.
Do you have an opinion?
This is what happens. When you are in the final moments of the World Cheese Awards. You've been tasting 40 to 50 cheeses. You know, these guys are tired, exhausted, but they understand. You understand the importance of this moment.
The man in the Swiss corner is voting for one of the Swiss cheeses.
Okay. But that is not a thing that we will allow to influence. You gotta choose. Anyway,
I have my favorite.
Okay, I'm gonna leave you guys to it and let you decide off camera. Let's just have a walk around. Let's just turn the camera around, because actually, what we were just saying to these judges is that view where they're standing is incredible, because they're at a sort of table in the corner, and from here you really get a sense of the scale of this event. As we've mentioned before, this year's Cheese Awards is officially the biggest because it broke the 5,000 cheese record, 5,244. I'm here, so I get I understand what this is like. So you viewers at home, really, to communicate the enormity of this space and the wonderfulness of being surrounded by so many cheeses is just so special. Patrick, over to you. How is the Super Gold area going?
How long can I hold 4 kilos?
So I'm here with the myth, the man, the legends that is Charlie Turnbull.
How are you?
With a new hat.
I have a new hat. Yes, I had a hat accident.
So if anyone's been following this on social media, Charlie left his hat on the bus on the way here.
12X along the front of Brighton. But fortunately, there are good hats in Switzerland to be found. So our mate Perry took a time out yesterday and go and find me one, which is a bit of a laugh. But no, we should be talking about cheese.
We should. Just very quickly, Charlie has been instrumental in sort of making sure the right cheeses are on the right table. Well, you tell me, Charlie, what have you been doing today?
So I call it the curation of the cheeses. So I'm kind of the keeper of the cheeses, myself and Bob Farron. Bob's been doing it for many years. We make sure that every cheese that comes in the door gets checked out right, it's got the right code on it, it matches its description. And if there are any conditional issues, like it's been squashed or it looks a bit odd or it's got too moist or something like that, maybe we taste it, we check it out. We use our experience to make sure that the cheeses that hit the tables are as beautiful as they can be.
And one of the cheeses that's hit the table today, we were just standing here chatting, and then Charlie was like, look at that cheese. And so we thought, look, let's just introduce you to some of the kind of the rare and wonderful sights, the weird and the wonderful sights you see at the World Cheese Awards. I mean, we don't know really anything about this cheese, do we?
Well,
do we?
But they're cigars. With that bit we do know. We think it's a cow's milk cheese, although it could be sheep's milk. And it's sitting amongst a number of cheeses where they use some interesting but more traditional accoutrements like chilies and that kind of thing. But we just don't know. I mean, you can smell it. We have tasted the cheese.
So why do you think they've done this? Is this to flavour the cheese, or is it just for appearance?
I don't think it's just for appearance. I think they have chosen to flavour the cheese. It's really hard. I mean, when you've got a product like this and they get very moist, as they're wet, the flavour will come into the top of the cheese, but it's really difficult to believe it'll get into the middle. Because this is a dense, I don't know if you can see it, it's a dense curd, so I can't see it. But that sense of tobacco leaf is a lovely flavour. Sometimes you get it in goudas, which is it's really nice. It gives a sense of savouriness and character without it being overwhelming and too smoky, if you know what I mean. So it is a nice idea, but I don't think they ever believed it was going to work.
So the question that I always get asked at cheese tastings is, when do I eat the rind? That's the question I always get asked. But I've never been asked, when do you eat the cigar? So I presume we don't eat the cigar, or do you think we might have a little nibble on one?
Should we give it a go? Come on. One of the great things about this competition is that it is a joy to be here. Oh, wow, look at that.
God, it's got a lot of...
Maybe we should chew it. Maybe it's a...
Oh, we were talking about cigars earlier a couple of days ago. I think I might just leave you to that.
There's whiskey in there.
Oh.
Do you see what I mean?
Holy moly. I feel like I should spit now, you know, like sort of like, have you got like a tobacco spittoon that I could...
That is extraordinary.
Interesting.
Really the back of the throat. It's almost got like a pungent licorice kind of vibe, isn't it? I have no idea what they're trying to achieve, or in fact whether they're trying to achieve is what they have achieved. But it's great fun coming to... We're wiping ourselves down. Thank you very much. I don't know. It's been a great morning is the answer. The judges are really enjoying themselves. One of my other job is to get around the tables to make sure that people have their questions answered and that they're comfortable with what there's in front of them. And maybe give them a guidance about what to look for, some of your more obscure cheeses. But the one thing I've got back again and again is that this is one of the best days of their year. They absolutely adore it.
Yeah, and you're there to tell them whether to eat a cigar or not. Yeah. Fantastic. Brilliant. Thanks very much, Charlie.
Okay, you can see here behind me the Super Gold cheese area. So when the judges submit their Super Gold from their table, it is put in this grid system against their table number. And there are many there. I'd say we're about sort of halfway. But there is a big snake in queue behind me of the judges who are ready to submit their Super Golds. And, you know, when you think about it, it's just such a huge undertaking for them, a huge endeavour. They've been blind tasting all these cheeses all day, and between them, whether they're groups of 2 or 3, bringing all of their different expertise and disciplines to the table to agree to one cheese from their table that they're submitting as a Super Gold. So to explain a little bit about what happens now, each table has submitted their best cheese. That is called a Super Gold. So in total, we'll have about 110 Super Golds, one from each table. And then what happens next is these 110 top cheeses in the world, we can think of it like that, they are then grouped into styles of cheese. And then this is the point where the super jury, the 14 judges who have been saving their palates all day for this exact moment, this is the point where they step in and they take over the judging process. So they themselves will be put into groups of about 2, and each of those groups will be assigned to a style of cheese, and they will select their favorite cheese. So each judge selects their favorite Super Gold from this entire amount, and it's those cheeses, those final 14, that will be judged live on stage later this afternoon. It's all very, very exciting. Patrick, how's it going over where you are?
Okay, so here we are. We're back in the line. The line keeps going on. There's so many Super Golds. We've had 110 tables, so technically there should be 110 Super Golds. This one caught my eye. So Madeline and Kelsey have picked this one. What do you want to tell me, Madeline? You know, what is it? Why did you choose it?
So this is going off our description. It's a smoked Kazakh style cheese. we really liked it. We had several gold awards, but the reason why we chose this one is this is just something that we want to sit down and just like nosh on. You could eat this under any setting. I was like, this is something that I would eat outside of my fridge at 3 o'clock in the morning, like in my underwear. Super snackable, but really complex, not overly smoked. Salty, but it's meant to be salty. It's just a super, it brings joy, to me at least.
So you've painted a very strong mental picture there. And I'm sort of thinking beer might be involved with this. It sort of feels like 3 o'clock in the morning, underwear, you've had a few beers, maybe want one more and something else. Is that where we're going with this, Kelsey? Maybe later? I don't know. What do you think?
That's exactly where we're going. I think we'll end up in our underwear in front of the fridge with cheese and beer.
Well, what happens on tour stays on tour. We don't tell about that.
Absolutely. But this cheese, it just smells like a campfire. It is so smoky, but also very salty, and it just keeps you going back for more. It's one of those that you don't want to stop eating.
Yeah.
I always think it's interesting with smoked cheeses. They're one of the styles of cheeses that people really take against. You know, they really don't like smoked cheeses. And I think it can be quite hard to do. I mean, what is it with a smoked cheese that you're looking for? Madeline, let's ask you first. What's a good smoked cheese?
For me personally, I want to be able to taste the cheese as well as the smoke. The problem with a lot of smoked cheeses is the smoke can be just so overbearing. You lose the flavor of the cheese itself within it. So for me, I look for balance. It needs to be smoky. Obviously, it's a smoked cheese, but not where it's just like punching you in the face with a hard, like smoky flavor to it. So this one was a nice balance, great snacking cheese, which is why I enjoyed it.
Yeah, brilliant. And just finally, do we know what it was smoked? What type of wood it was smoked over? Did it say?
It doesn't say, but it's given campfire vibes, and just overall, it's just so visually stunning. It's got that braided appearance, and it just kept us going back to it. That's one that our eye just kept being
Great stuff.
attracted to.
Get it on the table. Let's see if it makes it through to the final. Thanks very much. Cheers.
So I'm just looking at the screen over there, and I think you can probably see it on your screen at home. But we're up to, where am I? There we go.
Kind of live wrap
72 out of 100, 73 out of 110. That's how many Super Golds have been submitted so far. So there's still a way to go. We are going to come back a little bit later, let these judges have the time to submit their Super Golds, make sure all of the entries are properly documented. Myself and Patrick and Carlos, it's been incredible chatting to these judges to find out more about the process, more about them. Here's Patrick. He needs to vault over a cheese table. But it's been a wonderful morning. It's been a really intense morning, and I'm just saying that we're going to leave the judges to finish submitting their cheeses. We're up to about 75 out of 110. How's your day been?
Oh, what a morning. What a morning. So many good cheeses. So many amazing people, actually. Just listening to stories of people from Saudi Arabia, Tunisia, Switzerland. You know, it's just been a really lovely coming together of the cheese community. I've learned loads, and the cheeses, I mean, a lot of the tables I've been going around, they've been like 5 golds, 6 golds, and that is unusual.
Mm-hmm.
I think the last time I judged last year, I think I had 2 on my table. So it feels like the standard is high.
It's a good year.
It's a good year. I think, as you know, the World Cheese Awards has been going so long now, it builds every year. We've got 9% more cheeses than last time. And I think it feels to me like the quality improves as well. Certainly the tables I was going around, there was some really... the judges were being generous, which isn't always the case. What about you? Did you see any weird and wonderful cheeses?
Yes, I mean, there was... We had some crazy cheeses. Well, that one right there was kind of crazy, purple covered with fruit. Actually, this table specifically had a real broad range of cheeses, and they actually had a really strong table as well. But I think what we'll do now, Patrick, is... For the meantime, we will say goodbye to viewers. We're going to let this Super Gold submission finish, and we will come back reporting live from the very exciting Super Gold judging area at about 2:15. So be sure to tune into that, and we'll see you then.
So we've got over 5,000 cheeses from 46 countries being unpacked behind me, and they've come from 20 different consolidation points around the world. And that's really important because it gives even the smallest cheesemaker the opportunity to send their cheese. So we've got consolidation points in Argentina, in France, in Australia, and everything's been winging its way here and carefully checked through our license and being unpacked on the tables.
Estamos aqui no ponto de consolidação do Brasil para o World Cheese Awards na Suíça esse ano. São 186 amostras brasileiras. Os produtores brasileiros vão fazer bonito. Tchau, até a Suíça!
Every cheese is coded, so our judges don't know what they're tasting, and they just get a description of the cheese, meaning that it's all completely blind tasted. On the judging day, there will be 265 judges, also from 46 countries, tasting the cheese, and they will be arranged in teams and work their way through about 45 cheeses per table before choosing a super gold cheese that will go on to the final in the afternoon. Each of the cheeses is assessed on aroma, taste, texture, visual appearance, and everybody will get a score in their My Guild account at the end of the process. When the results are announced, consumers will be able to find out where to buy the cheeses and where to find their favourite cheeses online and through all the press coverage that comes out afterwards.
The World Cheese Awards isn't all about cheese. It's also about our amazing judges who come from all over the world. We have judges this year from 46 different countries. We have cheese retailers, be it wholesalers or cheesemongers. We have the graders, we have affineurs, we have people who write about cheese and chefs. But we also have a few producers, but of course they don't judge their own cheese. The judges judge in pairs or threes, and each of them will taste about 45 cheeses in the morning, and they will select one of their golds to go forward to be a super gold. We should end up hopefully with about 110 super golds by about 1 o'clock, and then there is a selection of 14 judges who we call our super jury. We've selected them from all different countries. They are selected quite randomly but on their expertise, and each year we rotate that super jury to make sure that we're being fair to every country and every judge who comes to judge at the World Cheese Awards. What's lovely about the World Cheese Awards is that people come and judge year on year, and it's rather like a large family coming together on one day, and there's always a sense of excitement and joy when they come together. Having said that, we do have around about 100 new judges, and every year we receive applications from dairy industry experts from around the world, and they all submit a biography and some background about their cheese knowledge, and we have the job of going through and selecting our judging panel, making sure that we've got an equal representation of male, female judges, of different countries. We ensure that we don't have more than really one person from the same company coming, so that we can spread the love and involve more organisations in the judging process. Rather excitingly this year, we are welcoming new judges from new countries. Those include Saudi Arabia, Cyprus and Peru, to name a few. But of course we have judges from across Europe. There's Germany, France, Italy, UK, Ireland, and then further afield, America, New Zealand, South America, Brazil, and the list goes on.
So here we are in Bern, Switzerland, and we're really, really happy to be here. The question I most often get asked is, why on earth do you do it? And it's a great question. When you look behind me, 5,244 cheeses from over 20 consolidation points, which is 46 different countries across the world. It is a good question. Why on earth do you do it? We established the World Cheese Awards in 1988, and really the awards was established to ensure that the smaller, more artisan cheesemakers across the world had a chance to perform, be benchmarked, be assessed and celebrated on a world stage. And we have done good over the last nearly 40 years by exposing and bringing some minority countries to the fore. We've worked hard with South Africa, with Japan, with most of South America, where we've brought their cheeses and their cheesemakers to the wider attention of the global dairy industry. Just to give you some scale, year one of the World Cheese Awards in 1988, we had around 250 entries. The award spent its early life mostly in the UK, and then in 2008 we held the awards in Dublin in Ireland. That was the first time we got away from the UK. Then in 2009 we set a high bar with flying 250 judges from across the world into the Canary Islands. At that stage we were probably about 2,500 cheese entries. Then we've gone on different years, different countries: Spain, Norway, Portugal, and we've now arrived here in Bern, Switzerland, and we've hit a record number of entries, 5,244.
trop des Gestures. We make them all day long. Some are full of tenderness, while others show how strong we are. We pass them on from one generation to the next. We might even pick them up. There are gestures we have mastered that we repeat again and again, and gestures that are more spontaneous, easy gestures, and less easy ones. Sometimes they are essential, and sometimes they are quite simply enjoyable. Le Gruyère AOP, the taste of Switzerland since 1115.
I am with John Farron from the Guild of Fine Food. John, we are at that point of the day where I feel like the anticipation, the palpable energy just gets ramped up because we're in that final stage. Can you explain what's about to happen?
So the volume drops, everyone gets a little bit tense. The team is tense because we've got to turn this around quickly. We've got 14 super jury judges waiting now to assess what is 107 super golds. So this is effectively our second round. All these cheeses have been put through their paces this morning. We've got 107 super golds declared. Their job now, their task now, it's not the worst job in the world,
it's not,
is to assess these 107 super golds again. We're splitting them into 7 teams, 2 judges on each team. That gives them about between sort of 15 and 16 cheeses each. They'll work through those in the next 45 minutes to an hour. And it's simple. I ask them to choose their favourite cheese out of that sort of 15 or 16. That cheese is going to go through to the super jury and the final panel.
Which is then tasted live on stage, live on World Cheese Awards TV, live in front of a big audience this year. And I think what's really great is that we should mention the 14 super jury panel members have actually had a complete morning resting their palates. So they've been saving themselves for this moment, which is a really brilliant evolution of the awards, because it means that they can come to them really fresh. But what's been great is I've been spotting them walking around. So they've been absorbing the atmosphere. They've also been chatting to the judges and finding out which ones have got the golds, which ones are likely to be the super gold submissions. And they've been sort of tasting bits here and there, but without the pressure of knowing that they have to do anything. And they've just been really getting a sense of what the standard is this year, which, by the way, everyone is telling me is kind of really good. There's been lots of stickers going down.
Yeah, we like stickers going. We like stickers going down. Yeah, you're right. It's the first year we listen to people. You've got to run these awards. You've got to listen to people and make improvements. And the feeling was that by the end of the day, those super jury judges were probably quite jaded. And in the common vernacular, done in. And so we decided to let them roam free in the morning. And as you say, Layla, just familiarise their palate, just warm their palate up, see what's getting a gold. And that's what they've been doing. And now they're going to be fresh as daisies, palates alert, minds alert, and we want them to do justice to these super golds.
And, you know, the 14 super jury panel members are sort of behind the ribbon, waiting to be released into this area to start tasting their cheeses. And I was chatting to a couple over the break before and asking them what they feel about this, and, you know, having this kind of responsibility and privilege.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, 265 judges have been involved in today, but it's coming down to these final 14 who are ultimately going to determine the next world champion cheese. Yeah. It's a huge deal, and what an amazing thing to be able to do when you work in the cheese industry.
Yeah. I mean, it is a big deal, but in the end, we're doing this for the cheesemakers. So it's an honour to be a judge, and it's great to be a judge. But their role, and it's an important role, is to highlight the best, and we like to highlight the best from whether they're big, small, whatever cheesemaker. So we need them to do a proper job.
And one of the things that I love is about these awards is because those barriers to entries are removed. Because, you know, talking about the logistics, 5,244 cheeses have made it to Bern in Switzerland via 20 consolidation points, we should say. So what that means is if you're a small producer in a country who doesn't have the means to themselves get their cheese to Switzerland, because that's no mean feat, right? That's a difficult thing. All they have to do is they need to get their cheese to their local consolidation point, and then it's all taken care of from there to get it to Switzerland, which means, you know, hopefully we've got a mix here of all different types of cheeses from all different types of producers, maybe some small ones who otherwise just wouldn't get that kind of exposure, recognition. You know, they're on the world stage with the heavyweights.
You said the word, Layla, accessible. That's what we've got to do. I call it a broad church. We can't put barriers before people have even entered their cheese. Because there's also, as you say, the little people, the small people, the artisans, some of them in South America may not even have a computer, and I really mean that. I'm not being flippant. And so to get them to get their cheese and be proud of their cheese and to get it here in Bern in Switzerland is a logistical achievement, but good on them as well for pitching their cheese against the best.
And I think we are going over to Patrick.
So 5,244 cheeses have been whittled down to the final super golds. What you're seeing here at the moment is the cream of the crop, excuse the pun. These are the best cheeses from this morning's judging, and they've been assembled lovingly in rows by Bob Farrand, the cheese master himself, who's still hard at work over there, and Charlie Turnbull, and we're just awaiting our super jury judges who are going to flood in, all 14 of them, and start choosing which cheeses they want to highlight in the final. the thing that I love about cheese, what makes it so fascinating, is that really it's all made from the same ingredient, which is milk. And if you just have a look at what we've got around us, you know, different shapes, different sizes. Oh, here come the judges. The judges are coming in looking resplendent in their daffodil-coloured aprons. Oh, it's quite interesting. The judges this morning have not really been judging in the full sense. They've been tasting here and there, so their palates are fresh and ready to go. So let's just have a look at some of these cheeses. You know, we've got these beautiful rinds where you can see this zigzag pattern. You find that very commonly on sheep's milk cheeses from Spain. We've got what I love is the size of them. You can have absolutely huge cheeses and tiny cheeses that are wrapped in things, soaked in alcohol. We've got cheeses wrapped in leaves. If we come just round here, follow me. I just wanted to show you a couple of, just to show you how, you know, base ingredient is milk, but you can come up with completely different cheeses in it. Look at this, wrapped in, are those vine leaves or fig leaves, soaked in something, and this beautiful sort of tower of cheese. So the judges are assembling. They're being given a briefing by John Farrand of the Guild of Fine Food about what their task is. But essentially, they're going to be split into teams. So we've got 14 judges. They're going to be split into twos, so 7 teams of 2, and they will be given a table to taste. So let's just move away along here. So they're not going to be tasting all 110 Super Golds. That would take too long and actually would be too difficult. So the 110, I think we might be just a few short of that, are broken down into sections, and then each team will judge that section. So I think they're going to have to choose a cheese from 16 to 17 cheeses, something around that number, and then that cheese that they pick will be taken through to the final, and that's the one they will champion in the final, and it will be voted on again. And eventually that 14 will be whittled down to the world champion cheese. The scores in the final are out of 7. So, you know, the top mark you can get for a cheese in the final is 7. If all 14 judges voted 7, it's a very, very good chance that cheese is going to win. So yeah, let's continue this is interesting. The cheeses have sort of been grouped by style. So we've got here sort of softer cheeses, and, you know, cheeses that look like familiar things like bries and camemberts, goat's cheeses in all sorts of wonderful shapes. This is an interesting little cheese with a little petticoat on it, little lace petticoat. Usually with these cheeses you cut the top off and scoop. So I think what they'll do is they'll cut the top, and then underneath they'll be scooping into the soft paste beneath. This looks interesting. Let's have a look at this little number. Wow. So we've got a very, very soft cheese, and it looks like it's got flowers, or the stamens of flowers sprinkled across the top. That looks fascinating. Obviously we're in Switzerland, so you know, there are a lot of Swiss cheese entries this year, and so we're expecting quite a few Alpine-style cheeses, but these could equally have been made in France or Germany. You know, there's a whole tradition across the Alps of these big, hard, cooked cheeses, they're known as. Hard-cooked cheeses, why are they called cooked cheeses? Is because the curd is scalded to a very, very high temperature in the cheese make, which gives you a lovely kind of supple texture when young, and as they get older, they become more sort of crystalline. So we can have a look. You can just start to see some of the crystals developing on this cheese. That's a sign of age. Usually at around 12 to 18 months, you get tyrosine crystals forming. The judges are now circling their cheeses. This is where there's a little bit of tension between the judges, because at this point you're not judging together, you're judging individually. And what you want to do is find a cheese that you're going to champion in the final. And of course, everybody wants to pick the world champion cheese. So although they look friendly, sometimes there's a bit of tension. If they both want to choose the same cheese to take through to the final, there has to be a discussion. or some kind of arm wrestling contest. I have to be honest, in my years working on the super jury, it was always very cordial. And, you know, if both of us landed on a cheese that we wanted to take through, there would be a discussion. And then, you know, there's plenty of amazing cheeses here. They're all super golds. And, you know, there's not a bad cheese amongst these tables. So there's plenty of others to find.
Okay. Am I on? Yeah. So the judges have been released into the Super Gold judging arena, and there's a real change in atmosphere at this point, as John was saying earlier, because it's been a kind of quite jovial morning with the seriousness applied, but now we're really in the super serious stage for the Super Gold judging. And the judges realise this. I love that Judge Kuba from Poland. He was previously wearing a cheese hat on his head, and he realises the seriousness of this situation now. The hat is off. And what I love looking at this table is the variety of cheeses that have ended up in this final list, because, you know, when you think about it, we're in the top 100 odd cheeses in the world. I mean, it feels quite incredible to be standing here amongst these. And what's happening now is the judges are paired up and they're going to assess these cheeses. And it's great that their palates are fresh, because they've been mostly just familiarising themselves with the atmosphere, tasting a few golds here and there. But otherwise, they're approaching this part of the day completely fresh, because they know the seriousness of the job ahead of them. Over to Patrick.
So here we are, I'm with Bob Farrand, the man himself who had the brainwave of putting together the World Cheese Awards in 1988. And here we are 35 plus years later. What's your take on it, how it's evolved over the years, Bob? I mean, actually, take us back to that first awards in 1988. What was it like? Where was it?
It could have potentially been very, very dangerous, in that it could have been the first one and the last, because I had this wonderful idea that not only would we have an international cheese competition, because I judged it Nantwich and I judged it the Bath and West, and of course it was all English cheeses and great big blocks of manufactured cheddars and so on, which was quite dull. So if you get 27 mild cheddars and that's what you've got to judge, it's not the most exciting thing to do on a Monday morning. So I thought, fine, if we have an international cheese awards, we're going to get some foreign cheeses in. Fortunately, even back then, the UK was one of the largest importers of cheeses from around Europe in particular. So there were quite a lot of wholesalers operating in the UK who were able to supply, to enter these cheeses. Lots of Italian, lots of French, and so on. And I then had this great idea, because I wandered around Nantwich and thought, with all this cheese, and I can't taste it, or the public can't taste it. So after we'd finished, we laid all the cheeses out on the table as they are now and let the public come in and just help themselves. Exactly. No refrigeration, nothing. They were getting their penknives out and cutting them. And 2 weeks later, I don't know whether you're old enough to remember it, we had that massive problem with Listeria monocytogenes in cheese.
But that was nothing to do with your awards. That was just a coincidence.
Not guilty, my lord. No, it wasn't anything to do with us. But it changed all the thinking, because in those days, people would send whole Stiltons for Christmas in the post.
Yeah.
Smoked salmon went in the post. You didn't need refrigeration at all. But that one thing changed the whole profile of what we could and couldn't do with cheese.
So the first awards was in London, and how many in Wembley? So how many cheeses were entered in the first year, would you say?
Well, on the basis that I'm the only person that could actually remember it, and I'm not sure, and I'm variously quoted 200, 220, 240. It's somewhere around that figure.
Yeah, well, I did a bit of research into this, and quite a lot of even though it was more international than a lot of the cheese awards out there was still a big chunk of British cheese in there, and some French cheeses sort of bolted on. And over the years, the awards has just grown and grown and grown. The first year it left the UK, well, I think it was 2008, would have been Ireland?
Dublin, yeah.
In Dublin.
Yeah, that's great. That was great.
So how was that? So the first time outside the UK was 2008 in Dublin, and that was the beginning, really, I suppose, of the awards moving to a genuinely international, different cities around Europe.
When we went to Dublin, we knew the following year we were going to the Canary Islands, to Gran Canaria. So this was kind of like we had to do something to perfect ourselves. And just as well we did, actually. And Dublin cropped up with this exhibition over there, food exhibition, and they needed something to run a feature for the public, and we put it on. And the Irish took us into their heart. They loved it. Anything for a crack, and it just took off. And in one of those amazing coincidences, it was in Ireland when we held the supreme judging, as it still is, but not in the big theatre we have today, but in a semicircle in front of an assembled audience. And when we did the marking and it got to this final cheese, suddenly a fellow appeared from the back saying in a thick Spanish accent, "It's my cheese, it's my cheese," and he came herring up, and we didn't believe him, and he picked the cheese up, turned it over, and it had Tenerife, so it was from where we were going the following year.
Amazing. And it's become this really sort of global, international meeting place. 265 judges this year from, I was talking to a Kazakhstani judge earlier, and someone from Saudi Arabia and someone from Tunisia. It's amazing how the cheese world has sort of connected around the World Cheese Awards.
I remember it was probably the second or third year when we had the French Guilde des Fromagers coming in with all their dressing gowns and their funny hats on.
This is a sort of French sort of guild society of cheese.
Yeah. God, what's his name? Roland Barthélemy. He stood up on the stage, and his English is not great, and certainly wouldn't make sense on this type of thing. And he said, "Cheese unites us all. If you love cheese, you do not make war."
I love that. Let's finish on that note. Cheese unites us all. I like that. That's a good sentiment for the World Cheese Awards.
Hello, Charlie. I've seen you running around today, and I'd like to know a bit about what you do and what your role is in today. What your role has been today.
Well, you've just been speaking to Bob, or rather Pat has. I think of us as the curators, like museum curators. We're here to make sure that the cheese gets to the table, to the judges, in the best possible condition. And then once it's there, we're there to help the judges understand the cheeses where required, answer questions about condition, because they have travelled quite a long way. There's some dents and bumps and bruises out there. So we are facilitating the cheeses to be the best they can be.
And can you explain to me now, because these 14 super jury judges have been grouped into groups of two, and they've been assigned certain cheeses. Can you explain how those cheeses have been grouped and why?
Well, the first thing we have to say is that we can't control what comes to these tables, right? So it's a complete lottery which cheeses have performed well on the day in terms of sort of what to expect. So we try and get the tables into an order where the strength of the cheeses are roughly similar, because it's so easy for the big cheeses just to roll over on the little cheeses, which is not fair. We're not there for strength, we're here for nuance, about complexity, interest. The detail really matters. So we try and bring them together in a way that allows every cheese to shine.
And when you're at this stage where you're a super jury judge and you've got 100 odd excellent cheeses in front of you, how do you at that stage, when the standard is so high, how do you then determine your favourite?
Well, you've hit the nail on the head. At this point, there are no poor quality cheeses out there. Sorry. These are all awesome cheeses, right? So we've moved past the easy numbers. Oh, that was technically wrong and all that. That's in the past. That was way down over breakfast. So now we're looking for a much higher level of subjectivity, but also the experience. All these people are speciality in some way. They could be retailers. So they know they're representing customers. They're representing cuisines. They're representing the purpose that cheese is more than just food. What is the art in cheese? So it's it's all about subjective, well, not all, but so much is about subjectivity now. It's really about the passion the cheese can excite in you. The way they lift you, the way they stand back, the way you surprise you. That's what we're looking for now. And this is why being a top judge at this point is the best job. You know, if you had to do anything today, you'd want to be at these tables right now because you're just in it for the joy.
And I guess when the cheeses are this good, it's almost like a personal response. It is. I remember last year, I was speaking to one of the super jury judges, and actually a judge that was on the tables during the day. And I think I was talking to Georgina Yescas from Mexico, and she said, I've just had an emotional response to this cheese. Is that possible?
It's possible. We all are, right? When you want to have a good time with friends, family, whomever, you automatically put it over a food or a drink. Food is hardwired into us to be an emotional experience. It's not just evolutionary, we must eat stuff that's good for us. Somehow it brings us together. Somehow it makes a community out of a space. And food responds to that by being a cuisine. It's a community in itself. So that really is critically important to the response. But, I was tasting one of these, it was at Emmental over there, right? And I have a personal passion for Emmental. The first time I encountered awesome artisan cheese was my dad used to go to the specialty cheese shop in Scotland, and we would drive south off our holidays and have these slices of Emmental, and it tasted like
oh my gosh.
For me, that's really special.
That reminds me of that scene from Ratatouille where the food critic is presented a ratatouille, the really stern food critic. He's presented a ratatouille and then he gets transported to his childhood. Yeah. And so the connection with the food he was eating with his childhood memories was unsurpassed. Yeah. And I love that cheese has the potential to do that. It can transport and to remind you of connections you had with it when you were younger, and then therefore you've got the sort of what's the word? You've got those old memories associated with it.
You do. In judging, we used to have this phrase of the end of the pier ice cream, right? When, Mr. Whippy, which, let's be honest, isn't the most technically amazing cheese, but can transport you to the moment when you're with your family and you were 7 years old. But these guys have to balance that against, it cannot be so personal as to be narrow, right? They have to look at the kind of transportation, that experience, that passion that is going to carry to people who don't have a personal connection. So they do actually have to judge it, which is why I would be wrong to go to the Emmental and go, that's the best cheese there, because the weight of it being special to me was too much. Do you understand what I mean? So, but these guys are doing this every single day in their speciality domains, and they're good at it. So that's why they're here.
And then don't forget that the judges have to then defend the cheese that they choose up on stage. It's the first time we three have been together. I think we've done such a good, amazing job presenting about everything that's been going on. How have you found it, Carlos? You did some great interviews in Espanol. They all went well.
Yeah, it was amazing. It was wonderful to introduce people who speak Spanish, mostly Latin Americans, but also a couple of Spaniards, and someone from Switzerland just speaking Spanish. Because there's so many people tuning in from Latin America, from Spain, that want to know what's happening, and so it's good to tell them what is happening. And also, we have to remember that the awards are really for the cheesemakers, and so many of those rural cheesemakers in some other countries, they just really don't speak English, and so to hear it in their language and share that knowledge with them is quite useful for them, because it's really them who we want to attract, that they bring their cheeses to the World Cheese Awards.
And Carlos, you're going to be translating in the final as well. So, we're getting to that stage that the super jury judges are deliberating, finding their favourite cheeses. Pretty soon, we'll all be on stage choosing the world champion cheese, but you're going to be translating for Spanish speakers throughout the whole thing.
Yes, it's going to be exciting. I hope it's easy. Keep it easy for me. No, but I'm very excited. Again, it's just a way to get closer to the audience who's watching on live stream. Hearing what is happening, hearing how you're going to describe the cheeses, hearing Leila and how to introduce, and everything that is happening with the judges, and just giving taste notes in Spanish. So yes, it's a lot of translation, but people who are tuning in Spanish are going to be enjoying that. If you're listening to this in English, don't worry about it. It's still in English.
And Patrick, I think we should talk about your role during the Super Jury final on stage. You are going to be providing some cheese notes, and I think actually that we have to wrap for now, and we will be back.
The thing I love about cheesemaking is really the art. It's ever-changing, it's living. There's lots of little pieces that we're adding, that we're adjusting, that we're monitoring to really make a consistent, high-quality cheese day in and day out.
Trying things, sometimes failing horribly, but sometimes winning big, such as Montemori or Belvatano. The cheese has to be right, and then we need to do something that's right by the cheese. We hand rub the surface of our cheeses, or perhaps we might soak the cheeses in, say, Merlot or whiskey or Chardonnay.
With a variety of our spices and our flavors, it's meant to unlock different attributes of the cheese. If we use something that's more fruity, you'll unlock more fruity notes of the cheese. But at the end of the day, it's about accentuating the cheese.
There's a certain amount of creativity that goes against how everybody else has always done things. It's a very daunting task to create American originals, but it's been really neat too.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Please take your seats. The super jury will begin shortly. Please welcome to the stage your hosts, Layla Kazim and Patrick McGuigan.
Welcome.
Oh my goodness, what a sight.
Good Lord.
Hello everybody, how wonderful to see you all. Let me say, welcome to the 37th World Cheese Awards, which is coming to you from Bern in Switzerland. Wonderful to see you all. My name is Layla Kazim. I'm a broadcaster, a journalist, and a writer from the UK.
I'm Patrick McGuigan. Call me Pat. I'm a cheese writer, an author, a cheese educator. I'm a cheese lover, let's be honest.
And it's our pleasure to be with you all here today. Now, Patrick, I don't know about you, and I don't know about anyone else here, but can you feel the tension in the room?
Ooh.
Like the atmosphere feels like it could be cut with a knife.
A cheese knife,
a cheese
maybe.
Knife, of
cheese
course.
knife.
And the reason that there is so much tension in this room is because we are at the point of the day of what is possibly the most important day in the annual cheese industry calendar, which is the day that we determine the world champion cheese for this year. And we are literally going to find out this information within the next hour or so. And that is why it's so tense. Patrick, maybe you could give us a little rundown of how the day has been so far.
It's been emotional. There's been a lot of cheese consumed today. I think the first thing we should say is that for the very first time, the World Cheese Awards has broken the 5,000 cheese barrier. And that deserves a round of applause. Come on, people. 5,000 cheeses. To put an exact number on that, an exact number, 5,244 cheeses have been consumed today. They've been prodded, they've been poked, they've been sniffed, they've been tasted by 46 of the world's greatest cheese experts. But it's not over yet, because after that judging this morning, each table put forward their best cheese. That gave us 110 Super Gold cheeses. Those 110 Super Gold cheeses were then judged yet again by a new group of super tasters. These are the super jury cheese experts. So this afternoon they went through the Super Gold cheeses and narrowed them down to the final 14 cheeses. So the super jury have picked their favorite cheese each and are now going to fight it out in a live final to find the best cheese in the world for 2025, the one cheese, the world champion, in about 45 minutes.
And that is what you are going to witness on stage today, these final 14 judges tasting these cheeses. And I think, without further ado, it is time to introduce our incredible super jury panel onto the stage. We have Finbar Deary from the Republic of Ireland.
Go on now, Finbar. Go on yourself. We have Anne Kiemulen from Belgium. Come on stage, Anne. Woo!
Welcome, Anne. Next up, we have Perry Wakeman from the United Kingdom.
Please welcome Rafael Dominguez Gonzalez from Tenerife in Spain.
Next up, we have Ching Yin Ching, all the way from Singapore. Woo!
And let's hear it for Joey Wells from the USA. Come on, Joey. What a man.
It's fabulous beard. We have got Eleonora Borgonovi from Italy.
And Joost van Nijnalten from the Netherlands.
Woo!
Oh, got that well. And next up, we've got Nick Choros from Canada.
We also welcome to the stage Malin Dahl from Sweden.
Do Sabrina. I've done him. Do Sabrina.
And next up we have got Sabrina Lau from Switzerland.
Now we're back.
Finally, Kuba Mazacik from Poland.
Our 13th Super Jury panel member is Solange Pauli from Uruguay.
And last but not least, the man himself from Norway, Svein Erik Baklund.
Wow, look at this. I mean, this is an absolutely incredible array of judges today who are taking this part of the day very seriously because it's a very serious task that's on their hands. Now, we've got 14 cheeses to get through, and we will kick off immediately with cheese number 1. Patrick is over in his cheese corner, and he's going to give us some notes about this cheese.
So, yes, welcome. I'm in my happy place, in my cheese corner here. First cheese up is this beautiful little round goat's cheese. Now, it's difficult for these sort of kind of soft cheeses to travel well over long distances. But this cheese, I tasted it earlier, is in fantastic condition. It's got a beautiful papery thin rind, and inside is a beautiful sort of silky breakdown just beneath the rind. I tell you what, let's cut into it and take a look. So we can cut in here, and you can see, if you look closely, here we go. So you've got a lovely, soft, kind of clotted cream texture in the middle, and a beautiful, thin, papery rind. The flavor was sort of, I thought there were sort of notes of like hay and dried grass, but then something on the finish that was quite floral and delicate. Very difficult to get these cheeses over long distances to arrive in perfect condition on the day of judging. And I think the cheesemaker who sent this has done a really, really good job. So I'll be very interested to see what the judges have to say on this.
And I think it's so interesting watching these judges live tasting, because there are so many things they need to take into account. The look of the cheese, the taste of the cheese, the aroma, the mouthfeel, the flavour. And I can see some numbers being scribbled, and I think we might already have our first set of numbers. Okay, judges, you've got a set of panels in front of you. I would like you to grab hold of the score that you are assigning cheese number 1. And please, could you hold up your scores now? Okay, we have got a 4, a 5, a 5, a 5, another 5, another 5. We've got a 6, we've got a 7, we've got a 5, another 5, we've got a 4, we've got a 5, we've got a 6, and we've got a 6. Thank you so much, judges. Now, while those numbers are being calculated and tallied, let's just give the team a moment to do that, because we can't make any mistakes. And we should mention that the maximum score that can be given is 7. So let's have a little see if we have the total score. I wonder if anyone in the audience is good at maths and has been counting. Okay, so our cheese number 1 has a score of 73. Now, the judge who put forward this cheese as their super gold is Judge Joost van Nijnalten. Joost, please could you take the microphone, stand up, and explain to us why you believe this was a potential world champion cheese?
I was enthusiastic in the beginning. The whole day, I think it was one of the first cheeses that I tried. We were walking around the tables, 108 tables, and another judge said, you have to try this one. And I tasted it, and it's, there was something said already before, but I think it's a wonderful cheese. Lactic, but yeast riped, so you get a really nice texture of whipped cream, something like that. It reminds me to southern France goat cheese, but it's not from France.
Oh.
I heard.
How do you know? We were about to find
France
that out.
France is not really long traveling, so I don't think it's from France.
Okay.
So I think I know where it is now. I really liked it from the beginning.
Okay. Thank you so much, Joost.
Thank you.
Thank you for putting that cheese number 1 forward. Give a round of applause to Joost. And Patrick, I think it would be wonderful if you could reveal the country that our first cheese is from.
I would have guessed it was from France, but no, that cheese was from Japan.
Oh! How wonderful! Japan, our first country up on the list of our final 14 of the day. Right, straight on to cheese number 2, please.
Cheese number
Patrick.
2, wow, look at this. Can we see that? We've got, so this is another goat's cheese, but completely different. I mean, look, it's a wonderful shape. It's got this sort of oblong, almost like brick shape when it was whole. And if you can see the rind on that cheese, it has this wonderful kind of craggy grey rind. But then when you cut into it, it has this beautiful pale interior. It's quite a bouncy cheese, so it has quite a sort of an elastic texture, which suggests to me that it's relatively young. When I tasted it, I was getting a little bit of spice, but there were also sort of grassy notes, something a bit herbaceous. Again, it wasn't a big cheese in terms of flavour, but there was complexity. There was a sort of an opening up of the cheese the more you ate it. The kind of flavours revealed themselves the more you chewed. And you wanted to go back for another piece, actually, which is always a nice thing in a cheese. So again, I have literally no idea where this is from. I would just be guessing. It could be from anywhere. but I really like what they've done with it. It's a bit different as goat's cheeses go.
Thank you, Patrick. The judges are tasting now. I'd like to say something about the judges, actually. So there were 265 here today, tasting a total of 5,244 cheeses. And those judges were from 46 countries. And so that is such an important part of the World Cheese Awards, is to bring that diversity and to bring those broad palates and those broad expertise to the tables so that we have a really fair and diverse judging process. Okay, I think the judges have decided. Judges, please grab hold of your panels. The score you are giving cheese number 2. And please, could you raise them now? Alrighty, we have got a 6, a 4, a 7, a 6, a 6, a 4, another 4. We have got 6, 4, 5, 6, 7, a 6, and a 5. Woohoo! A mixed bag. So those numbers are going to be tallied up, and we are going to figure out what that total number is. 76. Okay, now the super jury judge who put forward this cheese is Sabrina Lau. Sabrina, please could you take a microphone and explain to us why you love this cheese so much?
Okay.
Oh, is it on?
Is it working?
Is it working?
Hello.
Yes, you're on. That's it.
First of all, heute zusammen, Heimspiel für die Schweiz. Okay, so why... So why this cheese spoke to me, it had a lot of different dimensions. If you look at it from the outside, it had a rather gray, it looked hard rind. If you cut it open, it presented itself in a brilliant white, which was very radiant, almost like snow. And then if you smelled on the cheese, there were a lot of flavors like mushroom. It reminded me of a forest, very earthy tones. And then the mouthfeel and the taste, it's a very, very mild cheese, but it has a mild acidity, which is well balanced. And this mild cheese has is very long lasting in your mouth. So that was actually very surprising to me, that it can be mild and it can be lasting.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Sabrina. Oh, Patrick, you got such a good job on this stage.
I know, I love
Can you
it.
share with us the country that cheese number 2 is?
So, cheese number 2 was from Spain.
Way! Spain is up on the board. Gosh, we're doing well, guys. And also feeling great energy from the audience, thank you. Let me just get a little bit of audience participation. If this is the first time you have ever entered or ever attended a super jury final at the World Cheese Awards, please can you give me a cheer? Yes. It's so special.
There's loads of newbies in the room. I love it.
Right.
Cheese number 3. Now, when I first saw this, I thought, oh, another goat's cheese. But I don't think it is. I think this is a used milk cheese.
Ooh.
It looks a bit like one of the cobbles you might find in Bern. It's got this kind of amazing dark grey rind, and in this shape, a bit like this is half the cheese. So it's a sort of pyramid with the top cut off. Again, with these soft cheeses, getting them here in really good condition, where they're not underripe and they're not overripe, is no easy feat. And they've done a beautiful job with this. I don't know if you can see here the texture underneath the rind. And actually, the rind itself is so beautifully integrated with the cheese. Sometimes with these yeast and mold-ripened cheeses, the rind kind of just sits on the top. It's almost like a piece of paper on the top. The rind is very much still part of the cheese, and it's starting to break down the paste underneath. So you've got this silky, velvety layer underneath, and inside the core of the cheese is much, well, I suppose sort of, it's a texture a bit like whipped cream, or it has a sort of denser, slightly sort of wet crumble texture. The flavor's interesting as well. The flavors under the rind are much more intense and powerful. The heart of the cheese, though, is more sort of lactic and zesty and fresh. So lots to like about this pyramid-shaped sheep's milk cheese.
Thank you so much, Patrick, for those notes. I'd like to say something else about the judges that come to the World Cheese Awards. A very important fact is that they are from so many different disciplines. So not only are they from across the world, but we have judges that are cheesemakers, cheesemongers, retailers, affineurs. They are technologists, they are food writers, they are chefs. We have such different expertise and palates and disciplines brought to these very important judging stages, which I think is absolutely wonderful. Okay, look, the judges are done. Okay, judges, please grab your paddles. And please, could you share your score for cheese number 3 now? Okay, we have got a 3, a 6, a 5, a 5, a 5, another 5. We've got a 4. We have got a 6, a 5, a 6, a 5, a 6. We have got our first number. Oh, it's a 7, a 7, and a 6. Thank you. I thought that was a number 1. It's like, wow. Thank you so much, judges. Now, the judge who put forward cheese number 3 is Solange Pauly. Solange, please, could you grab a microphone? Is there one near you? And tell us, why did you love this cheese and believe it could potentially be world champion?
Hi, hola.
Hola.
For me, tasting this cheese was a completely experience, extremely sensory experience. When I taste, it's like a roller coaster. The aroma is very clean, delicate, and creamy. And the Heotricum rind, I think that is very well developed, and that means that the cheesemaker care very well. And in my opinion, it's a perfect cheese, and I think that all cheese lovers want to taste.
Lovely. Thank you so much to Solange. Patrick, please can you reveal the country for cheese number 3?
It's from the United Kingdom. The UK.
Okay, look at that. United Kingdom is on the board. Judges, just a note to say you're doing a brilliant job, because it's you're under the lights. There's a lot of responsibility on your heads. Rather you than me. You're doing so great. And one thing to mention about these judges is actually in the morning they've been saving their palates. They've been saving their palates for this exact tasting to make sure they come to these cheeses fresh. Paddy.
So, cheese number 4.
Yes.
We're still with sheep, but we've gone harder this time. This is an aged sheep's milk cheese. It reminds me of some of the kind of Tom-style cheeses you find made in the mountains of France and Italy, in fact, across all mountains. So smaller, it's a smaller cheese than you might expect from some of the bigger mountain cheeses. But sheep's milk, it has a lovely sort of pliable texture, a kind of almost sort of bendy texture, which suggests it hasn't got a huge amount of age on it. So it still has a bit of youth. But there's also these lovely sweet caramel flavors that have developed in the cheese. And it was one of those cheeses you cut a piece and then you wanted another piece. And then what I really wanted with it was a glass of wine. I don't know if it's that time of the day, but it felt to me like a sort of a session cheese. You could sit and spend a long time with this cheese with a glass of wine, and the flavors opened out the more you tasted it. So it's a really lovely cheese. I'd be interested to see how it scores.
Thank you so much, Patrick. You're also doing a brilliant job. Oh, I think the judges are ready. Look, I'm not going to hold them back. Judges, please can you grab hold of your paddles for cheese number 4, and can you share your scores now? Okay, we've got a 6, a 6, a 5, a 6, a 7, a 4, a 7, a 4, a 5, a 7, 4, 5, 5, and 7. Wow, that's quite a broad range of scores, which is very interesting. Those numbers are going to be added up. I mean, it's incredible because when you get to this level, 78. Okay, we've got 78 for cheese number 4. Now, the judge who put forward this cheese is Malin Dahl from Sweden. Malin, welcome. Please take the mic, stand up, and tell us what you loved about this cheese.
Well, everyone who cooks knows there's always a cheese that's not in the recipe, but somehow the dinner wouldn't be as good without it. And that's the cheese you keep next to you while cooking, the cheese that we call the support cheese. That's the one that keeps everyone patient while the pan sizzles and the evenings take shape.
Marlene, if you just hold the mic.
Oh, sorry.
That's great.
And that's the cheese that turns the waiting into pleasure. A support cheese should open up for conversations. And my guests would talk about how perfectly balanced this cheese is. They talk about the rind that's got every color of the autumn, the chestnut sweetness, and the subtle, elegant bitterness that you find in walnut skin. And most likely, how about this might be the world's best cheese?
It could be. Thank you so much, Marlene. Thank you. Great job by Marlene. Patrick, please reveal the country for cheese number 4.
Cheese number 4 was from France.
Woo! France. Wow, so we've got different countries. We've got 4 different cheeses from 4 different countries so far, which is fantastic. Okay, Patrick.
Wow.
Oh, you got a lot of cheese on your board there. Please tell us about cheese number 5.
I've got a big one here. Look at this beauty. It's come dressed for the occasion. Look, it's got a lovely little muslin cloth around the outside. Amazing color. I don't know if you can see this sort of sunset red color, beautiful orange color. This is a hard cheese. It's been aged, I would say, for at least 6 months, maybe 12. It's cow's milk. And that amazing red color is from annatto. So there's a vegetable dye that is added to the milk for many cheeses. Think mimolette in France. In the UK, you sometimes see red Cheshires or red Leicesters, Edams, Gouders, or should I say Gouda, are often dyed with this, and it just gives it an amazing appearance on a cheese counter. I tasted this earlier, and it was interesting. It feels very mature, actually, when you taste it. It has this kind of craggy texture, quite sort of flinty almost. But the flavors were interesting. I thought there was quite a lot of yogurt and acidity, which was not what I was expecting. A little bit of sort of roasted nuts, but it was quite fresh, actually, when I came to taste it. So a cloth-bound hard cheese with a beautiful red color. I wonder what the judges are going to make of this one.
I mean, that is such a striking cheese, the cloth-bound. The fact it's cloth-bound, that beautiful color. I mean, I would probably happily order that in a cheese shop. Okay, judges, how are we doing? I think we are decided. Please, could you take hold of your panels for the number score that you are giving this cheese, and please, could you raise them now? Wonderful. We have got 5, a 7, a 6, a 5, a 5, a 6, a 5, a 5, a 4, a 6, a 5, a 6, a 5, and a 6. Thank you, judges. Okay, now the judge, there is Nick. The judge who put forward this cheese as their favourite super gold is Nick Choros from Canada. Nick, could you please take the microphone and tell us what you loved about this cheese? It will be on.
Yeah, this cheese, to me, like Patrick mentioned, the color was what grabbed me first. Noticing the different layers of red that starts when you pierce into the rind, and then as you go into the center, it brightens up into this golden color. And the complexity of the flavors was really nice. It was sharp, it was caramel, it was nutty, and it inspired me to want to eat more, and that's why I chose this cheese.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Nick. And that score was 76. Patrick, where is this cheese number 5 from, please?
I knew it. It's from the United Kingdom.
Oh, round of applause for the United Kingdom. Wow, so the United Kingdom's got 2.
It's another UK cheese.
2 up. Okay, moving on. We're on to cheese number 6. Patrick, what can you tell us about this cheese?
Well, hello. I thought we'd just seen this cheese. It's back, another bright orange cheese. Again, this one would have had a cloth rind on it. Wrapping cheeses in cloth is something you find often with sort of traditional British cheeses. It's something you see a lot in the UK. The cloth on this has been taken off. The colour is slightly different. It's not quite as deep and russet as the last cheese. It's slightly lighter. This one is, again, a cow's milk cheese aged for somewhere between 10 and 12 months. But the flavours were very different, I thought, compared to the last cheese. Much more of those sort of roasted nut flavours, more savoury. It had a texture that I like to call toothsome. Is that when you take a bite of it, you leave an imprint of your tooth in the cheese. And I really enjoyed the texture of the cheese as I was chewing on it. So similar, but actually in appearance similar. But in terms of flavour, I thought there was quite a big difference. But who am I to say? Let's find out what our super jury judges think of it.
Let's find out, judges. Please could you grab hold of your panels for cheese number 6, and please could you share your scores now. Okay, we have got 7, 4, 6, 5, 6, 5, 6, 4, 4, 7, 4, another 4, 6, and 7. Thank you, super jury judges. Now, while those scores, let's have a little add up of what those scores are so that we can share them. 75, oh my gosh, this feels so close. It's right. Finbar, this was the cheese that you put forward. Please could you tell us why you loved it so much?
Yeah, that one really split the room, which I kind of half expected it to.
Okay.
So one thing I think about a lot when we're doing these judgings is it can be easy to gravitate towards quite big performative flavors, which are great as well. But for me, this cheese really held the ground between having a bit of strength, but also deep, deep complexity. You kind of get these cellar notes first, damp, leafy earth, and this sort of bracing orchard fruit acidity. And I just thought it had so much going on. And then you get onto the texture and the smell. And on every level, I thought it was really subtle, but very generous. So that's why I was drawn to it.
That's a beautiful description. Thank you so much, Finbar from Ireland. Patrick, please could you share the country that cheese number 6 is from?
It's also from the United Kingdom.
Oh my goodness! That is 3 cheeses from the United Kingdom as up on this final 14 cheeses, best 14 cheeses in the world. That is quite incredible. Okay, we are on to cheese number 7. Patrick, I believe it is in front of you. Please.
It is. We've got a big piece of cheese here. You can have a look here. See the rind, this beautiful dark orange rind. It's got a lot of umami, brothy notes when you taste it. In fact, the aroma has a real kind of beefiness to it when you smell the rind. And when you taste it, it's savory, it's deep, it's umami. It's probably quite familiar to people in the room, I would imagine, because this feels like a cheese that's made up a mountain to me. What mountain, in which country, I've no idea. But it's definitely in that Alpine cheese tradition.
Thank you, Patrick. Now, the judge who put forward this cheese is Perry Wakeman from the United Kingdom. Perry, please grab a mic and tell us why you thought this was such a great cheese.
Yeah, I suppose like Patrick said, maybe a few people recognise this cheese, actually. But what you know about this cheese, that it being brothy and meaty, imagine all that you've had before and then like dialed up to 13. It's a big old cheese. There's a lot going on. The texture is beautiful. It's flinty. I just sort of break it apart. And the crystalline in there is just so delicate. And I found myself kept on going back and back again for it. But this kind of cheese is in a weird way, it's like what gets people into cheese. It is massive. It makes an impact. And I just feel like anyone that eats it who's not one of us, who doesn't eat cheese all the time, just gets excited about it and wants to go back for more and ask, who makes it? How is it made? What goes on with it? And I just think that's what makes this cheese so, so special, that it would get people excited about cheese from whatever walks of life. And that's why I selected it.
Thank you so much, Perry. Patrick, please could you reveal where this cheese, number 7, is from?
Got to vote first, haven't we?
Yes, that is a good cheese. Perry, you were just so emphatic with your description that you basically threw me off completely. Let's definitely vote first. Okay, judges, please can you grab your panels and please could you share your scores now? All right, we have got a 5, a 6, a 7, a 6, a 7, a 6, a 7, a 6, a 6, a 6, a 7, a 5, a 5, and a 6. Okay, let's take a few minutes to add up those scores. And cheese number 7, that score is about to come up on that screen. Well, that is a pretty good score of 85. Patrick, now is the time for you to please share where this cheese is from.
It's from Switzerland.
Wonderful, but there is everything to play for. We are on only cheese number 8. Patrick, you've got it in front of you. Please tell us your thoughts.
So cheese number 8, similar but different. So slightly sort of fatter. It's a kind of a chubbier cheese, if you like. Similar with this sort of dark washed rind, sort of briny rind. This feels younger to me. It feels like it's not been as matured for long. It has quite a sort of flexible texture. It's still fairly sort of bouncy. And I thought it had a real kind of mouth-filling warmth to it. So you can see here a few little holes in, but it had a richness, again, a lot of those umami, savory notes, but a kind of rich creaminess and umami notes that really filled the mouth beautifully. Again, I would hazard that it's made up a mountain somewhere, but we'll find out soon enough.
Okay, judges, scribbling away, making their notes. For cheese number 8, I'll give you a few more seconds to deliberate. I can feel it. I just need a cheese knife, and I literally could slice a section of the atmosphere out. Okay, judges, please grab your paddles. For the score, you are giving cheese number 8. And please, could you share them now? Okay, we've got 5, 7, 6, 6, 5, 5, 5, 4, 4, 5, 6, 7, 6, and 7. Okay, right. Okay, let's see what this total is. The team have got their biggest calculator. Oh my God, okay, 78. Okay, cheese number 8 has a score of 78. And the judge who put forward this cheese is Anke Mullen. Anne, please could you grab your mic and tell us what you thought about this wonderful cheese? Yeah.
It's on. Yeah, what did I think about the cheese? Well, for me, when I open the cheese and I break it and then I smell it, it gives me a lot of aromas, meaty aromas, but very comforting aromas. And it does give me like a flavor, very creamy, melting on the tongue. It's like a flavor that keeps on giving. It just keeps on going, very long after flavor. It did really make me think about the mountain hike I did yesterday. So it was here in the surroundings, so I don't know where it's from, but it did make me think of it. It made me feel a bit warm and cozy and like home. It's a very well-balanced cheese, especially, I think.
Thank you so much, Anne. Wow. Warm, cozy, well-balanced cheese. It reminded Anne of her hike in the local area yesterday. Patrick, please could you share where cheese number 8 is from?
Cheese number 8 is from Switzerland.
Okay, we're on to cheese number 9.
Look at this whopper. We've got this is just a small part of a huge cheese. It's a Gouda style, that's pretty clear. It's got a wax rind, a kind of grey plastic coating or wax coating on the outside. Inside, it's got this beautiful sort of crystalline, starting to become a little bit crystalline. A few crunchy bits in this cheese. And the flavour was sweet, sweet, sweet. Lots of caramel flavours, butterscotch. But then there was something else, I thought, something a little bit more aromatic. And I was thinking about sort of chocolate or even maybe cocoa. So a Gouda-style cheese, which are made all over the world, with a very sort of sweet butterscotch aromatic flavour.
I love the way you describe cheeses, Patrick. Can we just give a round of applause for Patrick? He's doing an absolutely brilliant job. It's not easy having to describe, for a full minute, all these different cheeses in one go, so you're doing great. Okay, judges, I think you've tasted, you've scribbled. Please grab hold of your paddles. And can you share your scores for cheese number 9 now? Okay, we got a 6, a 6, a 5, a 5, a 7, a 4, a 7, a 3. I think this might be our first 3 this evening. A 5, a 5, a 6, a 5, a 6, and a 6. Thank you, judges. Well, I think it's so interesting how the scores can be so varied, by these judges, which I think is actually a great, because it shows that we're bringing different palates to the table. Okay, the judge who put forward this cheese is Elena Borgonovi from Italy. Elena, please tell us, why did you love this cheese so much?
Is it on?
Yeah.
Okay, sorry for my voice. Okay, so this cheese to me was very elegant, and I think that the caramel and brown butter notes makes it very, very reflective, a kind of cheese that communicates warmth and comfort, the kind of cheese that we normally like to have in front of a fireplace with loved ones. So to me it was a masterpiece of elegance and simplicity.
Thank you so much, Eleanor. A masterpiece of elegance and simplicity from Eleanor. Okay, well, Patrick, where was cheese number 9 from?
Well, I said Goudas could be made anywhere in the world, but this one is actually from the Netherlands.
Oh, congratulations, the Netherlands. Look at the judges. I love to see, because we must remember that the judges themselves don't know where any of these cheeses are from. So when you find out where these cheeses are from, they are also finding out at the same time. So I like to see their reactions if they are surprised or not. Okay, Patrick, next cheese, please.
So I think we're back in the mountains, but this is a smaller style of Alpine cheese. So there's that telltale kind of washed rind. With these cheeses, you get this beautiful kind of terracotta color on the rind by washing the cheese in brine, or brine with, you could add alcohol, or you could have herbs or spices. And over time, this creates this beautiful pungent rind, which gives you these kind of beefy, savory notes. And there's a lot of that in this cheese. It's not old, it's not young. It's a kind of middle-aged cheese. So it has a bit of flexibility, a few small holes you can see here. And again, it's that savory, slightly sweet, very nutty flavor that you associate with Alpine cheeses.
Thank you so much, Patrick. Also, judges, you're doing so great, because we are racing through these cheeses. And I know it's a test on your palates, but you're doing brilliant. Okay, grab your paddles for cheese number 10. That's it, find the correct number. And please, can you share your scores now? Okay, we have got a 6, a 5, a 5, a 5, a 7, a 7, a 5. We've got a 7, a 6, a 6, a 6, a 7, a 6, and a 5. Thank you, judges. And of course, when the judges, yes, they're doing a wonderful job. Well done, judges. Of course, when the judges share their score, they don't know what the other judges have picked. 83. 83. Okay, now the judge who put forward this cheese is Joey Wells from the USA. Where are you, Joey? You're behind me. Please take a mic. Tell us how wonderful this cheese was.
Hi. Is this on?
Is it on?
Hi. So many things I loved about this cheese. I thought it was an absolute master class in complexity. The aromatics are starting out earthy, gentle notes of the cave, gentle yeast to this cheese. The texture, it's just a complete cream bomb, almost melts in your mouth. The flavor starts off very buttery and nutty, but then it quickly moves into more savory umami notes, and it's going to give you a rich broth, and then it comes into the end with brown butter and some green pepper, and I thought it was just absolutely decadent. Perfect for any cheese board. I think I could do anything with this cheese. Fondue, great in any recipe. Sandwiches, it just would do everything.
Thank you so much, Joey. Okay. Joey described his cheese as decadent and said he could eat it with anything. Patrick, cheese number 10. Where is it from?
So I mentioned mountains, didn't I? This is another cheese from Switzerland.
Okay, Patrick, cheese number 11. Let's go.
Cheese number 11. It's a smaller cheese with a lovely kind of flinty texture. This one feels a bit younger. I'd say sort of 4 months, something like that. There was a kind of mildness to it. I was picking up little notes of like white chocolate. So there was sort of butter and cream, almost moving into that white chocolate flavor. And then something quite elusive on the finish. And I was struggling to pick it. And I sort of came up with something floral, perhaps, something with a bit of white blossom, but not a huge cheese, but sort of interesting layers developing in this sort of relatively young cow's milk cheese with quite a sort of craggy, flinty texture.
Thank you, Patrick. Okay, judges, please make your final decisions. Grab hold of your paddles. And please, could you share your scores for cheese number 11 now? All right, we've got 6, 4, 4, 5, 7, 6, 5. Over here we've got 6, 4, 4, 4, 4, 5 and 5. Thank you, judges. Okay, now the judge who put forward this cheese is Ching Yin Chin, all the way from Singapore. Ching, please take a mic and let us know what you thought about this cheese. It's on.
Hi. So pardon my Singapore colloquial English. This is a cheese that is super chic, and translated, it's delicious, it's pleasurable, and just also satisfying. The butterscotch notes, the caramel really sung up to me. It just gave me a very, it gave me a nostalgic feeling when I was eating the cheese. You know, it's the refinement, the nuance in it. I can just imagine my cheese lover customers, you know, doing the happy dance when they're eating the cheese. And when I have a cheese curious customer that's eating it, they will be so blown away by the flavor that they would want to come back and say, what else can I try? You know, what other cheeses can I try? It's the gateway cheese. I love that concept. Yeah, so thank you.
Thank you so much, Ching. Patrick, the country of cheese number 11, please.
They'll be doing dances in Eastern Europe because this one is from Slovakia.
Ooh, congratulations to Slovakia. Oh my gosh, folks, we're in the last stretch. You're all doing brilliantly as well, because I know it's quite an endurance test watching 14 judges taste 14 cheeses. You're all doing brilliantly. Okay. Cheese number 12, please, Patrick.
Okay, well, this cheese has, I don't know if you can see it on the camera there, but it's got a beautiful crystalline texture. Lots of beautiful little tyrosine crystals developing in this cheese. And it had an incredible kind of yeasty aroma. It reminded me a little bit of like bread yeast or actually when you're brewing with beer, that kind of aroma. Again, lots of umami flavors, that sort of brothy, savory depth. Cheese with soul, I always think these kind of cheeses are. So a great crystalline texture and sort of soulful umami depths.
Loving these descriptions, soulful umami. Okay, judges, I can still see a few bit of nibblings, but I am going to have to speed you along. So if you could, make your final decisions for your score for this cheese. And please, could you share your scores now? Alrighty, we have got a 4, a 7, a 6, a 5, a 6, a 5, a 7, a 7. Oh, I think this is our second 3 of the evening. A 5, a 7, a 7, a 6, and a 6. Thank you, judges. Now, the judge who put forward this cheese is Kuba from Poland. Kuba, it's your moment to shine. Please grab that mic and tell us why you love this cheese.
Hello, world. Well, to enjoy the cheese, you need to bring back your good memories. So close your eyes right now, and I take you to the room, the dining room, which is cozy, which is warm, and the grandma brings you the nice ratatouille. Fresh bread, potatoes, and butter. That's the notes which I feel in this beautiful golden piece of diamond. It's a little bit of celery, peppers, a little bit of earthy notes, buttery notes, but it's very pleasant. It covers my mouth, and I really enjoy the cheese, taking that with my friends and family together on a nice dinner. Thank you.
Kuba, thank you so much. What a beautiful description. A golden piece of diamond. I'm not sure I've ever heard a cheese being described at that. Patrick, please could you share where this diamond cheese is from?
It's Switzerland again.
Oh. Wowie. Oh my gosh, we've only got 2 left. Okay, cheese number 13, please. Patrick, oh my gosh, the excitement.
Look at this. Look at this beast of a cheese. It's a huge, big round of. This was when the original cheese was sort of this high. Again, another cloth-bound cheese. And I believe this to me looks very familiar. It feels like a cheddar to me, a famous British cheese. Cow's milk. It had a lovely sort of acidity, some good creaminess, and a bit of sort of depth at the end that just carried the flavor on. A big, round, moon-shaped cheese. I wonder what the judges make of it.
I love it. The judges have to touch it as well, squeezing it in their fingers. They smell it, they taste it, they assess it on so many different levels. I'll give them a few more seconds because I can see a little bit more nibbling. And I will now ask the judges if they can make their decision. Grab hold of your panels. And please can you share your scores for this penultimate cheese, cheese number 13, now. Okay, we've got 5, 4, 5, 6, 7, 5, 6, 4, 6, 6, 5, 5, 7, and a 7. Thank you so much, judges. Oh my goodness me, we're on the second to last one, guys. Now, the judge who put forward this cheese is Svein from Norway. Please, could you tell us what you loved about this cheese?
First of all, good evening, everyone. First of all, the smell is almost like sweet, some kind of sweetness to it. The cheese is really well balanced with a saltiness that's quite pleasant. The creaminess of the mouthfeel is really great. It's brothy, it's got a really long aftertaste, so I think it's a really, really good cheese. I would say perfect.
Wow. The P word has been used today, the perfect cheese. Patrick, please could you reveal where this cheese is from?
This cheese is from the United States of America, USA.
Oh my goodness, guys, this is it. This is it. We're on the last one. We are on cheese number 14 of the total 14 Super Gold cheeses. Patrick, please tell us. Oh, look at this. Oh.
Look at this little beauty that's turned up right at the end. It's a soft cow's milk cheese, and it's been decorated with some flowers, petals, the stamen of flowers. The condition of this cheese is just perfect. It's just perfectly ripe. And the flavor was not what I was expecting. It had really aromatic flavors, almost like curry, like a kind of like spicy, fragrant notes. So perfectly ripe, beautifully fragrant, and looks incredible with these flower petals all over the top.
Thank you so much, Patrick. Okay, judges. Wow, this is like the first cheese we've had where you need to eat it with a spoon. Okay, judges, I think you have had your moments to deliberate. Please, could you grab hold of your panels, and please, could you share your scores for the final cheese of this evening now? Okay, we got 6, 5, 7, 5, 6. We got a 7, a 7, a 5, a 5, a 6, a 6, and a 6. Thank you so much, judges. Now let's head over to our final judge of this evening, Raphael, who put forward this cheese. Raphael, please let us know about this cheese.
Hello, everybody. I'm very happy to be here. Let me tell you, if you allow me, a little love story, okay? Something happened with this cheese, you know, and I know the feeling. How can I say, you know, I'm going to tell you how nervous I am to tell you about this. You remember the first time you were about to introduce your couple to your parents, you know? That kind of feeling is the one I have. For many, many years, yeah, literally. For many years, I've been happily single. Recently, I got in love, and it brought me so much peace. And as soon as I took a bite of this, I felt the same, feel peace, you know, I felt like something was really right about it. It's very elegant, it's very gentle. And on the nose, if you smell it, it's just flower, and it's so fresh, and I can feel how much passion and how much love the cheesemaker was putting onto this. And with a cheese like this, when traveling, they get slightly damaged, or they can get. So the fact that it arrived in such a perfect state, I love it. So a friend of mine once told me that when you fall in love, you need to accept the good points of the person, but also the flaws. And this one, the only flaw I can find, is the scarcity. It was very little. So, yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Raphael. When the only fault you can find with the cheese is that fact that there is not enough of it, then you know it's a pretty good cheese. Patrick, could you share with us where our final cheese is from?
Our floury cheese was from France.
Okay. Now, what is happening now is there needs to be a lot of important work happening behind the scenes, lots of calculations, lots of adding up, lots of maths going on to figure out who will be granted World Champion Cheese. While that is happening, we've got a very special announcement to share with you all. I would love to introduce onto the stage John Farrand from the Guild of Fine Food. Please give him a warm welcome.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Are you well? I'm not going to break the tension too much, but we like to break from tradition here at the World Cheese Awards, and to help me break the tradition, I need some help. And that help comes in the form of the President of Switzerland Cheese Marketing, Lorenz Hirt, and its Chief Marketing Officer, Martin Spar. I wonder if you could join me on stage. Can we have a warm round of applause for these people? I'd also like to introduce Luisa Villegas and Manuela Hernandez, both who have been exercising their palates this morning, also to join us up here on stage. As is tradition with the World Cheese Awards, I need some help with this cheese. Lorenz, you're a big man. Can you help me with that cheese? Manuela, you have a few words to share with us.
Okay. Please, the cheese. Come on. First, the cheese.
Sorry, they are here. Wonderful. Sorry, I would like an ambassador of a yet and at the moment unknown country to also come and join us on stage. Are they here?
Okay.
They are here. Sorry. Sorry.
Yes.
Sorry. Manuela, talk to us.
Thank you so much and good afternoon. Thank you, Martin. It's so long cheese. And from Cordoba, I have payoya. Okay, it's a cooked cheese. Thank you so much. And I want to present you from Cordoba. Okay, your marketing. This is Cordoban. Is more to traditional. Okay, artists. And thank you. Congratulations. Okay, Luisa, please take. Take it. Very nice.
Put it on the table.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Martin. Congratulations. Sutherland to this amazing festival. It's so difficult level. Thank everyone. Make it possible for Cordoba to become the next world cheese capital. For Andalusian is an honor and a challenge. One we embrace with all and passion, and we have the best team ready to make it possible. Isn't he, Luisa? Luisa, thank you so much. Thank you so much to believe it that is possible from Cordoba. From Cordoba, we promote the best cheese experience, full of rural culture and Andalusian hospitality. See you in Cordoba. Danke.
I guess.
Thank you. Congratulations.
I guess, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to Cordoba, Andalusia in Spain in the middle of November in 2026. We hope to see you and your cheese there.
Okay.
Wow, we're all off to sunny Spain. I like it. Okay, well done. Well, here we are, the moment of truth.
Well,
Layla's got a very
we have, but,
lovely golden
a
envelope.
lovely envelope. But I think, Patrick, we should just give a little summary of the day, you know. I mean, where have we come from and what have we got to?
Well, let's just have a recap of what we've tasted. I was just going through the list of cheeses we've been through in the past hour. We've had soft goat's cheeses from Japan. We've had hard goat's cheeses from Spain. We've had cheeses from the UK, from France. We've had a few cheeses from Switzerland, Slovakia, the USA. But there can only be one winner. There can only be one world champion cheese. And Layla, I think you have the...
I do have the other. Oh my God, it feels like such pressure, such weight in this envelope. And I think without further ado, it is our pleasure to share with you that the world champion cheese from the World Cheese Awards for 2025 is the Berkeiserei Woldefultigen Gruyère AOP Special from Switzerland. And I think they might be in the room.
Are they here? People are dancing in the crowd.
Yeah, put it here.
Are they here? Where are they?
We have someone coming on stage. Oh my gosh, give the man some steps. He's just going to climb up, he doesn't care. Hello, congratulations. I need a microphone. Let's get one of these. Hello, what's your name? Bless you. I can feel the emotion coming off of you, the energy. Congratulations. Please share your name, where you are from, and just tell us, how are you feeling?
I'm Pius from Switzerland. It's a very honor for our daily hard work, 7 days, 365 days a year.
Yes.
And it's very an honor.
Overwhelming.
Thank you very much.
I mean, guys, we've got to give it credit to Piers. He's just found out he's won world champion cheese. You're doing a brilliant job. Can you tell us, what does it mean to you to win this award in your home country, knowing that this room right here is full of so many Swiss people? Do you feel proud? And do you think they feel proud of you?
Yeah, I think I'm very proud, and it's for our...
Is the mic on, Piers? Can you hear him?
Yes.
Yeah, that's better, yes.
And it's a very honor for us as a cheese nation, I think, and for our cheese.
Oh, thank you so much.
Shall we give him his award?
Let's do it. Let's give him his award.
Congratulations, World Cheese Champion.
Let me take this.
2025. Woo!
Thank you.
Take this as well. Come on, you've got a ball.
Take your stage, Piers. Come a little bit closer, I think. That's it. You've got a photo opportunity. How incredible. What an evening, my gosh. Patrick, I feel like, I can't, Piers is just getting swamped by the paparazzi here, understandably so.
Let's get in on this photo action.
We're in them as well.
Let's get the cheese in there. Come on, the cheese is the important thing here. Congratulations. Well done.
Ori.
Really, congratulations. Fantastic.
Here's Ori. Can we get Ori in the photo? Ori? Is there somebody called Ori? No?
Here, let's give you. What about this? Here, let's get your cheese. The man with his cheese. What a wonderful sight.
James after me to come at the shot. Carry on.
Perry. So Perry.
sorry.
Perry was the judge that chose this cheese.
Perry, yes!
Yeah.
Perry, okay, right. So the cheese you put forward has won World Champion Cheese for 2025.
Yeah.
I mean, how does that make you feel?
Yeah,
take that.
That's a good idea. Yeah, I mean, it was a joint decision. My co-judge on the table, we were deciding between two cheeses, and we looked at this one. You can see the perfection in it, the amount of effort, energy, and like I said, I think this is a cheese that you try and you just remember forever. And I think it's something that just makes you emotional, want to learn more about this guy. You know, what he does, all the hard work he does. And it's just beautiful to hear that as a cheesemaker and affineur that he's spending 365 days making cheese, not taking a day off. And he deserves it because his cheese is beautiful. Well done.
Incredible.
Congratulations.
Thank you, Perry. I think, can we give a final huge round of applause for the winner of this year's World Champion Cheese? Woo! And what a beautiful highlights video that we are going to play for you now. Thank you, Switzerland!
Congratulations. Here, let me taste. Willkommen in Bern, in Schweiz.
Welcome to the 37th edition of the World Cheese Awards. This is officially the biggest World Cheese Awards yet.
We've literally just started. The pressure's on.
Just in front of us, there's 5,244 cheeses,
which have somehow, by some logistical miracle, made their way to Bern in Switzerland.
Tenemos quesos de 46 países y 5 continentes.
This cheese is washed with beer.
We have a 45-day aged donkey milk cheese.
It tastes like eating yogurt.
We have got 265 judges from around the world who are prodding, poking, tasting, smelling these thousands of cheeses to get them down to a short list of just 14.
I can't imagine how much work must have gone in to make this cheese.
This is something that I would eat outside of my fridge at 3 o'clock in the morning.
Then it's over to the super jury to retaste the cheeses and pick their final 14 that will go through to the final. And there we will find out the one, the only World Champion Cheese for 2025. Oh, here come the judges. The judges are coming in.
Their role, and it's an important role, is to highlight the best. We're doing this for the cheesemakers.
So the super jury have picked their favourite cheese each and are now going to fight it out in a live final to find the best cheese in the world for 2025.
That's really about the passion the cheese can excite in you, the way they lift you, the way they stand back, the way they surprise you. That's what we're looking for.
When I taste, it's like a roller coaster. It's always a cheese that's not in the recipe, but somehow the dinner wouldn't be as good without it.
This was one of my bucket list ambitions, to be judging at the World Cheese Awards.
The cheese people are the best people. Very big pleasure that I'm here today.
The atmosphere is so amazing. This is heaven. Everything in here is just gorgeous, smells divine.
I always say, if we are smiley, cheeses are smiling back to us.
What you know about this cheese, imagine all that you've had before and then dialed up to 13.
Can you feel the tension in the room?
And just imagine my cheese lover customers, doing the happy dance when they're eating the cheese.
Die Börkeiserei Bodefultigen Gruyère ARP Spezial Box.